that has to be given.
Wait, hold up, hold up. So
But my
just to
main
make sure,
question
just to make sure,
was
you
what your
believe that
proof
there were
is.
prophecies in the Old Testament, right?
Yes.
Okay, you believe there were prophecies in the Old Testament, and I assume you believe that God was behind these things?
Yes, Christ was behind it all.
No, well,
Jesus
I mean
is an
God, like
extension of
Yahweh,
God.
sure, sweet. So
Jesus was an
God
extension of
influenced
God,
these
the Holy
people.
Trinity.
God gave these people these prophecies, these prophets, these prophecies. He gave them what to say and what to know, right? Right?
I'm sorry?
Like God gave these prophets the information. He gave them what to say, right?
Yes, and we believe Jesus was God as well, the
Cool.
Holy
That's
Trinity.
fine. That's fine. I don't care. I'm asking you a question, and I'm asking the question that I'm asking is: you believe that God gave these prophets the information that they put down in these prophecies, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then God decides to either in some way, shape, or form come down to earth or send his son or whatever version of a Trinity or Unitarian kind of belief you have, whatever it is. You believe that that was all orchestrated by God, correct? Like
Yes, God.
Jesus?
God is the ruler of everything.
Sure. Okay. So Jesus gives the prophets what to say in their prophecies, exactly. And then he orchestrates the whole Jesus being born of a virgin, Jesus dying on the cross, raising again, all this kind of stuff. And then he's incapable of giving us any kind of evidence after 2,000 years because you said that that was 2,000 years ago and we can't have evidence. He's incapable of doing
Actually,
it anymore.
I don't want to say that there's no evidence because
Okay. So what evidence do you
that
have?
I don't want to say precisely, but I know I have heard of stories over the years that, there was proof here, proof there.
Yeah. So
I don't
what?
want to act like I'm super knowledgeable about it. But my main question was what your proof is that he didn't exist.
The fact that you can't be born 10 years before you're born, and that's what Matthew and Luke say. There's only two. There's only two birth stories in the Gospels. That's in Matthew and Luke. And unfortunately, in Matthew and Luke, they contradict each other.
How so?
Because in Matthew, it says that Jesus is born during the reign of King Herod, whereas Luke says he is born during the reign of Quirinius, the governor of Syria, which is 10 years apart.
That is interesting. I will have to ask that about in my Bible study today. That's an interesting point.
All right. Are you
But
familiar
that's all your
with
proof?
what? No,
That's what
that
you're
was just
basing
one
everything
thing.
on?
Do you want all of it or do you just want one small
Sure.
thing? Because I mean, I gave you one small thing and you never even heard of it. If I give you the
Sure.
rest of it, it's going to absolutely be a
Well, I don't
mountain
know
of
if you're
things that you have
actually
no
right
idea about.
about it. It's just an interesting point.
You don't know if I'm right about
Um,
it. Okay, not a problem. What we'll do, are you familiar with the New Testament story of the birth of Jesus?
yes.
Okay, sweet. So in Luke 2, it says, and by the way, do you have a preferred version of the Bible that you read?
No, sir.
Okay, well, this is the NRSVU. This is the one that's used in seminaries and universities. So it is just Bible Gateway's website. All right, so Luke 2, it says, in those days, a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be registered. So this is a census. This was the first registration or census and was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. All right. So it says, let's see. All went down to their town, or all went to their own towns to be registered. Joseph went from Nazareth to Galilee, or in Galilee to Judea, and he's with Mary, who he was engaged to, and she was expecting a child. So, in other words, during the census that they traveled to Bethlehem for, she's still with child. Correct?
Okay.
Is that correct?
We would have to assume so based on the text.
Okay. And then it explicitly says that while they were there, the time came for her to deliver the child. So, in other words, this would need to be during the census. So, the census causes him to go to Judea, which is where Bethlehem is, and that's when she has the child, correct?
Like I said, I need to look more into it.
You need to look more into these, like, just first few verses. Like, what are you talking about? Like it
um,
explicitly says, this was the first registration and was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. It explicitly says he went to be registered with Mary, to whom he was engaged and who was expecting a child. And then it explicitly says, while they were there, the time came for her to deliver the child. So I'm asking you, is it correct that they went to Judea for the census and while they were there, she had a baby?
what version are you reading?
I'm reading the NRSVU. Did you have a preferred version? Because you said no earlier.
That one does sound very different. Normally I wouldn't have a preference, but I haven't heard of that version. What version?
This is
ER
the
what?
NRSVU. It is used in seminaries and universities. It is literally what scholars would use if they're not using like any kind of like Greek
What
version
does
or
the
possibly
English
the
Standard
Nestle Aland.
Version say? Does it say anything much differently?
No, it doesn't. Is this the first time you're hearing this concept of him being born at this time? Like, my God, dude.
Yes.
You said that
I
you were familiar with the story. There's only 2 birth stories in the entire Bible of Jesus
could you
there.
please be a little bit more respectful? I'm trying to be respectful of you.
I'm not cussing you out or anything. I'm saying there's only 2 versions of the story,
You're
and it
trying to
sounds like
belittle
you're
me.
not. It's
You're
you
trying to
said,
belittle me.
well, I'm trying to call out whether or not you were lying, and you said you were familiar with it, and then I read it to you, and you're like, this sounds different. I'm not sure what you think the ESV is going to have, because it explicitly says this was the first registration. Here, let me make sure that it's ESV. It says, this was the first registration when Quirinius was governor of Syria. Very clearly not very different. It says, let's see, to be registered with Mary, his betrothed or engaged, pledged to be married, who was with child, and while they were there, the time came for her to give birth. Those 3 verses that I read in the NRSVU are pretty much word for word the exact same in the ESV. And you've never heard this?
What verse is this again in chapter?
This would be Luke 2.
Luke 2. I will say I haven't read as much about on Luke, so I'll have to look more into that.
So what birth story are you familiar with?
Matthew, Mark, and John.
Mark doesn't have one. John doesn't have one.
Well,
It's just 2.
guess I
It's
need to read
Matthew and
more,
Luke.
but
So here's the deal. This census explicitly, we know that this census happened. It is a census that happened in 6, I'm going to use your terminology, 6 AD or AD 6. All right? This is when this census happens. We have records of it. We have literal inscriptions from people who took part in this census or were like leading the census and how many people were in a particular area. It was a census that the Jewish people got really upset for because the reason why this person is named, Quirinius, the governor of Syria, the reason he's named is because of the fact that he is explicitly, well, the governor of Syria, and Judea, which is not Syria, by the way, had been added to Syria for the purpose of this particular census. And the Jewish people got upset because they're like, why are you counting us with Syria? We're not really part of the Roman Empire, and we're not Syria. All right. They actually led a revolt, which is talked about in Acts. I'll go ahead and pull that up really quick for you. Let's see here. This is in Acts chapter. Where is it at? I want to make sure. It's right here. This is in Acts chapter 5. We're still in the ESV. Should be around verse 37. Somewhere down here. Let's see. A Pharisee in the council named Gamaliel, teacher of the law, held in honor by the people, stood up and gave orders to put the men outside for a while. And he said to them, men of Israel, take care of what you are about to do with these men. For before these days, Theudas rose up, claiming to be somebody, and a number of men, about 400, joined him. He was killed. All following him were dispersed and came to nothing. And after him, Judas the Galilean, this is not Judas Iscariot, by the way. Judas, maybe the influence for him, but whatever. Judas the Galilean rose up in the days of the census and drew away some of the people after him. This is a person who led a revolt against the Romans because they added them to Syria for that purpose of that census. So it is a big deal. It is explicitly done in 6 AD. Are you following me here?
yes.
Okay. Now, Quirinius, the person who was mentioned in Luke 2 as the governor of Syria, he replaces... Or he goes in as the governor of Syria. But the reason why Judea is even counted into them is because Judea had been ruled by a guy named Herod Archelaus. It's Herod Archelaus. Herod Archelaus is the son of Herod the Great. All right. Herod Archelaus got banished from Judea. Rome banished him. The empire banished him in 6 AD. And then they decided to do a census and add Judea to Syria. All right. So here's the problem. If we take a look at Matthew 2, it explicitly says that Jesus was born in Judea, in Bethlehem, in the days of Herod the king. This is Herod the Great. How do we know this is Herod the Great? Because it explicitly says at the end of this chapter that his son, Archelaus, was reigning over Judea in place of his father Herod whenever Joseph and Mary come out of Egypt.
Okay, that's interesting.
So what that means is that Matthew says he's born during King Herod's time, who died in 4 BC, and then Archelaus, his son, reigns, and then when he gets banished in 6 AD, that's when Quirinius becomes the governor of Syria and does the census that is talked about in Luke, which says that Jesus is born during the census. So there is a minimum of 10 years apart from each other.
That is interesting.
That's like saying that
Um,
you're born during the time of Bill Clinton, but you're also born during the time of or during the time of Bill Clinton's presidency, but then also during the presidency of Obama. Not only is there a minimum of 8 years between this, but there's an entire person between them, like an entire reign of another person, which would be Bush.
that is very interesting. I said I go to Bible class every Wednesday night. I'm definitely going to ask them about that. So that's your cross references is Matthew and Luke.
That's the only two birth stories of Jesus in the Bible.
Um, is that your main argument then? Is that what you're kind of basing everything on?
No, that was literally, we have barely scratched the surface on the problems that present themselves when you read Jesus. There are the stories of Jesus and the stories of Paul, or really anybody else in the New Testament, and line it up with history. There's massive issues with this story. It is mythology. It's not a real, it's like a fictional mythology, like the like the Odyssey or something. It's not a real story. There's
Uh,
occasionally real people who are placed into it. Like we know that Quirinius is real, Herod the Great's real, Archelaus is real, Pilate's real. These are real people, but just because the real people are placed into it to kind of help the reader try to figure out when you're talking about doesn't make the rest of the story real, especially when your main character is someone who doesn't really who is never mentioned or anything like that and doesn't line up with history.
so let me ask you just like
Sure.
more of a general question then. So are you a Christian? Do you believe in Christ? You just don't think Jesus what existed, or where do you stand?
I believe that Jesus and Paul never existed. That's where I stand.
So you're not a Christian.
I I don't understand what my religion per se has to do with it. We're just talking about history.
I just because you were talking about Christ, I just think it's hard to believe that there's Christ God, but not Jesus.
I mean, that's what the Christians did for quite some time. We actually see Christians being mentioned as early as the late first century BC. The first time we get any kind of mention of Jesus along with the Christians is in the middle of the second century. So Christians for quite some time didn't have like a Jesus, but they had a Christ figure. Christ just means anointed. The word Christian just means you follow a Christ deity. Now, yes, the belief today is that Jesus is the Christ deity. In fact, if you walk around and you say Christ, everyone knows that you're talking about Jesus because we don't use that term for anything else. But the word Christ was used in the Greek version of the Old Testament when it talked about like high priests because they were anointed. When it talks about Cyrus the Great, he was a king that's mentioned in the Old Testament, and he's called a Christ in the Greek version because Christ just means anointed. That's all that it is.
I don't believe they were called Christians, which they actually pronounced Christians until Jesus came.
No, we have.
I know I'm right in that they were actually called Christians, and I don't think they were given that name until Jesus came.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, the earliest version of the term itself is Christian. It's like with an E instead of an I. Like instead of Christ, it looks like crest. And we see this in the oldest codex for the New Testament. It's called Codex Sinaiticus. In other words, the oldest manuscripts for the New Testament, we are like complete manuscripts we have for the New Testament, use the word Christians whenever it says that we were first called this in Antioch in the 50s. We also have the earliest church writers like Justin Martyr and Marcion using the term Christian or Christus for Jesus or the group. So, yeah. Also, Tacitus. Tacitus says that the Christians were blamed for the fire in Rome by Nero. So when you go to your Bible study tonight and bring up, oh, this guy on TikTok said that Jesus didn't exist, they may bring up Tacitus, but I'd like for you to know that the word that Tacitus uses is Christians. And so that's actually the oldest term for them. And we see that term used in an inscription that dates back as far as 16 BC. So no, the term Christian definitely goes before the supposed ministry of Jesus.
All right. I gotta go pretty soon. Last question I would have is why are you so knowledgeable about something that you don't think existed? You
There's
probably know more than
plenty of people
Christians
who are
know.
really knowledgeable about like the Marvel universe or knowledgeable about Harry Potter. Stephen
That's
Colbert is
not
really
important.
knowledgeable about Lord of the Rings. That okay?
That's not important stuff, though.
This isn't important either. It's fiction.
This is life. This is really important to a lot of
It's not
people.
life at all. In fact, it's literally the opposite of it. It's fiction. It's not real.
Seems very important to you, though, to not.
It's just something I like talking about. That's it. Stephen Colbert likes talking about the Silmarillion. I like talking about the New Testament. It's all got the same amount of evidence.
Well, I wish you used your knowledge to prove Christ, but to
And
each
that
their
wouldn't make a lot
own.
of
Thank you
sense.
for letting
Why
me
would I get
talk.
up here and talk about Harry Potter or Santa Claus as if they were real?
Well, I understand.
I don't think you do,
To each
because you
their
just
own.
kind of made that
But
kind of
thank
weird
you for
comment.
the thank you for bringing that up to me. Like I said, I will talk about that in Bible class. It's interesting.
Come back up here and let me know what they say. Or
Yeah, for
better
sure.
yet, invite them to come up here and give their evidence for why they think Jesus or Paul actually did exist.
Well, everybody's answers will be different, but I know
That's
a lot of
fine.
people.
That's fine. But I mean, I can talk about them all day. Plenty of people give me different answers all the time, and we keep track of it.
It's just an interesting way to spend your time, but
Yep. Tim
Yeah.
Allen spends his time making Santa Claus movies. People can deal with fiction all day long.
yeah. Well, thank you, sir.
Thanks.
I appreciate your time.
All right.
Have a good one.
Let's see. Next person up. Let's see. And by the way, welcome in on YouTube over there. Hello, hello, hello. If you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, you can click the link that's in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and put that into the chat there. Make sure that it's in there. And if you want to come up, click, like I said, click the link that's in the chat. It'll take you over to TikTok. TikTok is how I take guests. YouTube doesn't have that ability. So if you don't have a TikTok or don't want to go leave YouTube to go over to TikTok, I get it. But if you don't want to do that, just send a super chat there on YouTube. I will see it. I will read it out loud and I will respond to it, even if it's just calling me. Let's come up with a different word today. Even if it's coming up, or let's see, even if it's a comment that just says, "Hey, this guy's a moron." I'll read it out loud. I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. Now, give me a chance to respond to it, but I will read it out loud and respond if you send a super chat. Or you can click the link and come up. Yana, rude. No. Elizabeth Heretics on TikTok says, if he started praying, my finger was over the mute button. Yeah, nice, thanks. All right, we got Layla? Is it Layla? Layla, you there? Layla? Layla? Going once? Going twice. Layla, the San Antonio, Texas realtor, has been disconnected. All right. Next up here, we got, is it just Cal?
Yeah, Cal.
Cal. Okay.
Yeah, Cal.
Yeah.
What's up, Jaron? How you doing, man? You're on my live one day.
Oh, yeah. Hey, what's going on, man?
So I got a question for you. I had someone bring up how James is also mentioned by Josephus. Is that also an interpolation?
So the James passage, we don't see any real interpolation with like the James line itself necessarily. It's probably just an interpolation there for the he was the Christ, explicitly pulled from what like Origen was saying in his notes in the early 3rd century. But if you keep reading that paragraph, it'll tell you who the Jesus is. It says Jesus, son of Damnius, who becomes high priest in the early 60s, and then goes on to talk about this Jesus for like 5 or 6 paragraphs.
So it's not even the Jesus aligned with the Bible?
No, it's the wrong time, wrong Jesus. If that was James, the brother of Jesus, who was supposedly, according to Christians, unalived for his faith, I don't understand why he gets unalived in the early 60s, but then all the Gospels that come out after the 60s, very clearly, say that his brothers didn't believe in him.
Okay, yeah.
Like it explicitly says in the Gospel of John, which is the last, and even the Christian scholars and stuff like that say that John comes after 60. Well, the Gospel of John, explicitly says that even his brothers did not believe in him. So
Okay.
I don't know why. And John, that author of the Gospel of John, loves telling the ending. The first 2 times that he brings up Judas Iscariot, he says this is the guy who's going to betray him. The author assumes that you've already read the other Gospels, you're already familiar with certain concepts and stuff like that. When it addresses Bethany, it says this is the hometown of Mary and Martha before ever telling you who they are. It tells the ending for supposed ending for like Peter and potentially John there saying that Peter would die, but John would keep living. It says that at the very end of John. So it's pretty obvious that like the writing is the writer or the author of the Gospel of John is giving away the ending. So it doesn't make a lot of sense that he would explicitly say that like Jesus's brothers wouldn't believe in him without circling back and saying, well, technically one of them does, and he ends up getting unalived for it.
All right. Okay, awesome. Thank you for answering.
Yeah, not a problem. Thanks for coming up. All right. Super chat. I was like, a super chat there. $2 from Christina the Godless says, "This guy's a moron. P.S. Watch Bible Libel on Sunday on TikTok. Bible Libel is a show that is ran by myself as well as Christina the Godless and Matthew, my co-author. Co-author there for this book that goes over this topic. The ebook is $3 and the link is in my bio here on TikTok or on the YouTube profile. If you have any questions or anything like that, you can send them in super chat or request up, especially if you're on TikTok. The request button should be somewhere about here-ish, here, somewhere here, somewhere over there, or down here. Either way. Let's see. No, she did not there, Queen. And then Coy says Cliff on TikTok would eat your lunch. I don't know who Cliff is. Who's Cliff? Who's Cliff? All right. I don't know what that even means. They're back to school. All right. I forgot to record. Will this live be published somewhere? Yes. If you head to YouTube, I've been live on YouTube for about. It'll be somewhere. I would skip to about 18 to 19 minutes. Somewhere about 18 to 19 minutes on YouTube is where it'll be. It'll after this live is over, it'll automatically post about 18 to 19 minutes in. All right. $1.99 from John Yates says, "What about the Gospel of Thomas and the Nag Hammadi text?" Very good question. So the Gospel of Thomas is a sayings gospel. Well, unless you're talking about the infancy Gospel of Thomas, which is insane. So no, we're not even going to consider that. But the Gospel of Thomas, just like that, is a sayings gospel. It has a bunch of just random quotes that they say are from Jesus. Right? It's got most of the quotes are things that are found within the other gospels, but some are original, if you will, or exclusive to the Gospel of Thomas. I mean, it's pretty clearly something that comes out after the other gospels, so it's like a late 2nd century thing. Doesn't get mentioned until like the 3rd or 4th century or so. So it's late, but nevertheless, and so it's not real. But nevertheless, it is interesting. There's actually a line at the end. One of the last quotes of Jesus says that all women will become male, or they will be made to be men. Women will become men in the kingdom, or something. I don't know, some misogynistic bullshit. That's their sexist bullshit. That's all I'm saying. Let's see. But it's definitely late. The Nag Hammadi is definitely something that shows up in about the middle of the 2nd century. So here's the deal. Whenever a gospel is found or discovered or known or something like that, and people go, when do we want to date this to? They will date it to the mid-2nd century at earliest or later, right? And they generally do this. Every once in a while, there might be some minute exceptions. But generally speaking, they will date the non-canonical gospels to about the middle of the 2nd century, or the mid-2nd century, or later. But the reason for this is because there's not a religion that gives a shit about those. That's the thing. When it comes to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, scholars are like, oh, be very, very careful not to put these outside of the 1st century because that's going to upset the people who believe that these were written by people who were eyewitnesses or knew eyewitnesses. Even though we don't have any mention of these things until well into the 2nd century. We're just going to compromise and play ball and just go ahead and put them at the end of the 1st century because that's close-ish to the real time that we get them, but also kind of close to Jesus, so it keeps the Christians happy. It's honest. I'm not even kidding. There is no reason whatsoever to date the anything from the New Testament to the 1st century, but they do because of just compromise with church tradition and conservative scholars who would love to put the New Testament prior to 70 so that the destruction of the temple prophecy is something not just a prophecy for the people in 30 that Jesus supposedly said this to, but for the author themselves who was writing it down. It's bullshit. It's compromise with church tradition and people who believe in magic. It doesn't make any sense. But nevertheless, the Nag Hammadi, they say it's the middle of the 2nd century, and the only other thing I'll say about that is that they get branded as Gnostic because Gnostic is an umbrella term that basically means anything that's not what we call proto-Catholic or, well, Catholic, like mainstream Christian, if you will. So, while they put these things in the middle of the 2nd century and just claimed them to be just Gnostic gospels that are just out there and crazy and insane, all that it is just gospels that come out about the same time as the rest of them. You really think that your 4 gospels are special? There's no evidence of them in the 1st century, but sure, they came out in the 1st century, and then people waited about 80 to 100 years to write more gospels, and then wrote a ton. No. Your 4 gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, came out at the same time as all the other bullshit. That's just how that works. You're not special. All right. Now, I'm not talking to you specifically, John Yates. I think that you're just asking the question. But I'm saying like you, like the people who would say that these gospels are super early. All right. $5 from Olorin. I think I'm getting close. Lauren 2028 says, you're just a dirt farmer from Texas. Look at your hat. There we go. Do you have proof? No mermaids. So, all right. Here's the deal. Fish do not have, like things with scales do not have tails that go like this. Those are mammals. And a mermaid has scales. That wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. Also, I guess it's somewhere about the hip or whatever that it turns into a fish. And so if that was the case, going like this wouldn't work that wouldn't work for a human, like with the pelvis. It's impossible. Also, the skin wouldn't work as well out there, and none of this makes any sense. It is impossible for a mermaid to exist. The biology of a mermaid does not allow for it to exist and to allow for it to swim. So a mermaid is not real. I don't need proof of no mermaids. It's just in and of itself, by definition, impossible. $4.99. I see you, Ben. I'll get to you in just a second. $4.99 there from Adrian of Christ says, a lot of faithful Christians believe because of their personal spiritual interactions that nothing else could explain. Mine happened when speaking Jesus' name. And I mean, that's fine. You know, if you believe that Jesus healed you or saved you or jerked you off yesterday, that's fine. I don't care. I'm not really talking about Jesus today. I'm talking about Jesus as presented by the New Testament, which would be 2,000 years ago. Adrian of Christ is not mentioned in the New Testament. Jesus is not talked about 2,000 years in the future. He's talked about at that particular point in time, sometime before 36, because that's when Pilate was dismissed. And when we compare that to history, we can see that it just doesn't line up. It's very problematic. So if you believe in a Jesus who exists today, okay. Like, I don't know how you would know that that's explicitly Jesus. Like, how did you rule out, like, Zeus was actually doing you a favor, even though you called him a different name? You called him Jesus. Or maybe he thought that you said, hey, Zeus, whenever you said, hey, Zeus. You're like, hey, Zeus. And he's like, I got you, fam. Don't look into that, crazy people who think that Jesus means Zeus. Doesn't. $5 from Amy Morrow says, I've always considered the Bible to be the same as Aesop's fables. Just stories saying don't be a shitty person. Yeah, except the Bible is also filled with things saying be a shitty person. So if you're getting your morals from it, it's like finding the hay in the needle stack, is what I always say. But, I mean, okay. But as long as you don't take it seriously, I guess that's at least a step in the right direction. But I would just say toss the whole thing out. As my good friend Joel from Joel Reads Bible says, It's time to dump the Bible. Anyways, and I think Hump Day Dump Day is actually today. So make sure to check out Joel Reads Bible today. Now, on to you, Ben. What you got there, Ben?
Hey, Darren. So actually, I'm on here by accident because
God
I
damn it.
was I know I was making a joke in the comments when you were talking about mermaids and saying that they don't have scales, and I says you, and I think that it was accidentally interpreted that I had something to say about your topic.
Oh, so
But
somebody invited you?
yeah, somebody invited me, and I didn't. This is my first TikTok live that I've actually been a part of, and it's by accident. Um, but I
You're
come
doing
in
great.
and
Keep it up.
oh, thank you. I come in and sometimes I chat and I listen to you a lot, and I think that you're doing a great job, and I don't have anything to disprove, Jesus or Paul, or prove Jesus and Paul existed or whatever. I just enjoy learning from you, and I've already purchased your book,
Oh, thank you.
the ebook.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, so I just wanted to stay on here and tell you I appreciate you and I
Thanks.
enjoy learning from you. And
Thanks.
and so my first TikTok live is definitely
And
a fun accidental experience.
and it's going so well that I've got to here we're gonna go ahead and take it down a notch. There
All
you
right,
go.
queef. Queef, queef.
He doesn't know how to get out of here, and that's the best part.
I don't, because this is my first live.
Yeah, and so I'm just gonna let him sit in it.
No. Oh wait,
No one
I
knows
do have.
what it means, but it's provocative. It gets the people going.
How do I drop? Oh no. Oh, disconnect. I got you. All right, see you, Jared.
Pull the lever, Kronk.
Anyways, he did it. He did it 3 times. You're not supposed to say the Q word. All right. All right. Let's see. $2 from Dionysian Mass says, happy birthday from Joel. You know what? You know how I told you guys to go watch Joel Reads Bible later today? Maybe don't. Maybe sit this week out. Maybe sit this week out. No, go watch him.
Oh my.
No, watch him. Against my better judgment, I'm gonna recommend him. Fine. Okay. I don't know why AZ Mike has it out for Joel. I don't know. I have no idea. All right, and then $1.99 from Adrian of Christ says, "Be safe, my brother. I'll be praying for you." And then some little looks like a judo chop or something, like a wah, like that kind of thing. You guys ever play that game? No, you weren't. You weren't. Fucking weird ass band kids. Fucking band geeks. All right. Well, some of you. I feel like there were some of you. I feel like I could probably name off the top of my head probably 3 of my friends in here who were band geeks. Just absolute fucking nerds. Anyways. I'm going to start with Ash. Anyways. We're not doing it. Then we're going to go to Vice. No, well, she may have been a theater kid. All right. So, all right. Anyways. Let's see. If anybody has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Come on up. The request button is right there, down there. Bree, we know you weren't a band geek. You were just homeschooled. Worst of the worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
All right. The band director for 29 years. Oh, yeah, I saw that video, AJ. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. That was a different kind of weird. All right. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, I want to hear from you. If you're on YouTube, click the link that's in the chat. I'll go ahead and put another link. You might need to scroll up a little bit for it because I think there's a little bit of a delay. But you can definitely definitely click that link that's in the chat, and I will. I'll bring you up. If you don't have a TikTok, you can send a super chat, and I'll read it out loud and respond to it. If you're on TikTok, man, there's 290 people out there. Look, here we're gonna have to do it. We're gonna have to do it. We're gonna have to do it. If you are a Bible-believing Christian, you should absolutely want to get up here and give evidence for Jesus 2,000 years ago. Because 1 Peter 3:15 says, always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give a reason or give their reason for the hope that you have, but do this with gentleness and respect. That is 1 Peter 3:15. It's not my words, it's the Bible's words. If you don't come up here, according to 1 Peter 3:15, and respectfully give the evidence for Jesus and or Paul existing 2,000 years ago, you're going to make God upset. Sorry. I'm very sorry. If you died tonight, even those people who think that they are Bible-believing Christians, Jesus would look you dead in the eyes and say, depart from me, I never knew you. You didn't take time out of your busy schedule to talk to the cowboy on YouTube or TikTok, or the guy that looks like a cowboy. You didn't do it. You didn't do it. Come up here, give me evidence, or God gets upset. And when God gets upset, he unalives a puppy. Unalives a puppy. The same puppy. Twice. It's not my rules. It's his rules. Look it up. Look it up. He unalives a puppy twice. Look it up. Go ahead. Look it up. Look it up. Look it up. It's in the book of Malachi. Don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. 1 Peter 3:15, always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded of you, depending on the translation. Do so respectfully, though. Always proselytize respectfully. Stay thirsty, my friends. Please drink responsibly, and please proselytize respectfully. All right. Angry anti-theist in the chat on on TikTok says, Malachi is prophecy about Jesus. What the fuck, Darren? No. Maybe. It's classified. It's classified. All right. GDB. I'm not. Oh, gasp. Gasp. I think I've got a gasp sound. Yeah, pretty sure. Right here. There it is. All right. Please prophylactic responsibly. Steph says, set your phasers to love me.
Oh, shit.
Wait, hold on. All right. Let's see here. As a millennial, I see why they make fun of us. Yeah. All right. Give us evidence for Jesus or Paul, guys. What's going on? There's got to be some evidence for Jesus or Paul. There's got to be some. It's got to be out there. It's got to be. Now, I feel like Alan Smith, 6482, I feel like he's probably got some evidence for Jesus or Paul. I feel like he's probably got it.
Best shot. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Do you think that Jesus or Paul existed 2,000 years ago?
Yes. I'm an
So it sounds
atheist,
like
by
you
the
got some
way.
gross, but it sounds like you got some evidence.
It's gross that I'm an atheist.
Yeah.
Are you an atheist?
Maybe. It's classified. But still, Alan, what you got? What's the evidence that convinced you that Jesus existed 2,000 years ago?
I've never really doubted it, so I don't think my evidence is going to be good, but I think the
Never doubted it. Wait, hold
Correct.
on. Are you one of those atheists who was like born an atheist, a la Storm, a creator on TikTok that everybody should follow, and her boyfriend Amadeus Almighty? But anyways, well, Amadeus Almighty, I don't think was born atheist, but is that what you're saying? Like, because all of us were born atheist. Is that what you're saying? Like that you never? Like, are you one of those people that
Oh,
just never actually believed that Jesus was God or anything?
No, I was born a Christian into a Christian household. I became
Well,
an
you
atheist at
can't be born a
around
Christian. That doesn't
13.
make any sense. Everyone's born atheist. But as far as you were born into a Christian household, that makes sense. Okay,
Mhm.
so you were raised Christian. Now,
Yeah.
here's the thing.
Sure.
Why did you never doubt it? If you left the religion, it sounds like that's called we in the biz, we call that deconstruction. So
Yes, I've
you
heard.
deconstructed your belief in apparently a god, but you didn't deconstruct your belief in a story like the story that presented God.
Correct. I think my deconstructed was centered around materialism. So it was very easy for me from there to reject the supernatural claims of Jesus, but I didn't see any need to reject the natural claims, such that he was a real itinerant preacher, et cetera, et cetera.
Quick pause here for the cause. Bree, Gold Star Atheist is crazy work. Like crazy. Anyways, so Alan, listen. So you looked at the Bible and you said these people are crazy because they're trying to get me to believe something that's not a real concept, like miracles and stuff.
Mhm.
But you never questioned whether or not the story that they like about the guy that they said did the miracles was real.
Correct. I mean, any part in the Bible, it lives on a continuum between truth and myth. I mean, obviously Adam is a myth, right? But
Okay, so you determine that Adam, who's presented as just a normal guy who can't do miracles, he didn't exist. But Jesus, the guy who's presented as he can do miracles, that guy, he at least existed in some natural form. How did you determine that?
well, Adam is presented as the first human
Yeah,
in a
and Jesus is
very
presented as
supernatural.
a god.
Um, I I actually disagree. I think that
I mean, he is.
the gospel, well, that's a Christian view, right? But the
Well,
gospels
I
just
mean,
have a
that's the
high
gospel view.
Christology. No, I mean that's up for debate, right? And there's a lot of debates on what the Christology is exactly in the gospels. I think that the gospel
Is he not?
writers,
Is he not? Does he not have the transfiguration where he's able to like communicate with like dead people and bring them back to life and make them like glow and stuff? Does he not have miraculous abilities?
yeah, that doesn't make him God though.
Yeah, it does. That's what a god is. A god is something that interacts in a supernatural way with the natural world. That's a god.
N- Not to my definition. I think a lot of people in
A
your
god,
chat.
a god explicitly is something that is supernatural or interacts with the natural world in a supernatural way that is worshipped. That is a god. That's a definition. That's the textbook definition of a god.
Okay, I guess I disagree. Do you think that angels are gods?
They would be demigods, yes.
Okay. In
Either
that case,
that or under that description, if you really want to be technical, they're not worshipped, so they're not gods. But
okay.
Jesus is worshipped. He's worshipped in the Gospels. He's also able to interact with the natural world in a supernatural way in all four Gospels. Regardless of if he says, I am God, that's what you're saying, like for Christology. That's really all you're leaning upon.
I'm leaning upon what the gospel authors thought.
Yeah, and the Gospel authors thought that he was capable of like interacting with storms and raising dead people back to life.
Yes, and I don't
So
think
that would be
makes
a
him-
God.
I don't think. Sure. To your
Yeah.
definition, I've understood it. I think it's a type of God. I don't think. it
Well,
was
a type of God is
categorized as
still a God.
Well, did you hear the end of my sentence?
I mean, it doesn't really make any difference. The point is, why did you never consider the idea that Jesus didn't exist?
So the two evidences I was going to give today, and I think you're going to find them very lacking, are the embarrassing stories of Jesus.
The embarrassing
such
stories.
as, yes, such as being baptized by John the Baptist, such
Okay.
as getting mad, such as not being able to perform
And
some
that's
miracles.
embarrassing. And baptized as being that's embarrassing.
Yes.
Okay. Can you name one person who made fun of the Christians because Jesus was baptized?
Can you make fun the Jews? Done.
When did they do that?
I guess I don't exactly know, but
Okay, yeah.
I'm
Is
very
there
sure
any
it did
text
happen.
that says, "Oh, hey, the Christians worship a guy who was baptized"?
If I find it, will you
Yeah,
convert to my?
yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let me try. While I try to find that, my other argument was just going to be a general epistemology argument that you should probably follow the experts. Are you a historian expert?
I'm a data scientist. Yes.
That is not a historian.
Well, I'm a historian as well, by textbook definition. But as far as a data scientist, I've gone over the New Testament. I use stellometry on it. I'm quoted by multiple scholars on this particular topic. So yeah, I'd be an expert on it. Yes, I'm not a scholar. I am an expert on it.
Or do you have credentials in history?
I have credentials in data science, which is what I'm quoted for and cited for.
Why? I think this is a very no. I'm sorry. I think this is a very simple no for you to answer. You could just say, nope, I'm not a specialist.
I'm not a scholar. I am a specialist. I'm a historian. I do not have, but I told you I'm not my degree is in like data science. I'm a data scientist.
So you're not an accredited historian that went to school and
I did not
specialized
go
in
to
that?
school for history. I went to school for data science. That's why I'm cited for data science and not history.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Fair. You don't think we should trust the majority of scholars that say that Jesus did exist?
It depends on their evidence. What is their evidence? I mean,
I'm
at a
making a
certain
more
point, the majority
general.
of scholars, the most brilliant minds on the world, at one point, the majority of them believed that the sun went around the earth, but they didn't have any evidence. So I don't give two flying fucks what people's opinion is. I care about the evidence. And a data scientist, by the way, they're the actual people who are actually going to take a look at the text and determine whether or not it's authentic or it comes up at this particular point in time or was written by this person. An archaeologist would be the person who actually digs up things and potentially dates them. They're the actual people who are out there doing the work. That's actual scientists. Historians are generally just people who take a look at things and say, hey, this is this particular field of study based off of this scientist's work. I'm going to date this and I'm going to present it. A scholar who has gone to some kind of seminary or some kind of university explicitly for theology or explicitly for religious studies of some kind, some religion department field, what they're going to do is they're going to give their opinion based off of the work that actual scientists have done. So, I mean, even if I didn't have a history degree, if I had an archaeology degree and I was an archaeologist, I would still have a much better understanding of like the groundwork and the way that we actually date these things than some scholar who sits in an ivory tower at some Ivy League school and says, oh, hey, this is my opinion on something. So me being a data scientist does not in any way, shape, or form somehow detract from the idea that I'm an expert here.
I disagree, but
Well, I understand,
you
but your
think
lack of understanding is not a valid argument against mine. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or any evidence that anybody made fun of him for being baptized?
Are you prepared to let me finish question? Sorry,
If you
sentences?
have the evidence that you were looking for, please present it.
Is that a no?
You were looking for evidence. What'd you find?
I asked you a question. Are you going to answer it?
You're going to find the evidence and you're going to present it. Is what you're going to do because you were looking for that before you ever started your question.
Okay. I actually thought you were going to be nice, but
That's not a
you're
problem. What
even.
evidence do you have?
Again, you interrupted me. I'm going to finish my sentence. I thought you were going to be nice. I thought this would be a fun conversation.
Sweet.
But
This is a fun
you're not.
conversation. We're looking for
Again,
proof that people
you're-
made fun of the Christians because their savior was baptized. You said that was embarrassing. Please provide the
You're-
evidence that it was embarrassing.
You're not letting me finish my sentence. I'm exiting this conversation.
All right. You
I'm
can run
saying
if you
that-
want, but please
sure.
provide the evidence if you can.
Are you going to let me like?
You
run
can present
and
the evidence.
finish my
That's perfectly
sentence?
fine.
Okay, you're not going to even let me.
Are
do it.
you
All
going to
right,
present
have a
the
very
evidence?
good
Did
day.
you find anything? Tell your mom I said hey. It's ridiculous. He didn't find anything, which is why he decided to just blather on. At a certain point, they start at a certain point they start complaining about the fact that they can't get out a sentence when you could hear him typing. You could hear him typing away at Google searches or ChatGPT or whatever to try to figure out if we had any evidence that it was embarrassing or somebody made fun of the baptism of Jesus. I told him that I would buy into his belief if he presented this evidence. He then went to try to find the evidence. He couldn't find it, and then he started to complain about other things that were peripheral to that conversation. All right, Martin, I don't want to mispronounce your last name, but Martin, how's it going?
Good. How about you?
Hey, doing good. What you got?
Nothing. I just came up here to tell the moderator who keeps inviting me that I cannot prove to you or anyone that comes up to you that Jesus is real or anything like that, because what you require is proof. And everyone who comes up to you trying to show you proof, their foundation is based on faith, not proof. So every single conversation that they try to engage with you, it's meaningless.
Do you think that Jesus or Paul existed 2,000 years ago?
Whether I can prove it or not,
I didn't ask if
not
you
gonna
could prove
change
it.
anything.
I asked if that's what you think. Is that what you believe?
I have faith in Jesus, and I believe, yeah.
Okay. Well, you do realize that other religions have faith as well, right? Like someone could have faith that Jesus didn't exist.
That's fine.
So how would you determine that your faith is more accurate than theirs?
Didn't say my faith was more accurate.
Right.
It's my
But
faith.
do you care about what you're putting your faith into? Do you care about whether or not your faith is put into something that's wrong?
Yeah, but that's what.
Okay, well then how did you determine that your faith was more accurate than someone who would have the exact opposite faith? Because if
Well,
you
my
care
faith
about it, you
isn't
would want
better
to make
than
sure
anyone
that's
else's.
correct. Say what?
My faith isn't better than anyone else's.
I know I didn't ask for better per se. I asked for more accurate. You said that you care about whether or not your faith is put into something that's true. And that's a good thing. That is a good thing. I want to commend you on that. That is good. So if that's something that you care about, then you should want to find reasons to why you believe a particular thing. If you believe something happened in history, what would be your reason for believing that? What was the evidence you were presented?
There was no evidence presented. It's just the relationship I have with God.
Well, then how are you going to determine that your faith was put in something true?
Because that's my faith.
I mean, I understand, but you said that you care about whether or not it's placed in something true, and you also recognize that people put their faith in things that could be opposite to you. So if you care, then you got to try to find the difference. You got to try to find out how yours is somehow true while theirs isn't. Because it sounds like you don't care. You're saying you care, but it also sounds like you don't care. You just want to have the faith.
But then that would be basically saying that I don't. That there's some part of me that has doubt. That
No, it's not
Jesus,
doubt.
Paul, ever
It's not
existed.
doubt. It's not doubting to make sure that everything's okay. Like that's the thing. Like you might not have a good reason to believe that, like, for instance, your football team is going to, or your favorite football team is going to win the Super Bowl the next year or something like that. You might say, hey, this is our year. I think we're going to win. And you might not doubt that claim, but you still check the standings every once in a while to see how they're doing. You're not doubting it. You're just checking in to make sure everything is still good on that belief.
Yeah, but you also have to understand that if I go down the road that you're talking about, I will end up where you are. Because you are very,
And?
very knowledgeable about the Bible.
Do you not want to be knowledgeable
which is
about the Bible?
unfortunate versus-
I mean, what you're saying is a good thing. You want to be knowledgeable about whether or not a text that a billion people on this planet actually say this is true. You want to be knowledgeable about whether or not it is true. You want to have that ability, right? Because I mean, there's over a billion people that say, "Hey, this Bible is true," but then there's another billion people that say Jesus didn't even die on the cross, and he's not the Son of God. Okay. I mean, if you were to literally take all the people on the planet who have a faith and get them all in a big group, I mean, good luck with that, but just a whole big group, and then you were to draw a circle around the people who believe in a faith that is your faith, like yours specifically, the total number of people outside of that circle would the total number of people outside that circle, they would outnumber the people inside the circle. That means that faith, statistically speaking, points you in the wrong direction. There are more people who disagree with your faith than people who agree with your faith in total. Because if you're a Christian, I don't know if that's what you are, but I have no idea. But if you're a Christian, then you would have to add up the Muslims, you'd have to add up the Hindus, you'd have to add up the Buddhists, you'd have to add up well, technically speaking, the Jewish people. Technically, it depends on your version of that. But you'd have to add up all the atheists, or well, not the atheists necessarily, because they don't really have a faith. You'd have to add up the Scientologists, the Jainists, anything else. You'd have to add them all up, and they would outnumber the people who have a faith like you. And that shows that faith is not good enough to get you to the truth in and of itself. You need something else. You need some evidence. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and that makes sense, and that's why Jesus says narrow is the path. Not a lot of people are going to be able
that just
to
sounds like somebody
just have
writing
faith.
something to try to make it sound as if this really obscure belief is the one that you should go with instead of what everybody else is doing. But anyways, what is your evidence that Jesus even said that?
The Bible and faith.
How
like
did
you
you
said,
determine
like-
that the Bible was accurate when it said Jesus says this? How did you determine that was
God's
historically
word.
accurate? You say, what'd you say?
Because it's God's word.
Because it says it is? I mean, what you're saying is, I believe that the Bible is true because Jesus in the Bible says it's true, and I determined that actually happened, and he did actually say it because the Bible is God's word, but I determined that it's God's word because the Bible says it's God's word. So you're just going, it's just a circular argument. You just picked up a book, you believe that book, and you didn't question it. There's no evidence whatsoever that it's God's word. There's no evidence that any of it is historically accurate unless you compare it to something outside of the Bible. Unless you can connect it to something outside of the Bible, it's just a book.
But it's not just the book. It's
Okay,
having
well
a
then prove
relationship
that it's
with
not
him.
just a book. How did you determine that when it said Jesus says this, that actually happened? Prove that it's not just a book. Prove that it actually happened.
That's the thing.
You can't?
I can't, and no one else can prove to
Then
someone
that's
else,
not very
hey,
good,
this
is it?
Jesus.
That's not very good. You think that God, in his infinite wisdom, he's all powerful, he's all knowing, and he can't find a way to prove that this story about his son actually happened? The only thing is you just got to believe this book, and the only way you hear about this book is through other humans who tell you about the book. Like God himself didn't come down and give you the book. God himself didn't come down and say, hey, this is the story. You heard it from some human. You had to rely on a human. And a human that picked a particular denomination of this belief that comes from the book. Like, what? Like,
Well, it wasn't another human, and it's not.
I mean, it was. Like, a human told you about Jesus.
Yeah, but they didn't give me the faith.
Yeah, no. You believed it. That's because you trusted that human. You trusted that human to not lie to you, which is why you never looked into it. And then they told you that all you need to do is just believe it, and believe it because it tells you to believe it, and don't look for evidence, which is why you came up here and said, oh, it's all about faith. You bought into what that human told you and what that human wrote in that book. You just bought into it. You're just as duped as literally anybody else. If Tom Cruise shows up and he reads some like Dianetics, or he reads like any Church of Scientology books from L. Ron Hubbard, and these texts say that this is true, and it tells you that you need to follow this particular religion and you need to do this particular thing in order to actually be in touch with your thetans or whatever the dumb shit they believe is, and basically he bought into that. Someone introduced him, a human introduced him to a book and a religion created by a human, and he bought into it. He was duped. He was deceived. And he doesn't want to leave it, no matter how bad the religion gets, no matter how much evidence he actually finds for it, because there's no evidence for it. He doesn't want to leave it because he's bought into it. You're the same way. You've bought into the Bible because a human told you about a book that another human wrote, about a religion that a human created, or humans created. You don't have any evidence, and you admitted that you don't care about evidence because you just have faith, because the book written by a human, presented by a human, tells you to just have faith. You just took it. You just obeyed.
I understand what you're saying about the proof and, hey, go seek out other, things outside the Bible and stuff like that. I completely understand where you're coming from. But like I said, somebody just didn't come up to me and say, hey, this is the Bible, this is Jesus, you believe it, and if you don't believe it.
So how did you hear about the Bible?
It just from life. Hey, there's a God. Oh, who's God? He's the one
who said, hey, there's a God? Who said that? Was that a human?
Everybody
Okay,
knows
so
about God.
so in other words, it wasn't a human, it was a human. That's what you said. A human didn't introduce the book, but then you literally said, oh, hey, there's a God. You literally quoted a human telling you about it. You said, a human didn't introduce me, and then you ended up quoting a human who introduced you. What are you talking about?
There's a God. They didn't say God was real.
Okay, well, I didn't ask you about a God then. Tell me how you found out about the Bible. How did you find out about the Bible for the first time in your life? Was it a human?
No, I saw a Bible, picked it up, and read it.
Okay. Did this Bible materialize out of thin air?
It was just sitting on a table, and I said, what is this?
Okay, who put it on the table?
Somebody in my family, my mom,
Okay,
my dad,
so was that a human? Is your family human?
Yes.
Yeah, a human introduced you to something. The table didn't materialize. That was probably your family table. This house that you were in wasn't yours. It didn't belong to you as a kid. It belonged to your family, who was human. And then the Bible itself belonged to your family, and they placed it there, and you probably just read it or whatever. A human introduced you to it. In fact, you're more or less admitting you were raised in a Christian family of humans. A human introduced you to this. God did not do this. It did not just happen naturally. It is a human construct. A human introduced you to this text, and you all but admitted that it was a family member who you probably trusted. So if you asked any questions about it, this trusted family member told you that this was real, and you just believed it.
That's the thing, is like you don't.
Is that correct? Did you just believe it because your parents told you it? Did you just believe it?
No, I don't believe any human being, not even myself. That's the problem that you are assuming from me.
You don't believe any human being.
Believe.
Okay, did a human being write the New Testament?
Technically, yes,
but you don't believe any human being, right? So that means you can't trust the New Testament. Okay, well then give me the evidence outside the New Testament for Jesus.
That's the thing. You want evidence.
Sweet. Yeah. Well, you said you don't believe any human being, so give me the evidence. See how dumb that statement was?
You want evidence.
Yeah, because you said you don't trust human beings. Give me an evidence.
It's called faith, man.
Cool. And the only reason you have that faith is because of human beings, right?
That is your interpretation of it, man.
How'd you hear the name Jesus? Is it from the Bible?
Through the Bible.
Yep. Who was written by humans, correct? Which was written by humans, correct?
I see what you're going with this.
Yeah, and it's because you made a really fucking stupid comment. And you know you did, which is why you keep circling back around and stepping in shit.
That's completely fine.
You think it's fine to just keep stepping in shit?
It's my faith.
I mean, I get that it's your faith, but you've also shown 372 people on TikTok and 412 people that you have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
That's fine. I don't care what I seem to other people.
That makes sense. All right. Well, tell your mom I said hey, okay, Martin? We're going to go ahead and move on to somebody else. All right. It's 416. It says 405 to me. I think mine's just kind of delayed. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, hello. If you're watching on TikTok, hello. If you're on TikTok, the request button should be now above JoJo or JoJo's head there. If you have any evidence for Juicer Paul and you're on YouTube, click the link that's in the chat and come over here on TikTok. It'll be a lot of fun. Trust me. As long as you don't get in a circle like that last guy. That guy is crazy. All right, JoJo, how's it going? What you got?
Hey, all right. So I'm just a fellow researcher, and I got some questions.
Okay.
All right. So the therapeutics that Philo mentions.
The therapeutic? Okay.
Yeah. How are we connecting that with Christianity? I know you had said
Epiphanius
something.
and Eusebius said that they were the first Christian monks.
And so, have you done any research on connecting that to ancient Christians?
I mean, that.
I haven't done
what
no
I just said.
independent studying on the. Yeah, so that's the only research you done was the church fathers.
I mean, other than that, they're in Alexandria. They also have practices that are very close to Pliny the Younger in 111. I mean, if you want to go ahead and toss out those people and say that they're not reliable, then I mean, there goes most of Christian history. So I mean, that's how that works.
Yeah, nah. Oh, have you read any source material
on what? The only mention of the therapeutai that, like, in books that we still have today is Philo's On the Contemplative Life, and then from Epiphanius and Eusebius. There's not really a lot of writings about them. There's some inscriptions of them, from areas, but
yeah, there's a scholar named G.R.S. Mead. I don't know if you're familiar with G.R.S. Mead. He dropped a book called Faith in the Forgotten Fragments.
Okay.
And there he lists down a lot of resources on the church fathers and stuff like that. But he also he publishes, like, he is a translator of ancient Coptic texts. He's the whole reason why we got the Pistis Sophia translated in English. He was one of the first
this
ones.
is an old book. This is from 1900s. Okay.
Yeah, if you go to
literally
the table
1900.
of contents,
yeah. Okay.
If you go to the table of contents, he has source material for therapeutics. Now, I ain't read
Is
those.
it like the therapeutai? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't know how to say their name. Let's just call them therapists. Between you, let's just call them therapists to make this conversation go flowing.
Okay.
Okay, so I haven't read the source material he gives out because I jumped to the oracles of Corinthians that Paul speaks of, and so that led me to some of these Greek incubation temples and their methods. And so what I found was fascinating is when I'm studying this, the last temple of Serapis, that was an incubation temple, and I'm over here watching AD, the documentary of AD, and it's like they're not saying it, but they're flashing visuals of, like, Ptolemy, right? So it's
Ptolemy.
Like when you're watching, yeah. So when you're watching AD, they're like, I'm not saying like psychic kung fu, but you know how they do, but it's like they kind of want us to focus on Ptolemy, right?
Ptolemy.
And
the P is silent.
And not the Roman, and not Ptolemy.
Like songs,
Ptolemy.
yeah.
All right, yeah. It's
or
tight.
pneumonia.
All right. Yeah, but it takes the focus away from the church fathers, and so I've been looking to Serapis as an incubation temple, and just seeing the procedures that they carry out is, I'm pretty sure, is gonna be similar to the therapeutic. But like I said, I haven't looked into the source material. I know I gave it to you to, you know what I'm saying, because that's what we do.
Mhm.
We help each other out.
Right.
But I haven't looked into it yet.
I mean, I'll check out what this
That's why
Mead guy
that's why I'm
has.
asking you.
It's pretty interesting. I don't know if I've read anything from him, but I mean, he focused primarily on Gnostics and stuff like that. It's possible that he talks a little bit about it. I don't know.
Oh, so you haven't traced like Christianity with like the Greek incubation temples?
I mean, Serapis and Christianity go pretty much hand in hand, especially early on within Christianity. But like, I'm not sure exactly. I'm not sure exactly what you've found. I mean, it sounds interesting. I mean, he's a little confused, but he's got the spirit.
Yeah. So what we're seeing in Serapis time, right around Alexandria, whatever, that Greek, all that Greek shit, it was used for exorcism. Like that exorcism is what was going on in these Greek incubation temples, right? I would give you out some sources, but I'm pretty sure you can find your own trail.
Oh yeah,
But,
if you want to send over something in the DM, that's perfectly fine.
I'll give you one book. It's called. Damn, can't believe I'm giving
Is it
out
from
my
Kendrick
sources.
Lamar? What?
Nah. Soul Body by Carl Alfred Meir. He took over the Jungian Society Institute right after Carl Jung.
Interesting. Yeah,
Something
just
like that.
send me a DM on it. I
Um,
want to hear what you're talking about. But I
yeah.
mean,
So
it sounds like you're kind of peripheral or kind of close to what we're talking about here. But yeah.
yeah. All right. So the Greek incubation temple was used for exorcisms, right? So in the 3rd century AD, you'll see exorcisms in Greek as well on papyri that are at the museum. And I've been arguing with some Catholics here on TikTok, and they're like, "Oh, them dirty Gnostics and da 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 da." But hey, you know, I can just pretend to be them, get some information and stuff like that. But yeah, the Coptic texts that are coming out of the museum, like 3rd century AD, it's all exorcism, and it's in Greek, or it's Coptic, but Coptic's also considered Greek, right? And it's in Egypt. And so you go all the way down to, I'm pretty sure the Septuagint time, there were Greek incubation temples around that time doing exorcism as well. I don't know, man. I thought that was fascinating, and I thought that was some good stuff. But you know, I could be alone on this.
No, just send me a DM on it. Send me a DM on it. I'll check it out. I'll check out what you're finding. Deal?
All right, yeah.
Yeah. Just let me know. Let me know, because I'm interested in what you're saying there. But yeah, just send it over.
All right, I got you.
Yeah, everybody, that was JoJo. Everybody, that was JoJo. All right. Let's see. $2 there on Super Chat. There again, if you're on YouTube, send a Super Chat. I will read it out loud and respond to it. Unfortunately, $2 there from Everlasting Godstopper, so you know what it's going to be about. He says a lively discussion about queefing moms. That can't be the AI, guys. That can't be the AI. If it is, and by the way, was that the first one? I think that was the first one officially. Wow, we made it all the way. I'm proud of you guys. We made it all the way to like over an hour before all that nonsense started. We're not 489 of those things. Damn. Anyways, $5 from Vlad Kingston says, "Hey, I know YouTube takes a good amount of what you earn. Do you have a Zelle I can send to? Want to show my appreciation for your work?" So, we do have a Cash App. There's a Cash App. It's $, which I think is for everybody. The username is CBJ Book. So like Christ Before Jesus Book. CBJ Book. Yeah. I mean, if you wanted to send it that way, you definitely could. But honestly, I feel like the good thing about super chats there on YouTube is that like there's an interaction as well. The only thing, TikTok has guests or gifs as well, and I see the gifs and I try to react to them whenever I see them like on the actual like TikTok side because they do a lot of like face stuff. I'll try to do that, and thank you very, very much for the gifts. That I really appreciate it, and definitely helps out with the book. We are now, I mean, Matthew is going through and adding so much to this book. Like, I sincerely think this is going to be over 500 pages. I mean, it's over 500 pages. And I'll let you guys know if anybody was like concerned about like any like hardcovers or something like that, because these are just like paperbacks. We've already reached out to the person who we hired as an artist for the first couple books there. And we're like, hey, do you do hardcovers and stuff? And they do. So we may get like some hardcovers that have like a special cover on it or whatever. But I don't know if anybody is actually that interested in those. The reason we don't have them is because they're too expensive. Like they're way too expensive to produce. So they have to have a high cost there on Amazon. I don't understand why anybody would want those. If you want them, we'll make them available. How's that? But I don't waste your money on the hardcover unless you're just like, oh, I just want like some collector's edition thing. Unless you're just doing that. But get the ebook. Get the ebook. The ebook is the cheapest way to go. Just get the ebook. Anyways, AJC. AJC.
Yeah.
What you got?
Yeah, do you believe in the existence of God?
What?
Do you believe in the existence of God?
Yeah.
You do?
Sure.
Is this going to be in any way distinguished from the beliefs in like the Christian faith?
No.
No?
Nope.
So you believe in so you don't believe in a triune God?
What?
So you do not believe in a triune God?
No, I believe in the God of the Christians, the original Christians.
Of the original Christians, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you do know that like Polycarp of Smyrna, like
Polycarp is a heretic.
Oh no, he held to the idea of there being an identical substance within God, and that the divine substance is just going to be something that's going to be materially identical to the actual hypostasis.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Polycarp is a heretic.
Okay, so like, can you produce like or motivate the claim that he's a heretic?
Yeah, he believes that Jesus is a descendant of Yahweh.
Okay, how is this in any way going to be heretical?
Because Jesus is not a descendant of Yahweh; he is a descendant of God the Father.
Okay, what's going to be the distinction between Yahweh and God the Father?
Yahweh is the demiurge who created the world and set the laws in motion. God the Father is a previously unknown God who is the Father of Jesus, who sends his Son down in order to ransom humanity's souls from Yahweh, this cruel and unjust God of the Old Testament. Why on earth would you believe opposite? This is actually from the first Gospel, Evangelion, published in 144.
Okay, so that didn't really answer the question. What's going to be the distinction between the demiurge and the Father?
I already gave you that. Just because you didn't understand it doesn't mean that it's a valid argument
is there
against
going to be
it.
like some kind of what I'm asking here is there going to be like some kind of like ontological distinction between the two?
One is the God who's created the world, and one is the God who cares about the world.
Okay, so is creation going to be an essential property that is intrinsic to the divinity?
This has nothing to do with whether or not Jesus existed. Please present evidence for Jesus.
Oh, so you don't want to answer the question?
No, I want to stay on topic. This is the thing.
Is that the point?
I want to stay on topic. Please stay on topic.
Hold on. How am I going to motivate the existence of Jesus Christ if you don't
because Jesus is a historical claim. It does not require a God or anything like that. It's just a historical claim. Because it's my life. That being said, please stay on topic.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to like stop interrupting me.
Not a problem. Please stay on topic, and I won't interrupt you.
So how am I going to motivate the claim from P1 that Jesus Christ exists if you don't even believe in the same conception of said being?
In no way, shape, or form is that a question that makes any sense, because we're talking about reality, and in reality, we can deal with whether or not someone existed in history based off of evidence that you could possibly provide. If you don't have any evidence for them, I'm not just going to.
Wait, can you define reality real quick?
Yes, it's what we exist in right now. Yeah, sweet. It's what we exist in right now. Do you have any evidence that you could present at all that Jesus existed in the reality that we are in right now, 2,000 years ago in Judea, as presented by the New Testament?
So are you like not going to answer the question? So that we can
What I'm
move on
going to tell you
to
is
the
that
main point that
what I'm going to
you
tell
think is
you
the
is
main
to
point.
stay on topic, because if you don't stay on topic, you will be dropped. I don't have any problem with disconnecting somebody who doesn't want to stay on topic. The topic is whether or not Jesus, as presented by the New Testament, existed. Please stay on topic and please provide evidence for that.
I'll answer the question. And I'll move on.
Sweet. Then answer the fucking question. What is your evidence? What is your evidence? Sweet. So what is your evidence that Jesus, as presented by the New Testament, existed? Please present it.
If I may ask,
You may not. Go ahead.
I may not? Okay.
Correct.
So
You may
it's
not.
concession
Please
point.
provide evidence that Jesus, as presented by the New Testament, existed.
Okay, I'll answer it now since you conceded.
All right, sounds good. Go ahead and give your evidence that Jesus, as presented by the New Testament, existed, as the topic suggests.
Okay, it's going to be very simple. I'm going to use a psychological analogy to prove the
Psychological analogy is not how we find anything in history. Please provide evidence that Jesus or Paul existed as... Please listen. I wanted you to stay on topic. You are veering off of the topic. We do not use any kind of psychology to figure out whether or not somebody existed in history. Please present evidence that the Jesus, as the New Testament provides or presented, existed. Yeah, it doesn't sound like you stopped talking. I understand that you're still talking, but you're probably not going to be able to hear me. That's why I'm muting you, so that the host can actually tell you how to actually attack this topic. We are going to talk about whether or not someone existed in history. We do not use psychology to figure out whether or not they actually existed in history. Please present evidence that Jesus, please listen. Please present evidence that Jesus, presented by the New Testament, existed in history. Go ahead.
I'm asking
You can ask a question as long as it is not rooted in something other than history.
I'm asking a clarifier. What the hell?
Go ahead.
Can I not ask a clarifier? Okay,
Go
how
ahead.
do you define exist?
Exist? Do you not believe he existed?
Define existence. Define existence.
Do you not believe he existed?
I'm asking you to define existence. This is a clarifier on your part.
I exist. You exist. Do you have anything else?
Well,
I mean, if you don't think
existence.
if we are using the term exist and we were able to use it prior to you asking that question, which means that we already had an established idea of to what it meant. And we do not actually disagree upon that. We don't. Otherwise, you would have called that out earlier. That being said, please provide evidence that the Jesus of the New Testament presents actually existed, because the New Testament presents him as somebody who existed 2,000 years ago. If you have any evidence for that, please present it. Go ahead.
Wait, I did ask that question.
Sweet. Go ahead and present the evidence, or you will be disconnected.
So you can't.
Please present the evidence, or you will be disconnected. You have one more attempt.
I'm going to answer the question if I don't know what you mean.
Okay. You do know what I mean, which is exactly why everybody else has no problem having the conversation. This next person who came up, Mr. Logic, he's not going to have any problem understanding what the word fucking means. All right? So, yeah, that's how that works. Mr. Logic, can I get your age for TikTok purposes?
I'm 18.
Motherfucker, you sound 30. That being said,
I'm over 18. I'm an adult.
Yeah. Do you know what the word exist means?
Existence is a very
cool. Like if I said that like George Washington existed, you would know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So we know what the word exist means. That's not that hard. Most 5-year-olds actually understand that word as well. But anyways, Mr. Logic, what you got for us?
Okay. So I want to know what your historical criterion for establishing that something occurred are.
Okay, yeah, that's a valid question.
When we have this
the guy before you didn't have a good way of presenting it, if that's what he was getting at. But that's a valid question. And what I would say is that there's different ways that we can be sure of something. There's different levels of confidence that we can have for whether or not like something happened in the past or someone existed in the past. The highest level of confidence is going to be within antiquity, where they don't have like videos or audio recordings or pictures or stuff. The highest level is going to be like their remains, or possibly like their descendants or DNA relatives, that kind of thing. We also can have like high levels of confidence found within archaeology, like something that bears their name or their likeness, that we can corroborate with other things from that time and date to that time using carbon dating during the time that they existed, that mention them in a way that is explicitly able to be dated. Then there's writings these writings about a person from contemporaries, people who knew them, writings from that person that we can stylometrically say comes back from this person based off of their writing style. Write letters to them or writings to them. That's pretty good as well, that we can stylometrically prove came from those people. You could even get decent confidence from a writing after somebody died that talks about them in a fairly mundane way that said that they just died. And yeah, those are pretty good ways to figure out whether or not somebody existed.
Okay. So do you believe in historical certainty?
Historical certainty? I believe in historical confidence that we can have for a particular person that meets a standard that most people would accept and most historians would accept, simply because of the fact that it's able to be corroborated with other information from the time.
So when you say one way to be sure, you don't mean certain by sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you're approaching this from a philosophical thing where you're like, oh, hey, we can't be sure of anything, then I guess. But there's definitely a level of assurity that we can have for certain things. For instance, I would believe that Julius Caesar existed. I would believe that Pilate existed. And the reason for these things is because we either have archaeological evidence for them or we have contemporaries who talk about them. Likewise, I wouldn't believe that someone existed if the story of them and the only story of them that we have is something that doesn't line up with history. Like if the only mention of somebody from the 1960s, like some guy named Kevin Dingledorp, if the only evidence of Kevin Dingledorp was a story that showed up in like 2026 and said that he owned an iPhone in the 1960s, I wouldn't find any good reason to believe that Kevin Dingledorp was a real person.
Okay, and by archaeological evidence, are you referring to remains?
Anything that could be dated using carbon dating, or like something that is an actual physical item that might have a date on it or corroborate with other things at the time. Like for instance, Julius Caesar, we have a lot of busts or statues that he posed for that actually show up using the same show up from the same time period, like carbon dating and everything, or might even be dated explicitly on the item, and it shows the same likeness, which is how we know what he looked like.
Okay, and so you're saying for Julius Caesar, we don't have any remains, but there are busts. There are
Yeah, there are
busts
coins and
of
busts
his
and
likeness,
statues. Yeah.
right? And that's the same likeness, right?
Yeah, we're able to say,
So
okay, let's say this particular image on this particular bust that dates to this time period. Let's check to see if there's another one from the time period that shows the same face, and we see that it shows the same face. The same one goes for same thing goes for the coins. What that means
okay,
is that he posed for something, and we're able to actually determine that he existed because he was able to be posing for it. Whereas, like, if we took a look at Hercules or Zeus or something, or even Jesus, the depiction is always different because they're not actually posing for these things.
okay. So let me ask you about your the title.
hmm
What is the conclusion? Let's say for Caesar, what if we didn't have any evidence for Caesar? What do you think follows from that?
Just a big question mark.
Okay, well, in your title, you have Jesus and Paul never existed.
Correct.
Do you have evidence for that, or is
Yes.
that your conclusion from the fact that you
Yes.
don't think anyone gives evidence?
Yes, kind of like my Kevin Dingledorp thing. If you said that he existed in 1960 and that was it, like you just said, oh, he existed in 1960, but we don't have any evidence for him, then it would just be a question mark. I'd be like, okay, well, like I'll take it at face value because it doesn't seem crazy to assume that Kevin Dingledorp existed. I mean, Dingledorp is a kind of an insane last name, so I might question that. But the point is, if it's a fairly mundane claim, I'm not going to be too terribly worried about that. I'm just kind of on the fence. It's kind of a question mark. It's a small question mark or a big question mark. It doesn't really mean anything. But if you throw in that iPhone that he supposedly had in 1960, that's when I start to say, okay, at the very least, Kevin Dingledorp, as presented by the story you just told me here in 2026, is bullshit. that version is bullshit. And unless we have any other evidence of another version of Kevin Dingledorp, then I'm just going to have to say he's just a made up character. He's either a made up, or at the very least, I can say that the version that is talked about in 2026 is not the right one. Does that make sense? That version didn't exist.
So,
Yeah.
so
What
that,
I'm
now
saying
that,
is that Jesus, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist, unless you can find any other way to show that he existed. The New Testament is riddled with errors, like I just mentioned, like the iPhone in 1960. This is anachronistic. It's something that doesn't go with the time. There's contradictions and stuff like that. So there's a bunch of errors in it. But the way that the New Testament presents Jesus, that Jesus did not exist, even the natural version. But if you want to point to some other evidence that we have for Jesus, like any other evidence that we'd have for Kevin Dingledorp, then I'll go with that. But what other evidence would you have is basically what I'd ask.
okay. So basically, if there are contradictions or anachronisms,
Yes.
so are you familiar with the contradictions in the life of Caesar? Because you believe Caesar
Which
was a
particular
historical person.
Yeah,
Well,
I'd be 100% okay with saying that the Caesar that is presented in a book that has contradictions did not exist. Okay,
so
sweet.
do you believe Caesar
But
existed?
yes, because we have
And
other ways of determining outside of that book that he existed. That's my point.
and who is this Caesar that you believe existed?
Like Julius Caesar?
Right, but once you deny that the Caesar from books that contradict existed, and the books
No,
about
I'm
Caesar
denying
are
that
biographies.
I'm denying that the Caesar that is presented in the book that has contradictions about him existed.
Well,
We have
here's
other
the thing.
ways. We have other ways to confirm that he existed. That's what I'm
Right,
saying.
there are contradictions within the books
Okay,
about Caesar.
that's
So
fine.
there are multiple books about Caesar.
That's
So
fine.
which Caesar?
And I'm dismissing them. I'm saying that I don't give a shit about that Caesar.
Right.
What
so
I'm talking
which
about
Caesar do
is
you believe existed?
the one that we have actual evidence for outside of those books.
And who is that?
The
Which one is
ones,
that?
the Julius Caesar that is found on busts
Right. Well,
and
but we
coins.
know nothing about Caesar from a bust.
I don't
or
care.
coin.
I don't care about knowing anything about him. I just know that he existed. That's all you were asking.
Right, but you don't know who that person is.
Don't give a
You
flying
just
fuck.
assume. You have a bust. You have a
No,
coin,
it says his
but you don't have
name.
it.
It says his name is
Right.
Julius Caesar. We know that that person existed. I don't care about whether or not he did this or that or the other. I don't care. All I care about
Right.
is whether or not he existed, and he did.
So you have evidence that someone named Julius Caesar existed.
Yes, and
But
we
you
know
don't have
even what he
evidence
looked like.
that
Yep.
he was an emperor.
Yep. No, well, no, it says explicitly that he's the emperor on the coin and on the
Right.
bus. So I mean, I know
just
that an
because it
emperor,
says it doesn't
and
make it
technically
true.
speaking, he's not an emperor. He's he's not even really a governor. He's a general. And he wasn't even the emperor. The first emperor is Augustus. But regardless, the point is, Julius Caesar is someone who is in charge, which is why he's minted on these coins and on these busts. So we can tell that he actually existed. I don't care about his life. You didn't ask me, oh, do we know what he did in his life? I don't care. All I know is that he existed. We're not talking about, if you want to go into detail as to like the specific things about Jesus and stuff like that, like you're never going to be able to prove that he like went to Bethany or something like that. There's no evidence of that. That doesn't make any sense. But like just the existence alone explicitly talked about in the books, we can't use the books because the books have these contradictions. I'm going to dismiss the books of contradictions of Caesar. I'm going to dismiss the books of contradictions of Jesus. Do you have anything
Okay.
else to
And
corroborate
when
and
you,
show that Jesus existed?
okay, let's talk about corroboration.
Sounds
So
good.
when you say no evidence, you're talking about empirical evidence, physical evidence. Is that correct?
Other than a claim, empirical, like physical evidence, literally any
Like a
evidence.
bust or coin or things like that. Because there are
Or like an eyewitness testimony or something?
any
Yeah,
of that.
yeah,
Any of
sure.
that. So,
Yeah,
so
there's
that's considered
there's
evidence
not
as well.
eyewitness testimony of Jesus going to Bethany or something like that. Yeah. Is that what you're saying?
Okay.
Like, what do you...
So if there was a bust of Jesus, what you're saying is if
Yeah,
all the
dude.
busts
Yeah,
of
if there were
Jesus,
multiple busts like we have for Julius Caesar that show exactly what Jesus looked like, and we were able to, just like for Julius Caesar, we were able to date them to his lifetime, 100% I would believe him. Like 100%. Absolutely. I'd be like, yeah, okay, that guy existed. Yeah,
Right.
because he'd be on the same level as Julius Caesar. Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Do we have
So,
that? Do we have that?
do we have a bust of Jesus
Yeah.
that are all
That he
identical?
posed for.
I don't know. I
No.
doubt it, but I
No.
don't think
So
that's.
I mean, I don't know why you brought it up, but yeah, if we had
Well,
it, yeah,
this
that'd
is
be
the reason.
great.
This is the reason. This is the reason I brought it up. I'm just trying to make sure I understand your
It's consistent.
definition and your
It's
evidence.
consistent.
Let's talk about corroboration.
Okay.
What do you mean by corroboration?
Something that is able to be backed up by something else. Something else, it supports it. Like, we don't just have one bust of Julius Caesar. We don't just have one depiction of his likeness. We have multiple.
Okay.
That's what corroborate means. Like, are you able to corroborate the New Testament with something, any story of the New Testament with anything else that we have? That's what corroboration means.
Are you familiar with other forms of corroboration?
Like what? What else you got?
Multiple attestation. Have you heard of multiple attestation?
Well, that's what we're talking about. Multiple
Right,
like
but-
multiple people. Like I guess
Right.
like a bust could be made by the same person, I guess, like twice. But like ultimately speaking, like we have things in different areas and stuff like that at different time points in his life from different people that show Julius Caesar. If you have multiple attestation to Jesus, I mean, I don't know of any single attestation to Jesus that's from anybody who's contemporary to him.
Okay. Let's talk about that. If some writing or biography is not contemporary
Mhm.
with the
Mhm.
person's life, what do you conclude from that? Are you
I would conclude that
saying that
I
that's
would
not
I would conclude that it's
evidence?
not great. It's definitely not great, and we would have to dive into the content itself to make sure that it actually lines up with what we know from, again, corroborating evidence of that time. And unfortunately, the Bible fails a lot of different aspects. So the Gospels, Acts, and Pauline epistles, they all include anachronisms like that iPhone in 1960 that show that it's not a historically accurate story. Like,
Okay, so you're using the historical method.
yes, to try to
supposedly.
corroborate. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
And let me ask you this: where do historians fall on the question of whether Jesus and Paul
They
existed?
generally point you to a religious scholar.
No, what is their view? What is the
Historians, if you ask a historian,
historian's
they
view
will say,
about
I'm not a
Jesus'
religious
existence?
scholar. Yeah. And they'll say that he probably existed or something like that. Very few historians are going to say that we definitely know that he did.
Right. So that's a different question. You asked. You're making a question about certainty.
Okay.
But we're not talking about certainty because you just said.
All right.
earlier
Well,
you're
then
not-
a
you're not
historian
looking
would
towards that.
if you actually talk to a historian who is not also like a religious scholar, like has some degree in religion or something like that, then they would generally point you to that because there is a history of the world as far as like the Roman world goes or anything. And then there's this ecclesiastical history. It's like church history where people like look at Jesus through the lens of the church or whatever, because Jesus does not really pop up into Roman history really, because there's no contemporary of Jesus from a Roman standpoint that talks about him. And even the things like Tacitus and Josephus that people like to point to are interpolated into, and we're finding out more and more that that's the case. As more evidence comes out from like, especially like a data science standpoint, we're able to see that these things are not actually authentic to these people.
Right. Well, that's a claim. I think that would be interesting to investigate. But we've established, according to you, that most historians would say that Jesus probably existed. So your view would be a non-consensus view, right?
Yeah.
So the
Sweet.
consensus
At
is
one
with
point in time, the
person
idea
who
that the
believes-
Earth, at one point in time, the idea that the Earth went around the sun was a non-consensus view. So I don't care. I just care about the
Right.
evidence that's presented.
But what's the consensus of whether the Earth is flat or not?
The Earth is not flat.
Right, and the consensus is that the Earth is not flat. So what
Right,
I'm
but at one point in time, the
suggest is you're a
consensus
flat earther.
at one point in time, the idea that the Earth was a ball was not the consensus.
Right, but that's
So
not
literally,
the point. It's
literally,
the
you know what?
methodology that historians use.
Sweet, you know how they found out that the Earth actually is a ball and it actually goes around the sun and not the other way around? You know how they found out?
When do you think they found that out?
No, I didn't say when. Do you know how they found out?
Different people had different conceptions. Aristotle knew the Earth was round.
Don't give a
This
shit.
is why I'm
Do you know
challenging.
how?
How who? What group?
how they actually found out that the reality is that the Earth is not flat, and the reality is that Earth goes around the sun and not the other way around.
Who is they? Who are you referring to by they? You
Literally
mean
anybody who found it out. It's
the
evidence.
West?
I don't give a shit. It's evidence. I don't care who it is. I care about how they
Right.
found out, and it's evidence.
Right.
Usually
Do
with
you
math.
agree that historians use evidence to make their inferences that Jesus existed?
What they do is they take a look at what they believe to be evidence because they have no idea that it's not authentic because it hasn't been studied. Like, you can have a belief, and people have had beliefs before, that something is actually one particular way, and even historians would say this is true until we actually dive into it and we actually find out, no, actually it's actually not, because a modern way of taking a look at something. Oh, that's really cool. Thank you. What? Oh. Oh, okay. The Baja. Were you saving that one in the tank? Were you saving that one in the tank? Nice, thanks. All right. Anyways, the point is, whenever historians take a look at things, or whenever any scholar or anybody takes a look at something in the past, we may assume that what we're reading or what we found is true, but after further investigation, we find out that that's not actually true.
Right. So most historians think Jesus existed and they use the historical method.
Yes.
Are you a historian?
So yes, technically by definition. That being said, I'm also a data scientist, and data science, when applied on these texts that these historians use, shows us that these things are actually not authentic to the things that they believe are authentic, or to the authors they believe wrote them. That's the problem. We're finding out
interesting
over
claim.
time. We're finding out over time that what historians have pointed to historically to say that Jesus existed, like Josephus or Tacitus, is not actually authentic to Josephus and Tacitus, and therefore should not be used as evidence. Unfortunately, there's a lot of historians that don't know this yet, so we are living in a time of the paradigm shift. That is problematic. So what you could appeal to is, you could appeal to what a historian says, this is why I think Jesus existed, and it's X, Y, and Z, and then we can take a look at that evidence and find out that X, Y, and Z is actually not good evidence because it's not authentic to these authors. That's the problem.
Yeah, so basically, since historians don't use the methods of data science, they don't know that they're wrong. That's your point.
No, it's just that the data science has not been around, or not the data science, like the methods itself, has been pretty around for a while. But the methodology itself, like there's a lot of problems, because like a decade ago, it was said by mathematicians that you needed a lot more like text in order to analyze things. And so we are, due to mathematical advancements and whatnot, and advancements in technology as well, we're able to actually run these tests on smaller amounts of data or smaller amounts of words, and be able to figure out whether or not, say, for instance, the Testimonium Flavianum from Josephus is actually authentic. That's what we're able to find out.
Okay. Do you have a reference for that? I want to see
Yeah, like Kenneth Olson?
making things up. Okay, so Kenneth Olson, he what did he come
Kenneth
to?
Olson is taking a look at the text itself of the Testimonium Flavianum and finding that the phrases and the style of writing is actually Eusebian in nature. Comes back to Eusebius, who's the first person to even mention the Testimonium Flavianum, there in roughly about 315, 320, somewhere in there.
Right. Well, that's what's the name of the study where he mentions this?
I don't know the actual name of the study. It's Kenneth Olson. You can just take a look at him. His last name is spelled Olson, Kenneth Olson. I don't know the name of the study off the top of my head. But
okay. So
but yeah, I mean, there's multiple scholars. I mean, the consensus. I need you to understand something, and this goes for you. It goes to the 377 people listening on TikTok. It goes to the 382 people watching on YouTube. Consensus, and this is actually something that even like Dan McClellan, like you can go look up a video that Dan McClellan, who is a scholar, and he's personally religious, he's a Christian. He made this post about a month, maybe 2 months ago. The consensus is a fucking stupid argument to be making, because the consensus is just a bunch of opinions from, or the majority of opinions from scholars. And scholars, in many cases, as Dan McClellan actually points out in his video, they actually have to sign a document that says that they will not go against the institution that is paying them or that they work for, and their stance on a particular issue. So just appealing to scholarship like that is really stupid, because the consensus is just it's the majority opinion of scholars. That's all that it is. And if we live in a time where technological advancements, like I've talked about, are allowing for us to dive in and actually find out that these things that historians for centuries have claimed as authentic, we're actually able to find out that it's not authentic, and we're living in that time of shifting, then you're just going to appeal to the majority of people who aren't aware of this new information yet. It's not gonna mean anything. I care about the evidence. I don't care about the consensus. I don't care about the opinion. I don't care about how many people, how long they went to school or whatever. I don't care about that. I care about the evidence that they're going to point to. What is the evidence that, for instance, Josephus actually did write what we have in the 10th century manuscript, which is the oldest manuscript we have from him? How do we know that he actually wrote what he wrote in there? And actually, if we're going to appeal to the consensus itself,
No, I'm not.
it says that the majority of scholars believe, even Christian scholars, acknowledge that the Testimonium Flavianum has been edited, at least to some extent.
Yeah, that's another claim. What is Ken Olson's background? Because you just said you just rejected historians for data scientists. What is Ken Olson's background?
I didn't
Is he
say he was a data scientist.
No,
He's not a data
I
scientist.
didn't say you said. I just asked.
He's
a question.
not a data scientist.
Question is not a claim.
He's not a data scientist.
What is his background?
Kenneth Olson himself is, let's see. Oh, man.
Religion.
Right. I think he's, the religious scholar.
Yeah, so he has a background in religion. So if you're going to appeal to religion, then you're appealing to a minority of scholars who agree.
I don't care about the minority, man. I care about the evidence.
What matters is the methodology that these scholars use.
Sweet.
And if it's just like science. If scientists are using the same
Sweet.
methodology.
So what methodology do they use to determine that Josephus wrote in the first century for this stuff? What methodology do they use?
Well, they use different criteria. And if
like
we
what?
want to go through some, we can look at
multiple
attestation. That's one.
Multiple attestation to Josephus?
No, that's one.
If they use multiple attestation to Josephus, then they're going to have to go with the version that they think is interpolated.
Right. You're discussing Josephus, not me. I'm discussing historical method.
Okay. What is the multiple attestation for Jesus?
Okay. Well, no, you asked the question. Let me finish your answer.
I don't know who you want to talk. Multiple attestation for who? Who do you think?
Right. But
we were talking about Josephus and everything like that. I appealed to Olson. You said, okay, well, Olson is this and he's a minority, and then they've got this historical. Okay, cool. So what topic do you think they have multiple attestation for that historians say is good enough? Like multiple attestation for what?
Let me answer that question once I finish answering your previous question, because it's more than just one method that historians use. They use multiple attestation. They use the criterion of embarrassment.
No.
They use dissimilarity with the past.
Most historians do not use the criterion of embarrassment. That is just something that was pulled out of like Habermas's ass.
Historians do use it. Habermas didn't make it. It's a historian named C.B. McCullough. He wrote a book, Justifying Historical Inferences, where he lists the methods that historians use to establish that some event occurred in the past. C.B. McCullough is not a Christian.
I would give two shits,
So
man. We don't have anything that's Yeah, and he's the one who actually uses the criterion of embarrassment for Jesus. There's not anything that's written in the Bible that's like embarrassing for Jesus. What are you talking about? That would somehow mean that he's real. That doesn't make any sense.
Do you understand that criterion? Because
yes,
sounds like you don't.
Yes, and I can name you exactly the points that they say is embarrassing.
No, okay? So what does it mean for something to be embarrassing?
It's the
What
idea
is the
that if you
criterion of embarrassment?
the criterion of embarrassment is the idea that if someone writes something about the story, like any story really, if it's embarrassing to the authors or if it's embarrassing to who they're worshiping and they're trying to present as something that you should worship, then it must be true, because why would they add it? That's literally the entire argument. And by the way, the things that they point to are things that are really stupid, like the disciples questioning and stuff like that. Like, why would they say that the disciples are these like bumbling idiots who are not even understanding what Jesus is saying half the time if it wasn't true? Okay, that doesn't really have anything to do with it. And many religions have concepts of a god or a philosopher saying things that are so mind blowing that people don't understand it. That doesn't somehow make it. It doesn't somehow make it a true story. That's stupid as shit. They
Right,
also try to
but
point to the baptism of Jesus as embarrassing because looks like he's either sinful, which is the idea of like John the Baptist is baptizing for the remission of sins when Jesus is supposed to be perfect. Then there's the concept that he might be subservient to John because like John is baptizing him as opposed to the other way around. But no one ever makes fun of the Christians for being for worshiping someone who is baptized. So the idea that that's embarrassing is stupid as shit. Also, in the first
right,
gospel, he's not baptized anyway, so I don't give a shit. Then there's the idea of him dying. But if you believe that writing about a dying God somehow means that like he needs to be a real God, because why would you include it? Then you would include literally all dying and rising gods. Because, and
right.
this is true,
It's not his
Jesus.
dying. It's his crucifixion.
It,
That's the
okay,
embarrassing part.
Uranus got
You're
his dick.
crucified naked.
Uranus got his dick ripped off.
Right. That may be embarrassing
Does
as well.
that
So
does that
what
make
is the
Uranus real?
no? So now you're
Yeah.
misusing the criterion.
No,
So
I'm
it's
not.
You
Because
said
you're
it
saying
must be
that
true.
because it's embarrassing, there is a high propensity for it to be real.
Right, but you said historians say it must be true because of the criteria, and that's
Sweet.
an
And that's I
exaggeration and
mean, no, that's what you
mischaracterization.
No, it's not. It's not really an exaggeration because that's exactly what the people who you listen to, like Habermas, would actually say, that it's true
No,
because it's actually written that way. That
I
being
don't
said,
listen to
there's no
Habermas.
evidence. Yeah, you do. But there's no evidence
I know
whatsoever that.
Habermas.
Yeah, sweet. But there's no evidence whatsoever that Jesus actually did these things. And there's no evidence that anybody really even made fun of him for it. Not really. So,
Right.
okay. Doesn't really make
So
a lot of difference. Not to mention, Jesus literally comes back to life the next paragraph. I don't care how brutal it is. He comes back to life the next paragraph. Who cares? Like, it really doesn't matter. All dying and rising gods, even those who got crucified prior, must have somehow been real because of the criterion embarrassment. It's stupid. That's a dumb argument, and you know it. That being said,
no, I don't. I
what
don't think
other
that's
multiple attestation do we have for Jesus? What
right.
multiple
Well,
attestation do we have for Jesus?
what we were looking at was just the methodology, because sometimes it seems like
Sweet.
you're
So if
using
the
your own.
historians use that, then what do they look at? What do they see as multiple attestation to Jesus? If they're
Right. So
using that, what are they looking at?
multiple attestation is
Mm-hmm.
when you have let's say if you have letters, you have different independent writers writing about the same events. That would be a multiple attestation to those events.
Okay.
You
Are the
also
people who
have
are writing fan fiction for Harry Potter, is that multiple attestation for Harry Potter because they're not J.K. Rowling?
let that's a straw man.
It is not.
That's a
They are multiple
mischaracterization.
people.
That's
There are
not the
multiple
logic.
independent writers who are writing about the same character. Does that make him real? Or
So
raise the odds that Harry Potter is real?
but that's you're asking
Mr.
a
Logic, please
deductive
use
sub.
logic.
You're asking a
Multiple
deductive
attestation to
question.
Harry Potter. Does that raise the odds that Harry Potter is real?
Are you getting upset?
No, I'm asking you a question and
Okay.
you're not
Well,
answering it.
let me answer your question. I
Go
think
ahead.
your question is based on a false premise that
No, it's based
reasoning
off of
is deductive.
fiction and people using fiction and then a fictional story that they have read and then writing something else, their own take on that fictional story. That does nothing to somehow. The only way that multiple attestation would somehow help is if you knew that one person who is independent of the other had no access to the first book. That would be multiple attestation. But we have, and this is true, come closer, zero fucking evidence that anybody who is writing a gospel, like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, we have zero evidence that they didn't know of other gospels. Zero. So they could absolutely be using, and then we actually find out that in actually some cases, like the Gospel of Luke and even Matthew and whatnot, to some extent Mark, and then kind of sort of John, we know that they had access to one particular gospel that came out first. In 144, Evangelion or Evangelion is published by Marcion. We know that the Gospel of Luke uses that between chapters 4 through 22 using multiple ways, including data science. We know that the Gospel of Luke uses it.
On July 13th, when I talked with you, you said you didn't know who published it. Go back and look at
Who
that
published
video.
what?
Now you just, the Evangelion. Now
No,
you just said Marcion published this.
Marcion publishes it. I've
Everybody
always
go back and
said
listen
that.
to it. So you just contradicted yourself.
I have not.
You said you didn't know who published it because Justin Martyr attested that Marcion was alive during his time. And when I asked you, I said, well, who wrote it? Do we have any evidence that Marcion wrote it? You said the only thing we have is the claims from the church fathers that the Marcionites were claiming that Marcion wrote it, while the church fathers were claiming that Luke wrote it. So you said it was a controversy.
Okay. Really quick, to everybody that's in the chat, you may have, like anybody who's listening, would be able to, yeah, there it is. Lawn Doctor pointed it out. You're a fucking moron. There's a difference between publish and write. I had told you, and I've said for years, and even say in the book, that we don't know who wrote it, but we know who published it. You don't know what you're fucking talking about, and you tried to do a gotcha, and it didn't work. You don't know the difference between publish and writing?
That's a question.
Are you serious?
Is this argument from incredulity? You can't believe that I'm asking the question?
Correct.
So you're right?
No, I'm asking. So here's what we're going to do, Mr. Logic. You're either going to say, I know the difference between publishing and writing, or I'm going to disconnect you. You only have two options.
So now you're running.
No, I'm not,
this
Mr. Logic.
This is the third time you run.
Mr. Logic, I want to continue this conversation, but I need you to admit that you know the difference between publishing something and writing something.
I don't know what you mean. I think this is a personal distinction.
To avoid
it's not. The fact that
it's not.
There's no evidence for Marcion writing it, so you want to say he published it.
It's not.
Which is really just
we know he published it. Writing is not something that they say.
How do we know that?
Because that's what literally everybody who talks about Marcion and his Evangelion say that he did. So anyways, go ahead and say
everybody. Okay. You admitted on the last.
Literally everybody who talks about Marcion and his Evangelion, this is Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen, they say that he published it. They do not say he wrote it. They don't say he wrote it because obviously their claim is that he is taking from the Gospel of Luke first. So they do not say in any way, shape, or form that he wrote it. They just say he published it. So I'm still correct. Listen, Mr. Logic. Listen,
that's not correct.
What I'm going to need you to do is I'm going to need you to say, and I'm going to want this verbatim, I know the difference between writing and publishing. That is the only way that we are going to be able to continue this conversation. If you don't say it or you can't say it, you will be disconnected.
Go ahead and run.
All right.
Run.
You have about 5 seconds. And if you can't say it, you're going to get blocked.
I asked you a question, but you don't.
You got about 3 seconds before the block.
Answer the question.
All right.
Host, are you afraid?
Say hello to your mom for me. All right, we're moving on to somebody else. Let's see here. 62 and. I would have loved to continue that conversation. I really would have. But you can't be that much of a dishonest piece of shit. All right, 62 and or 60 tanned or something? I don't know how to say that. Are you there? 62? Yes, no, maybe so. All right. Andrew Scott, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can I get your age for TikTok purposes?
I'm 35.
35, not a problem. Oh, sweet. And quick question. Do you know the difference between publishing and writing? Would you if I told you that there's a publisher of a book and a writer of a book, you would know that technically could be two different people, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you're not a fucking moron like the last guy. All right, what you got for us today?
I just have a question about something you said yesterday.
Oh, okay.
About Jesus not giving food to a lady, and then she's like, "But dogs need scraps."
No, not food. He uses the analogy of food, but she asked for him to heal her daughter.
Oh, what verse is that?
Yeah, let me see here. That is going to be. Let me see here. Well, we gotta. I think it's going to be in Matthew, but let me just check to make sure exactly what verse it is, and I'll pull it up here for you. Let's see here. All right, that is going to be Matthew 15. We'll go ahead and pull it up here. All right, well, I'll just read the story. Matthew 15:21 says, Jesus left that place and went away to the district of Tyre and Sidon. Just then, a Canaanite woman from that region came out and started shouting, "Have mercy on me, Lord, Son of David. My daughter is tormented by a demon." But he did not answer her at all. And his disciples came and urged him, saying, "Send her away, for she keeps shouting after us." He answered, "I was sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel." So in other words, I'm not going to help her because I was sent only here. But she came and knelt before him, so she's literally on her knees begging, saying, "Lord, help me." He answered, "It is not fair to take the children's food and throw it to the dogs." So he is saying, yeah, like the children's food is like an analogy, I came here for the children of Israel, not for you. So I came here for the Jewish people, not for the Canaanites. And then he says it's not fair to take what's meant for the children and like my children and feed it to the dogs. So he's saying that she is a dog, not literally. It's not literal food, and she's not a literal dog, but that's what it's saying.
He's basically just shutting her down.
Yeah, and calling her a dog because she is explicitly Canaanite, or at least explicitly not one of the lost sheep of Israel, so of the house of Israel, so not Jewish.
Okay.
But
that's all I wanted to know.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, he goes on. He eventually heals her, or heals her daughter, but only once she recognizes that or acknowledges that, yes, she is considered to be one of those dogs. She said, "Yes, Lord, yet even the dogs eat the crumbs that fall from their master's table." Then Jesus answered her, "Woman, great is your faith. Let it be done for you as you wish." And her daughter was healed at that moment. So until she actually acknowledged that she was less than him and she still deserves some love, that's when he actually showed kindness.
Cool. That's all. I was just wondering. I'm trying to highlight all the bullshit in the Bible, and I wanted to make sure I got that.
Oh, well, well, there you go.
Thanks, man.
All right, thanks for coming up. All right, next up we've got Kim. What's going on, Kim? And really fast, before we get to Kim, I did want to take a quick look over the Super Chats. They're on YouTube. If you don't have a TikTok or don't want to click the link there in the chat to come over to TikTok to have a conversation, you can send a Super Chat. I will read it out loud and respond. Sigmar Unberrigan or something says, more info on Isis Christ, Osiris, Lazarus parallel. So Isis is a god that is worshipped. It's a female deity and worshipped alongside Serapis in a temple over in Alexandria, as well as some other places, I'm pretty sure. And Isis is, we actually have an inscription, I'm pretty sure, that actually has the Christus term right after Isis. So Christ is something that is a term that was thrown out to these gods like all the fucking time. It's crazy. So well, not all the time, but like there's some that have it. Yeah, even prior to the supposed Jesus story. So that's Isis Christ. Osiris, Lazarus parallel. Maybe I'm not really sure on that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not really sure what you're talking about on that one. Osiris, Lazarus parallel. I don't know. That sounds similar to the Jesus. Like the Caesar's Messiah kind of stuff, maybe, or like a Zeitgeist thing. I don't know. I have no idea. I guess Kim was driving, so she wasn't able to do it. Come up, Bria, if you're there. I don't know if you're there. Then $1.99 from Radical Jackalope says he divine substance, and then a bunch of looks like
but they pulled me up here because I guess you have to be pulled up to comment.
Well, if you were commenting or whatever, and it sounded like you were maybe possibly, like, you believe that Jesus and Paul actually did exist, you had, like, some good points or something like that, then they would invite you up so you could have a conversation. But what you got for us?
No, they just blocked me and forced me to come up. That was all they did.
Oh, okay. Well, what were you saying in the chat?
I guess I'd have to go back. Like I said, I'm driving, so I'm not really supposed to be on here. I just got pulled up, but I'll talk to you when I can. Thank you, though.
I mean, wait, hold up. They said the hostess running, and then they said host is running again. They said, OMG, his feelings are still hurt, and the host is hurt. And then when the host is losing, he disconnects people. What a baby with no morals to stand on. And then she came up and disconnected herself. Because she didn't want to actually face the music. By the way, no, Mr. Logic was just simply arguing from a place of it was just emotional at that point. He didn't have any actual good argument or anything like that. He was watching his argument being torn to shreds in front of his face. And so he wanted to try to get me in a gotcha. And he tried to say, when I said that Marcion published in 144 Evangeline, he tried to say, oh, everybody go look at his old video. I got him to say on July 13th that he doesn't know who published Evangeline. That is not true. Marcion published it. I've said that I didn't know who wrote it. And then when I pointed out that there's a difference between writing and publishing, he then said, is there a difference? And I said, if you don't know that there's a difference, then that's a problem. And he tried to act as if there wasn't a difference and that I've somehow treated it the same. Yeah, no, he was not arguing any good faith whatsoever. And he wouldn't even be bothered to say that he knows the difference between publishing and writing. Very clearly, even to the next guest who is younger than him, he was able to know that publishing and writing can absolutely be done from two separate individuals because it's not the same thing. If anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Yeah, she was driving, but she was also yapping in chat there, T. So I have no idea what's going on. All that yapping in the chat just to run? Yeah, I know, right? It's weak sauce. All right. If you're trying to tell me penguins can't write? Oh, because the publisher, Penguin. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Yeah, I get it. I get it. All right. That was a good one, Ryan. All right. So yes, very clearly, writers will have publishing companies because writers generally don't publish. Well, I mean, you can self-publish. That's fine, but that's still it's a different concept from writing. So, publishing just means that this is something that they present, that they go around and disseminate. They say, "Hey, check out this book." Writing means that they actually wrote the words that are in the book. You can be a writer and a publisher of the same text. You can, or you can be a publisher, or you can be a writer. The only thing that we can tell for sure is that he published it, or he at least presented it and pushed it around, tried to get it read. So that's publishing. But as far as writing goes, I would say that he wrote it as well. But the evidence that we have is that he published it. Davis said, is this a real person? I don't even know what that's really supposed to be, but I sent you an invite there, Davis. Aaron says, potentially. Nah, I would say he wrote it. I'd say he wrote it. I wouldn't even say potentially. I'd say he wrote it. AJ Everyday, what are you talking about? That is straight up blasphemy. What's for lunch? I think this is from maybe, I want to say it's Costco or something. It's like a little pizza thing. It's like a likened to a dish for all you Mormons out there. I don't know. I have no idea. But if you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. French pizza. Oh, is that what that is? That's why it tastes like surrender. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Interessante. Which is not French. Interessant. I have no idea. Maybe. You know what? I'm gonna look it up. Alan Smith, what you got? While I look up how to say interesting in French.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I just the word interesting, but like with a lot of phlegm. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Intéressant.
Ugh. Get the
Oh
fuck
my-
out of here. Yeah, that's gross.
Actually, gross. I agree.
Okay. Anyways, what you got?
You were saying earlier to the guest that beyond not accepting the criterion of embarrassment, that you don't even think there were texts where people were laughing at Jesus for getting like baptized and things.
Baptized.
Yeah. And I did find a text.
From when?
1 4 something AD.
1 4 something?
The Greek philosopher Celsus.
Celsus.
177 AD. Celsus.
So in
Yeah,
180.
sorry,
So something that we don't have from Origin.
Mm.
Okay. So because the only quotes that we have from him is an Origin. But he says that Jesus was baptized and that's funny? That's embarrassing?
Well, he doesn't use those words, but
What does he say?
The theme of it is very funny. Like, so when you were bathing near John, I mean, bathing, that's like already mocking, right? He doesn't even say baptized.
No, that's okay. I mean, the word for baptize is just wash. You know that, right? Like the actual correct translation would be John the washer.
I don't know Greek, but
Okay. Yeah, so
all the
that's
experts
it's not
here-
really it's not it just says while you're washing or bathing. They just translate it as bathing. Yeah.
Well, all the experts say that that's already being mocking.
Not
Just,
really.
Yeah.
And it says
guess-
while you were bathing? Who's you?
Jesus.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, I just found this text today when you
And
mentioned that
bathing
in the
near
live.
John doesn't really make a lot of sense, does it?
What do you mean?
While you were bathing near John, is what you said?
Yes, I guess it's just in reference to the baptism.
No. At best, that would be him near John. So maybe doing baptisms himself?
No. So
While you were washing near John?
let's finish it's one sentence. It is in reference to baptism.
Okay, keep going.
When you're the translation I have here. When you were bathing near John, you say that you saw what appeared to be a bird fly towards you out of the air.
Okay.
And then it mocks the lack of witnesses. Quote, what trustworthy witnesses saw this apparition or who heard a
Yeah,
voice
so
from
they're
heaven
not
or
making fun of him doing it. They're making fun of the fact that there's no one who was there to say that it happened. This is just unfolding more problems for you. Again, they're not saying that the way that the criterion of embarrassment tries to present the baptism as if is that people would make fun of it because Jesus was supposed to be sinful, or he was from a Christian standpoint he's sinless, but John, they say, baptizes for remission of sins, which would mean that if he got baptized, if Jesus got baptized, he must have had some kind of sin. That's what these people who are coming up with the criterion of embarrassment are saying. They're like, oh, hey, like some people are going to have to. They would be people would be quick to point out that Jesus must have been sinful. So ha, that's a bad thing. Or that he was subservient to John, and John actually was like the one who baptized him, like similar to how today, if you got baptized, you would probably, like, the preacher of a church would not be baptized by like a kid or baptized by like just a member, like just any member. The preacher would be the one to actually, or the pastor would be the one to actually baptize, as opposed to the other way around. So it's like a power thing, or like a subservient, like a master to teacher, student, that kind of thing. So that's the reason that the baptism is included in the criterion of embarrassment from these scholars who are just pulling this out of their ass. But literally no one ever says anything about how that's embarrassing. And they explicitly say why it's embarrassing. And you just read off the closest thing you could find And it literally mentions none of that. It doesn't say anything about how Jesus must have been sinful, ha ha ha, or Jesus must have been John's little bitch, ha ha ha. Doesn't mention that at all. It just says when you were washing near John and you saw a dove come down, no one was there to say that it happened. In fact, he's not making fun of it because he's trying to say that it didn't even fucking happen. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. You were unable to find any reference to anyone making fun of them because no one does.
Okay. You're moving the goalpost to be embarrassing, and in the way that you say that it's embarrassing.
No one has said it's
I have
embarrassing.
shown
Origin
something-
did not say, well, technically the quote's from Origin, but that's what you were reading from. But Celsus did not say it was embarrassing. He said that there was no one there to witness it. He didn't.
Celsus, sorry, in a mocking tone is describing the.
No,
the
he's
baptism.
not. No, he's
you're
not. What is the mocking tone that you're finding there?
Bathing.
Bathing
When
is
you
the
were
word that
bathing
it
near
would
John.
translate to. Okay, so really fast. Celsus is writing, all right? Most likely, well, Celsus probably wrote in Latin, but Celsus is writing, and then Origin comes around later, and he says this is what Celsus says. So you're reading a English translation of someone writing in Latin named Origin, who's writing about 60 to 70 years after Celsus supposedly said this. You're reading a translation of someone saying that somebody 70 to 80 years prior said something. 60, 70 years prior said something. That's
Yes.
That's
I-
what you're
I don't
doing.
think that-
And so
I
I need you to understand that the word that we translate to baptize means wash. That's all that means.
I'm just saying that. It's
So
a
the
mocking
fact that it
attitude,
says
and if
bathe
you
does
say,
not-
when
that's
you
not-
were bathing
that's-
near John. That's just.
Yeah,
it's-
that's
it's
not
obviously a mocking tone.
That's not a mocking tone.
Okay,
You just don't know. You think bathing sounds bad because you don't know
think-
what baptize means.
I think that when
in
you
the
say
Greek.
when you were bathing near John, and then you use the word like a bird flies out.
That's
when
what
you're
it says
literally
in the book.
referring to the Holy Spirit. I think it's clear that it's.
It says it comes down as a bird. You know
It
that,
says-
right?
It just says bird, so this is just a quotation from the.
It's
from the Gospels?
it's saying that they believe that because in the Gospels it says the Holy Spirit descended like a dove.
So it doesn't say bird.
Is a dove a bird?
I think you know what I mean here.
Is a dove a bird?
Yes.
Is
it's,
Celsus a Christian?
Is a dragon a reptile? I mean,
A reptile
this is
isn't a thing,
literally-
and also a dragon isn't a real thing. But birds are real, and so are doves. And a dove is a
Is-
bird.
I don't know if you're purposely not willing to accept what I'm using as my argument here.
Well,
I'm
correct.
afraid
Because
you
of the
are.
fact that I know more about this translation and this issue than you do. You're seeing the word bathe and you're thinking that's bad because you're used to the word baptized. You didn't even know that baptize comes from the word for wash. So this is just a translation from Greek. The baptize comes from Greek and the Greek word for wash. And this translation you're reading is coming from the Latin. And the Latin word that they're choosing to use, the closest word is bathe. So that's all that it is. From the Latin, they get the English word bathe, and from the Greek, they should have got the English word wash. But we get baptize, and you think that in your head, baptize is like it's a completely different concept. You think that it's like somehow above washing or bathing, even though that's the exact same concept.
I think that, as far as I understand, the experts who read this say that this isn't a mocking tone.
No.
And
I
I'm
mean,
not a
the
Greek
mocking
expert.
tone is not because he was. If there's a mocking tone at all, it's because of the fact that he's saying there's no evidence for it. He's not saying that he's mocking them because he was baptized. It's saying that they're mocking. He's mocking the Christians because there's no evidence for it.
The
Did you
whole
read
tone
this
is
from
mocking.
AI? Is that where you got this?
I'm at the source. I'm in.
No. When you saw that, like scholars said that this isn't a mocking tone, was that an AI
Yes.
overview for it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So here's the problem. You searched for mocking tone in relation to the baptism. And so it found something that mocks the Christians for having no evidence, but it explicitly talks about the baptism. And so that's what the AI gave you. The AI hallucinated the connection between baptism and mocking, and not the fact that baptism is just part of the sentence about how they don't have evidence, and that's what he's mocking them for. You just fell for an AI hallucination. Congratulations. Like literally none of what you just said about the baptism from Origin, from Kelsis, is talking about the baptism in a mocking tone. It's talking about like their lack of evidence in a mocking tone.
All right, are you going to use this demeaning tone with me? I mean, if so, I don't really want to continue a conversation.
I mean, in no way, shape, or form am I using a demeaning tone any more than you deserve, because you just looked at something from an AI, looked at something, didn't understand it, and then had somebody teach you what it means, and then you just decided to bitch and moan about how he's talking to you. It's not that. It's just I'm trying to explain to you what these words mean.
So the answer is you are going to use it.
I mean, if you have, did you find anything else, or was it just this?
I found some other things.
Okay, what else did you find that is giving the Christian shit for Jesus being baptized?
And there won't be a demeaning tone?
Please present your evidence.
Oh, okay. See ya. Goodbye.
All right. Tell your mom I said hey. Tell her to wear something nice tonight. All right. Let's see. Again, it's this kind of shit. Like here, so yesterday I published on YouTube. I need to get it over on TikTok. This is for members only and for subscribers only there on TikTok. It is a video of Matthew and I, my co-author. I got to hold this up here. Yeah. And what we do is we took a look at a bad review or a take of us on Reddit. Someone posted on Reddit and said, hey, has anybody seen this Christ before Jesus guy? They posted this on the subreddit for like Christian apologetics or something. Yeah, exactly. And we went through the whole thread. We go through the whole thread and we read all these bad things that they talk about. All right. Now, clearly, some of them had read some of the stuff of the book, and some had read like some reviews of the book or something like that, or these AI slop written things, or takes on the stellometry parts. They even quote lots of times. They'll quote Carrier, who is a mythicist and agrees with our like general conclusion that Jesus didn't exist, but he just attacks the stellometry because he doesn't fucking understand it. He's a dinosaur, but it doesn't matter. The point is, these people talk a lot about this kind of stuff, but they also talk about this live a lot, which is the question. That makes sense. But the point is, they say that I disconnect people whenever I'm getting beat in a conversation or something. I want you guys to realize I asked that guy for the next piece of evidence that he has, and he tried to find any possible way to get out of this conversation, that he just said, it's going to be in a bad tone, so I don't want to hear it. That was it. He left. I didn't even drop him. He left. Now, sure, I said some things as he exited the door, but that's just because he decided to be a little bitch. That's how that works. It's really weird. It's really weird how that works. Like, I am willing to have these conversations. Perfectly willing. But if somebody gets caught in a loop, maybe we'll need to disconnect them. Or if somebody is very clearly not understanding like what the topic is, like if they're getting in here and they're just a Philbro or something, you need to disconnect them. I'm going to hold feet to the fire. I'm going to try to stay on topic as much as possible. I'm going to ask for evidence. And if somebody comes up here and doesn't have good evidence, and they know they don't have good evidence, lots of times they start doing some kind of either a loud crash out or like a soft crash out, which is basically what that guy did. He just did like a soft crash out. He just decided, let me find something else to complain about, and then I'll leave. I'll use that as an excuse to leave. It's whatever. It is not me disconnecting them. It's not. And we talked about this on our video where we go through this Reddit thing. Again, it's posted on YouTube, but I need to get it on TikTok. And it's a long video. We go through that entire Reddit thread. But I guess Matthew pointed out that the main reason people do this is because Christians have this martyrdom complex. even atheists sometimes have this martyrdom complex, where they feel like if someone gets onto a live and they're not able to get into this weird like apologetics thing, and they're not able to spin it in this weird way or pivot in a way that they want to pivot, and I'm trying to keep them on topic and not letting them go off, eventually that conversation gets heated and I've either got to drop them or they're going to leave. Christians hate that shit. They hate it. They hate it. They see somebody not playing by the rules and of the topic or something like that. They see these people who come up here and try to be like Phil Bros and stuff. They see them as like these like champions of the faith and stuff. And when I disconnect them, that's because I couldn't handle the heat. No. It's because I'm going to keep you on topic. I'm going to keep you on topic. And if you say something dumb, I'm going to call it out. That's all that it is. That's all that it is. All right. If you've got any... Christians are allergic to accountability from Orange. Orange, you tired of him, yeah. Plinta said, Jaren's questions are not hard. People just get all sensitive. They're not really tough. Not really. Oh, my God. What has Jake got for his thing here? Oh, God. What is this?
Well, first of all, point of order, because Glittercock said that I lost the game, I have lost the game. Now you all have lost the game. Sweet fat baby Jaren, what the fuck is that?
The face is actually not me. The hat is me. The face is the Bible
This
guy.
is what happens when
that's
Jaren
Dalton's face.
That's what happens when Jaren, Fluffy, and Dalton get slammed together. But no, what was coming up is, so the idea of like the baptism being like a criterion of embarrassment is just ridiculous. Like in Judaism, which is what John the Baptist was doing, we have what's called a mikvah. It's a ritual bathing that you go through. Women are required to go through it whenever their menstruation cycle ends. Whenever they're done, they have to go to a mikvah. After they give childbirth, that's the ritual thing that's talking about Mary doing, is she has to go to a mikvah 40 and up to 80 days, depending on if it's a boy or girl that's born. There's we for crying out loud, we take our silverware, our dishes, go to a mikvah. A lot of every time I buy dishes, I'm driving 2 hours to Jackson to put my silverware through a mikvah.
You guys do know that you can just buy a dishwasher for your house, right?
Dishwashers don't fit the requirements for a mikvah.
Not
to be flowing
Jaren's
water
kosher
from
dishwashers.
not Jaren's kosher dishwasher.
Come on down. I guarantee there will be very, very minimal pork in these dishwashers.
We connect this directly. We drill you a well and you get natural water, natural flowing water going through.
Yes.
But yeah, so there's all
straight
these,
from the Jordan.
Right. So there's all these and a lot of time men, like if we touch a dead body, we have to go to a mikvah. A lot of times before Shabbat, we'll go to a mikvah just to make sure we're pure, like ritually pure for Shabbat, for the Sabbath. And so what would be the embarrassing thing is if the people notice Jesus never going to a mikvah. That'd be embarrassing. That's the crazy thing. The fact that he went to it isn't embarrassing. It's what Jewish people do. It's just what we do.
And imagine someone saying that he bathed, which is what that more or less is an attack. Like, imagine thinking that, like, oh, hey, somebody said he bathed next to John. Okay. That's what he did.
Now,
That's what it says he did.
What does make sense is if you're trying to do this as like criterion of embarrassment, is if you came from a culture that historically did not bathe very often, and kind of a side tangent here, during the bubonic plague, because of weekly mikvahs, at least for the Jewish people, while we were still affected by the bubonic plague. It wasn't as much as most of actual Europeans, because they didn't bathe. We were actually bathing, and so we weren't affected by it as much. And they thought it was because, you know, of like mysticism and stuff like that, and it added towards the anti-Semitic rhetoric during the time of the bubonic plague. And they thought, like, they have to be doing sorcery. There's not getting sick. No, motherfuckers, we were bathing. We're washing our filthy bodies.
Don't hate me because I'm clean. Man. Really fast. $5 super chat there from Marv34001 says, hilarious. How do you know George Bush existed? How do you know the videos and pictures of him aren't interpolations, dummy? Don't run from the truth. What? I don't know how to answer that. Obviously he's not being serious, but
Because we have millions of photographs taken from thousands of different photographers who don't know each other, and
Okay.
turns out they all look like the same guy.
well, no, this is somebody who comments a lot. This is a friendly. But I would say that the reason I know George Bush existed is because we have the George Bush tollway, and the George Bush tollway is expensive as fuck. It's also clean and super fast, but it's expensive as fuck.
So quick question. I did have a question for you, because it's something that got brought to my attention, and it's something that I never really thought about. So the Babylonian Talmud. Now, what's important about the Babylonian Talmud, unlike the Jerusalem Talmud, we know had Christian oversight on it. So there was editing and a lot of redactions. But during the time of the Babylonian Talmud being written, it was not in a Christian area, so there was no Christian oversight on it. And we know that the Babylonian Talmud started being written, at least the Sanhedrin portion was being written as early as 90 CE. And then it was finally compiled around 300 to 400 is like when it was finally compiled. But the Mishnah portion of it was being written between 90 to 200 CE. But in Sanhedrin, it mentions, you know, a man who is accused of sorcery. So he was first stoned and then hung. So essentially they stoned him and then they hung his dead body. And they call this guy, you know, Jesus the Nazarene. But it mentions, though, that the Rabbanan said, and in the Talmud, whenever you see the Rabbanan said, a Rabbanan is like an oral tradition. There's this oral tradition that has been passed. But the fact that this is getting to modern day Iraq, because that's where the Babylonian Talmud was written. And so my question is, if we have this oral tradition, starting possibly as early as 90. We don't know when this part of Sanhedrin was written. But we have this getting to modern day Iraq between 90 to 200, but there's no Christians in this area at the time. Would this potentially be potential evidence that at least this man, Jesus, who's a Nazarene, again, not a Nazarite, you know, the Nazarene, was being accused of sorcery, and they threw rocks at him and then hung his dead body?
No, because it's calling him a Nazarene. The fact that he's calling him a Nazarene but never says Nazareth, which is where the Bible says, like, why he's even called a Nazarene, and then it goes on to call the Christians Nazarenes as well. That very clearly means it's not somebody from Nazareth.
No. I'm not trying to say that it's Nazareth. I'm not trying to make.
Yeah,
that
I know.
connection.
I know that that's not what you're saying. It's the fact that they're using that term. That means that they're getting it from the Christians, not the other way around. Like, the Christians are called this.
But I
Like,
think
because they're getting
the,
it from the Christians. The fact that they're calling Jesus the Nazarene is the key to understanding that they're getting this from the Christians, or they're getting the concept of Jesus from the Christians, and so they're attacking it through that, but not because it's something that is actually a place. Because why he's a Nazarene and why the people who follow him are Nazarenes is beyond me, unless he is somebody from Nazareth or something like that, or they're a sect of Judaism. But it's very clearly not treated as that. We know that when they say the Nazarenes, they're talking about the Christians. So that they're saying that, and they're not from Nazareth or anything, and they're also not a Jewish sect or anything like that. So they're getting their name from Jesus the Nazarene. So Jesus the Nazarene would either he'd have to be somebody from Nazareth, but they don't mention Nazareth. They're getting it from the fact that Jesus is called this in the text. They're getting it from the Christians. They're getting the story of Jesus from the Christians and then writing their take on it all to encourage people to not be falling for this Christian bullshit. Because the Christians were like more or less like culturally appropriating from them at a certain point. They're borrowing from some of their beliefs and stuff, and it was enticing, I'm sure, to some Jewish people who were out of their hometown, they were out of their homeland there in Judea, and so they're becoming more Hellenistic. It would make sense that a lot of Jewish people would start like believing those particular things, but we don't see any mention of this kind of stuff or the Jewish take. At earliest, it might come from Celsus, who is writing in about 170 or so.
Yeah,
which
that's
would
fair.
be decades later.
Yeah, that's fair. I just had somebody bring that up, and they're like, because we know that at least the Sanhedrin portion of Talmud was being written starting at as early as 90. The Sanhedrin itself wasn't abolished until like 300 to 400 CE. It just moved from Jerusalem to another location. And then but the fact that it's in modern day Iraq where this is written, it had no Christian oversight. And it's mentioning, the Rabbanon. So there's this oral tradition that's being passed. We know that the Mishnah portion of the Talmud itself, its writing was finished in 200. The rest of it is like the Gemara. It's the rabbis discussing the Mishnah. But the fact that it's, and somebody even pointed out, I was looking up another source where at least Jewish scholars think that the person who's making this claim is Rabbi Akiva. It doesn't say Rabbi Akiva, but the way he's phrasing it is like how Rabbi Akiva would phrase things. And they're like, so imagine you have these group of Jews who are utilizing Ben Sirach, and it may lead them to being heretical as per Rabbi Akiva. And you have this person named Jesus who's using this book, and it's leading Jews astray, which which could be like sorcery. It's like a mind control thing that he's using this book to pull them away. But Rabbi Akiva has a strong reason to push Shimon Bar Kokhba to be the Messiah, and that there could be a sect that is taking this person who's utilizing Ben Sirach and is potentially claiming to be the Messiah. And Rabbi Akiva has a good reason to destroy the reputation of this individual.
Really fast, I'd like to point out that the Jerusalem Talmud is actually prior to the Babylonian Talmud.
Correct.
And the Jerusalem Talmud does not mention Jesus.
Correct. And
so
the
that's
reason being
also pretty bad.
Well, the reason for that is we do know that the Jerusalem Talmud had Christian oversight on it. And so if
Why
there
wouldn't
was
they
anything,
say anything about Jesus?
Well, it's not that they were trying to have things added in. It was a case of if they were to add this part into the Jerusalem Talmud, they would just have it removed. They say, take it out. So which is why the Babylonian Talmud is the preferred version over the Jerusalem Talmud. And the Babylonian Talmud goes into a lot more detail than the Jerusalem Talmud, but we recognize the Jerusalem Talmud had Christian oversight on it.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't be surprised that there was at least something over a lot of it, considering the fact that it's not finalized and actually compiled and everything like that and done, even the Babylonian Talmud, until after Christianity had already become the official religion of the entire empire.
Yeah. Well, and then this still doesn't get you to, like, if this is true, it still doesn't get you to the Jesus as told by the New Testament. This section doesn't say anything about who his parents were. No miracles are being performed. Literally, the whole passage, it's Sanhedrin, I think 63a. All it says is that there was a person who is Jesus the Nazarene who was accused of sorcery, and so he was stoned and then hung. Yeah. That's literally like the gist of it. There's no narrative about him. And then a little further down, it'll list his disciples, which is where you get like probably Matthew's the closest one, but he only had like 5 or 6, not 12. So it varies greatly from the actual narrative.
Yeah, I think it's pretty telling that the closest that they get is Matthew there, because it's in Matthew that you actually get like a lot more of these stories of Jesus's birth and whatnot, and some more of him being actual like Jewish person as opposed to the Gospels prior to that. So I would imagine that they're vaguely familiar with the Gospel of Matthew, which is what they're more or less utilizing for their information on it.
Correct.
Now,
and
I'd
yes,
also like to
Aaron.
point out that Matthew is the only gospel that Matthew is called Matthew. In the other gospels, his name is Levi, which what? why would they not use the word Levi? Because that was very clearly his name in the other gospels.
Correct. And yes, Aaron, it is found in Sanhedrin 6:7.
Jesus Christ. Also, every time I hear I don't know if you live somewhere where do they test the like tornado sirens where you live? Like every month? Do you even have tornado sirens? Oh, he left. Fucking asshole. Anyways, that was cyber deconstruction, man. Make sure you're following cyber deconstruction. All right. Y se marchó. Exactly. Pretty much. Do I have a sound? I've got a sound for cyber deconstruction. How about new? Oh, okay. Okay. No. Yeah, I like that one. Okay, so yeah, they're testing the tornado siren. So I heard it. I was like, "What the hell's going on?" It doesn't look that bad outside. I was like, "What happened?" So yeah, it's just every Wednesday at 1. Not every Wednesday. Every first Wednesday at 1:00. Every first Wednesday of the month. At 1:00 they test the siren. They got to test it because we use it. If it's the middle of the night and you hear like there's a storm outside and stuff, you're like, wow, wind is really blowing out there, and you hear like maybe some hail or something. You're like, damn, it's really coming down out there. It's raining cats and dogs, and then all of a sudden you're and you're like, oh god, everybody get up. Let's get the little radio and everything. Let's get it cranking. All right. And then everybody's just like hiding in the bathroom, or you hide in the middle of the house. If you got stairs, you hide under the stairs. It just happens. I think last year we probably did it, I'd say maybe 2 or 3 times. Maybe 2 or 3 times. 2 or 3 times. At least twice, no more than 3 times, and nothing ended up happening. You know, it's not really that big of a deal, and not to us. You could, if it's really bad, you can look out the door and you could see like a fucking tornado. It's like, oh my god, you know. But nah. Knock on wood. Knock on wood. There we go. All right. All right. Let's see. 2 or 3 times. No, a week. No, 2 or 3 times I got in the last year. Ghosty Gore says no, thank you. It's noon on the first Saturday here. Oh, okay, Missouri here. Weather is questionable today, so no test. I'm in Europe. Couldn't be me. All right. We got a $4 and wait, hold up. No. $9.99. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much for from a Dr. Jim over there on YouTube says you could definitely be a qualified expert in a court on the topics of stellometry and biblical history. Oh, thank you. Based on your education and published work. Well, thank you. And you are a scholar in my eyes. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That means a lot coming from you, Queen Dr. Jim. yeah. Queen Dr. Jim. Yeah, there it is. And then, of course, you put hashtag Queen for Christ. So you got me to say it anyways. God damn. All right. Amazingly, we are now at 491 of those bad boys. 491. Closing in on 500. I can't wait till somebody ends up hitting 666. It's going to go fucking nuts in the chat. All right. And then $4.99 there from Ken the Atheist says, don't tell me mermaids aren't real. What? I've seen Splash. Do mermaids queef? What would happen if a mermaid queefed? What if their tail falls off? Would their tail fall off? Man, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to know. I don't even think that even works. Okay, well, until there are no more. Yeah, I see what you're saying, AZ Mike. All right, if anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you. I want to hear from you, Bubbles. Just Bubbles. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. All right. Let me check really fast. I don't like to do this too terribly often, but let me check the live chat over there on YouTube. Oh, man. Oh, it's all over the place. Someone said Bubbles. Okay. What in the world is this channel? This channel talks about the existence of Jesus or Paul. If you want to come up, you can. And every once in a while, people send super chats and make me say the Q word. And so that's also this channel, unfortunately. Darren Delaney says, come on, Scaredy Cat, call in. Or Scaredy Chat. Oh, I like that. Scaredy Chat. Let me go ahead and just put this thing here. Yeah, click the link in the chat so that you can come on up. Mojo says, hi, Jaren. Everything we have taught in the school system since their inceptions are false and made up crap. Good God. Man, some of these people are definitely very aggressive over there on YouTube. Definitely. How do we call in? Click the link that's in the chat there. There's a link. It takes you over to TikTok. If you don't have a TikTok, you can send a super chat. Even if you're just calling me a moron, that is perfectly fine. The word of the day for me is moron.
That's why they call him Black Salami.
What? I don't know. No idea.
And boom goes the dynamite.
That checks out. Moron what? Oh, yeah. Where do you get your hats? This one, believe it or not, comes from 7-Eleven. My other hats either come from NRS or Boot Barn. I got, yeah. Well, except for one that came from Amazon, and it was a gift from my friend Michaela. Michaela got me this hat here. It is a Pride hat, and check it out. What? There you go. Look at that. That's cool as shit. All right. Yeah, NRS and Boot Barn. Let's see. Someone over on YouTube says it's not disputed that Jesus existed. Any historian knows this. Well, come up here and present their evidence. Michaela down there. Yeah, hey, there's Michaela. And then Cindy Granade says, that's so cool. Boot Barn has the worst hats? Okay. Cool hats. Oh, thank you. Do it. I always hear Boob Barn. It's not Boob Barn. It's Boot. If the boot fits. I know that's a very obscure reference. Very obscure reference. Okay. So I actually use that phrase every once in a while in real life, you know, and I used it with my wife, who's from New York City, is where she moved from and everything like that. And she raised in Ecuador. And she, so she had never heard the phrase, if the boot fits. And she's like, what? And I was like, yeah, it's a phrase. Have you ever seen Toy Story? It's on Toy Story. She's like, it was? I was like, yeah. So I pulled up a little short clip of Toy Story 2 where they're wondering about like something happening or something. It's Woody and Jesse are fighting or something. They're about to fight. And Woody accuses Jesse of something. And she's like, how do you know it was me or something? And Woody says, well, if the boot fits. And she said, well, say that again. And he goes, if the boot fits. And he does this. And that's all that I was looking to show her. But the only clip I could find, it was really short, of that scene, was edited only slightly. It was perfect. And it like zoomed in on his mouth and raised the volume to this obscene level. And he just goes, well, if the boot fits, well, say that again. If the boot fits. It was ridiculous. Didn't make any sense, but that's how I've said it ever since. And so yeah, that's this obscure reference. All right, $2 from No Name, and then a bunch of different letters. What's the name of the Spanish song "It Slaps"? The name of the Spanish song is Un Velero Llamado Libertad. I think that's the only words. Un velero llamado Libertad. Llamado. Yeah, that's it. It's from Jose Parradas. Jose Parradas. I do not speak Spanish, but I'm trying. Jose Perales. It slaps. Atrocious, but W. Yeah. This is why I'm not good at Zumba. All right. No, it's not that whole thing. It's Yamato or something like Yamato. I don't know where they put the emphasis on what syllable. Jose Latras. Yeah, Jose Latras. Have we done that in a while? Yeah, we're going to do it. All hail Latras, the righteous judge. Okay. If there's any Christians out there, come on up. We got 299 people watching on YouTube, 307 people in TikTok. We got to have something. We got to have somebody out there who's got some evidence for Jesus or Paul. Must I remind you that 1 Peter 3:15, it says, always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have, but do this with gentleness and respect. You should do this. Absolutely, you should do this. Absolutely. If you don't come up and give evidence that Jesus or Paul existed 2,000 years ago, then unfortunately, God's going to be upset. And when he's upset, he unalives a puppy twice. Same puppy. Look it up. It's in the book of Malachi. Go check it out. Check it out. Don't take my word for it. Take God's word for it. Don't shoot the messenger. Also known as a Malachi, actually. And believe it or not, Malachi just means messenger. Okay. Bofa puppies. Bofa puppies. It's not godlike behavior. It's not good behavior. It's not good. $4.99 there from Dr. Ajim says, if you are anti-queefs, you clearly hate women. Hashtag FU queef haters. Whoa. Okay, so no. There's plenty of people who are out there who hate like all kinds of bodily functions. That doesn't mean that they hate people. What? Say what? Playoffs? I don't know why I said that. All right. If you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. So aggressive. Yeah, she's so aggressive. So aggressive. Really, Sharon? I will double down. I am the anti-Q word. Wow, damn. Damn.
Arby's, we have the meats.
All right. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm a man. I'm 40. They are who we thought they were. Anyways. Okay. $5 from Double Wing 83 says, "What's your take on the Didache and why it's not a Jesus reference before 144 AD?" Because it doesn't date to then. We don't have any references to the Didache until much later. The Didache actually, it quotes from 1 Timothy, or it's aware of 1 Timothy and 2 Timothy, the pastorals, which are definitely late. And, by the way, if the first Pauline epistles are published in 144, that means that First and Second Timothy, the pastorals, would need to be after 144, which would mean that the Didache needs to be after 144. Not to mention, Second Timothy. Second Timothy mentions Crescens and Polycarp, or his Latin name Carpus. Crescens is his scribe. Crescens dies in about 180. So yeah, the Didache would need to be late 2nd century, which is initially, what I understand, that was initially what a lot of church fathers actually said the Didache dated to. It's just only here recently that they tried to put it as early as possible. Probably because it's pretty damning if you put it that late. But yeah, the Didache explicitly would be late 2nd century, definitely, based off of the material that's inside of it. Didache. Christina the Godless is asking about government watch list and everything. I don't know what's going on, and I'm fucking scared. Did he okay? Oh my god. Did he okay? Did he not okay? $5 there from Resting Op Face. Says, Queefs? Okay. I've got to do it like this. Queefs? Don't talk about queefs. You kidding me? Queefs? I just hope we can win a game. Indiquephilus cults. Indiquephilus cults head coach Jim Morqueef. That was rough. that was rough. It's what, 5 of them? Oh my god. Playoffs. Yeah. That's also practice. We talk about practice, man. Not the game. Not the game that I go out there and live and die for. We're talking practice. To be fair, as funny as that quote was, like, that was a really, really, like, sad moment for him. Like, if you actually, like, look into what AI was going through there, like, it was really sad. Okay. That's more or less on the AI. Yeah, I know. Anyways. 2 requests. Well, yeah, I'm looking for some ops at the moment. I'm looking for ops, unless it's just somebody who's Ted Lasso quote. No. It's Allen Iverson, AI, the real AI. Orange, you're tired of him. Wow. What? Whew. Whew. He wants ops. We're just a nuisance. No, it's trying to get the numbers up on YouTube there. All right. The answer. There it is. Artificial Intiverson. I can get it. All right. You know what? Here. What we're going to do is we're going to bring up this guy.
All right. First, I have to officially say you lost the game because Cyber did it to me. So.
Oh, that's who you. Oh, he says it and then he drops all the time. So anyways.
Yeah, but technically, once you hear it, you're supposed to say it publicly too. I know it's stupid. They let us free range in the 80s and 90s. Like, shit happened.
Oh
We're
yeah.
all right.
Oh yeah.
We're not all right. That's.
Oh yeah. There were a couple things that you should probably stay in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah. Look at your queef counter. We are not all right. Exactly. So, fun fact: do you know where Muslims say earthquakes come from?
Earthquakes?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Giants inside
All
the
right,
earth or something?
So this is a plug for Storm and Amadeus's lives. Check them out. Great time. Amadeus Almighty and Storm. It was explained to us that, so I forget the layers, but there's like multiple layers of flat earths, and at some point there's a whale that is holding up one of the layers, and earthquakes are when Allah puts a little fish by the whale, and the fish swims into the whale's gills, which, if you know anything about whales, you know they don't have gills, but it swims into the whale's gills and tickles the whale, and the whale laughs, and that's what an earthquake is.
What?
Yep. Yep, it's a little fish goes and tickles the whale's gills, which whales don't have gills, and it makes the earth shake because the whale is laughing. There are so many layers of stupid behind it that, like, yeah.
I'm gonna go into the Quran to check this out here. Man, this would have to be late. All right, here we go. A whale?
Yeah. I think it might be from a hadith.
I don't like this.
Yeah, I think it's from a hadith. The whale, which is carrying the earth, secretly said to itself that it is carrying the earth by its own strength. So Allah, the High, sent to it a fish smaller than a palm's length and larger than a finger, so it entered in its gills and shocked it. It remained like that for 40 days. Then Allah raised it, and it was merciful to it and took it out. So whenever Allah intends the earth to be in a quake, he sends this, I guess it's the same fish, over and over again to that big fish. So when it sees it, it becomes restless, so the earth gets engulfed by the earthquake. It is Hadith al-Kafi.
Which number is that? Do you know? Oh, it's a hadith. It's hadith.
It's a hadith, so it's not in the Quran, but it's a strong Shia hadith.
Well,
so when people like YouTube, we get it a lot. When people ask why we don't argue against Muslims very often, yeah, it's a whale carrying the earth, and it gets tickled by a fish. What do you want us to do with that? Good. Anyway, thought you'd appreciate knowing that fun little fact we learned in Storm and Amadeus.
I actually don't enjoy knowing that. Like somehow I have a negative amount of enjoyment knowing that.
Yeah. It's just hard to take it seriously, like any of it. I mean, the talking snake, donkeys, and all the other shit in the Bible is bad enough, but this on top of it. Yep. Anyway, good luck getting another guest.
Yeah.
Queef and Ron.
Gotta stop bringing that guy up. We gotta stop bringing him up. All right. Let's see here. $7 from Real Olander says, turns out the Romans actually did keep a record of the crucifixion, but they recorded it under the wrong name. They used his pseudonym, Ventus Vaginalis. I don't know if you've ever commented on here before. I think you have. My guy, I want you to understand something. Just because you hid the Q word in what appears to be some kind of Latin, that doesn't save you. Lobes the Absurdist is in here as well. Lobes, what's going on, Lobes? Lobes, make sure to follow Lobes. He's got some streams that they're pretty late though. I mean, he goes live late at night. Like late at night here recently. Like late at night. I see Lobes. I see Born Again Atheist, and I see Thrail.
Fuck off.
Yeah. And yeah, like really late. We're not talking like in the evening. We're talking like late night. We're talking like around the time that Jack in the Box gets cheaper and more edible. From a certain perspective. All right. Amadeus and Storm are that I would say that's like that's evening. It's not like late night. Like you go over to Amadeus, you go over to a Storm, you go over to Christina the Godless, you go over to Adam. Like those are even like Raul Duke, good old Raul Duke. You go to those like later on in the evening, later on at night. They're like nighttime, but like late night, late. That's that good old. It's that good old Born Again Atheist. Thinker goes live really late too. Thrail, ridiculous. Lobes. All right. Even Joel was on later last night. Oh wow. You run till 3 to 4 a.m.? Good God. Why? Why? I didn't know you kept going. For some reason, I thought that you hopped off like sometime around like midnight, or like maybe 1 or something. But that's like when, like midnight to 1 is like when Loeb starts. Ogar, he goes live too. Three to 4 p.m. prime gooning hour. Me? Just lobing around. It's a weird lull around midnight, then it kicks back off later. Ah, I gotcha. Yeah, 4 or 5, then Zip Zop. Yeah, Zip Zop hops on like really early too. All right, come on up. If you got evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. We shouldn't. We don't need a restart, right? Do we? I mean, surely not. We got enough people. There should be somebody out there. When does Gerd Engineer go live again? Wait, are you talking about like the parody account or like the actual guy? I don't know when he goes live. I have no idea. Elise says, I know where Paul is buried. Can we get the history of why you don't like the word? I don't, you know, there's just words you just don't like. I'm trying to run a family fucking friendly show here. Shout out to Rage. Do you think the 12 tribes of Israel exist in any form? I believe there are multiple groups that come together. I don't think there's 12 though. Okay, said I tried to get him to say it. Anyways, yeah. Aaron says, since when? What the Scooby laugh? What? I don't know what you're talking about. It's family friendly. Yeah, we always say hi to moms. Always got place in our hearts for moms. If you got any evidence for Jesus, click the link. Come on up. The request button on TikTok is right about there, down there. If you're on YouTube, click the link in the chat. $1.99 from Cocard 1000 says, was OG Gospel of Mark a mystery initiation play? I would say yes. I would say yes. It has the most present tense verbs, so it's like explaining what's going on. It addresses the reader. It breaks the fourth wall, I would say multiple times. And on top of that, it also starts just about every sentence, or the majority of sentences are starting with and then, or and, or the Greek word kai. So it's like explaining what happens next and what happens next and what happens next. And if it's not a play, it's at least something that's meant to be read aloud. Christ before Jesus, best Mother's Day gift. You sounded like Scooby. Went full Scooby. Never go full Scooby. And then, yeah, no, and then. And then. That was pretty cool. See, BJ is a great gift. Wow. Olander, no. Yeah, you got a squeaky one in there. Sneaky. Either way, squeaky one. Ridiculous. Where's Olander even from that he's going to bed now? My brother in Christ, it is 1:34 p.m. Restart. Do we want to restart? Sweet. Yeah, unfortunately, Christina, that's what I said. Unfortunately. My pants. What? Okay. All right. I'm not listening to Aaron anymore. That's just ridiculous.
You done messed up, Aaron!
Norge? Han er fra Norge? Virkelig? Og det er sant? Kompis. Og det er sant? Hvor er deg? Jeg vet ikke. Jeg vet ikke lenger. All right. Best coast isn't even noon. All right. So we're going to go ahead and do a restart here. Hope you don't get tired of doing this because love your explanations. Comedy. I like how you put comedy in quotation marks, you asshole. Especially and show. I don't like the fact that you put comedy that way. Like, you try to be funny. I mean, you're not, but I enjoy it. I enjoy your attempts at being funny. Oh, God.
I fart in your general direction.
Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and do a quick restart there of TikTok. You're so funny, Jared. Yeah, see, yeah, it's just awful. All right, we're going to do a quick restart of TikTok to see if that helps bring in anybody. If you're over on YouTube, make sure to send a super chat over if you have any questions or comments. The word of the day for me is moron. So if you think that I am a moron, go ahead and let me know. And here in a second, we'll be able to actually take guests again. Should be able to now. Yeah, so click the link in the chat and you can come up and I'll bring you up here. I take guests on TikTok. That's where I take guests. So if you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. And just like that, we're back. Hello, welcome again, everybody there on TikTok, including Mazikeen, Aaron, Resting Opface, Functional High, Das Z, JJ, Board 10101010, Eddie, Michaela, Cindy Grenade, Chaos Engine Gaming. Make sure you're following that if you want to see some sick Call of Duty playing. Emily Neptune, Vegan, Clips, a couple more here, Gray Eyes, Michael Monson, The Prototype, and Yana. Stop dropping me off in weird lives. I don't have any control over that. Said my name without having a stroke. It looks incredibly hard. It looks like Dragon Ball Z, but with an ass in the middle. I'm here. Are you happy? I am happy. Do I have a sound for that? Do I have a sound for that? I might.
I'm at soup! What do you mean you're at soup? I mean I'm at soup! What store are you in? I'm at the soup store! Why are you buying clothes at the soup store? Fuck you!
Best I got. All right. Thy word is truth 777 says you will be judged by God for your words. Okay, well, come on up and we'll talk about whether or not Jesus existed. Because you're just kind of saying stuff. I'd like to know exactly why I would be judged at all for talking about history. Why? Who cares? Aaron said Judge D's. $5 there on Super Chat there on YouTube. Says people don't track well enough that the name Jesus is all over the the Septuagint, the LXX. Good efficient use of lettering. Jesus, son of Nun, Joshua. Jesus, son of Jehozadak, or Zechariah there, and Zechariah. Ben Sirach, yeah, or Ben Sirach, yeah, absolutely. The name Jesus is actually found there. So, again, I think, so my co-author, he recently we were talking, and he said that while they may have got the name itself for Jesus from like Jesus ben Sirach there, and the idea of like him being like this philosopher and some of his teachings and whatnot, at the same time, the overall concept of him coming in and like usurping what had previously been established as law and everything in covenant, he believes comes from the concept of Joshua, or Jesus, as you pointed out there in the Septuagint, the son of Nun or son of Noon, succeeding Moses, who is the lawgiver. Son of Bofa. Graphic designer here. And then user 6400015765508 says, "You got me wrong before." Oh, the comedy in quotes is because your jokes are especially implicit. More like illicit. Okay. All right, that's good. Jesus Christ. It's terrible. It's awful. Assholes. Anyways, you know what? You know who we need to figure out if my jokes are any good from? We haven't heard from the Cartoon Pirate in quite some time. Let's check in with our good old friend, the Cartoon Pirate. Cartoon Pirate, do you like my jokes?
Heist the Jolly Roger!
I don't really know what that means. Could you be a little bit more specific as to the answer? Do you like my jokes?
Aye.
Hey, there we go. No, very nice, very nice. I like that. I like that. Cartoon Pirate likes my jokes, so that's all I care about. Oh, thank you very, very, very much. Yes, Alan0465 over there on YouTube just sent 5 Christ Before Jesus gift memberships. 5 of them, guys. Spherical. So yes, there are gift memberships that are given out apparently over there on YouTube. That is awesome. Thank you very, very much. That allows for people to see some of the material that is only meant for members. They are able to, depending on what level of membership you have, and you can actually upgrade if you ended up getting the lower level. There's 2 levels. But you can actually see videos well ahead of time when they're published, or you actually get to see some things where we, Matthew and I, my co-author, we answer some questions that you guys have sent in. Not to mention, we have gone through some bad reviews of our book, and we've gone through them. 1-star reviews, we got 2-star reviews. There was a 3-star review that we went over. There's one on Audible that we go over that's hilarious. We go through an entire Reddit thread that's talking about like me and everything on this show. And then also there's one more. Oh, a Goodreads. We go over Goodreads as well. So we go over a lot of different reviews. I think there's 11 different videos of us going over bad reviews for our book because we like split it into like one like each generally. So in other words, there's basically just 11 reviews. One of them's Reddit, but whatever. There's basically 10 bad reviews of our book. 10. So it's not really that big of a deal. Some of those are 3 stars, and it's not really that big of a deal. Anyways. Let's see. But yes, spherical. I don't know what that person's saying there in the chat. I have no idea what they're going on. Okay, Christina the Godless says, your jokes are way better on Bible Libel, not gonna lie. That is very true. So make sure you're following Christina the Godless there in the chat on TikTok, or make sure you're at least following me over on TikTok, which is how we take guests here. So if you want to come up on YouTube, click the link that's in the chat. Because Sunday nights at 9 p.m. Central. Sunday nights at 9 p.m. Central is Bible Libel. Bible Libel, where we go over some questions that are interesting. They're the questions that you would never dare ask in church. And then we come up with an answer. I didn't say the right one. I just said an answer. Really, the only one that's any good at coming up with a decent answer is probably Matthew. Then, of course, there's me and Christina that are just trying to keep up. Let's see. Somebody in the chat said something about Isa or something. I saw your idea, and I think that your idea would be pretty good there, Chaos. Thoughts on the theory that the Gospel of John was written as a refute to the Gospel of Thomas? I don't think so. I think it's more that the Gospel of Thomas is pulling from the previous Gospels that they had available. But, I mean, nevertheless, it's still 2nd century. Interesting take. I'm living in the Philippines, so Sunday morning at 10 a.m. Probably. Let's see. Let's see. No, that'd be 10 a.m. the next day. 10 a.m. Monday. 10 a.m. Monday in the Philippines. Yeah, Monday morning. All right, let's see. I think we got a guest here who I'm pretty sure has evidence for Jesus or Paul. G-Baby, you got evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Hey, how you doing today?
Doing good, doing
And let
good.
me start off by saying, I'm not a Christian, but I did have a few questions for you.
Okay.
So I've been having debates with Christians lately, and one person that they do like to bring up is Josephus.
Josephus. Yeah.
And I would, I don't do too much research on him, but I do watch your lives, and I know you have done
Oh, thank
research on him. And what is your standpoint on him? Like, how do you debunk that point?
Well, so there's two passages that get talked about when it comes to Josephus. One is the most popular. It's called the Testimonium Flavianum, and it talks about like Pilate crucifying Jesus and all that kind of stuff. That is very clearly something that has been added to the text because the paragraph before it and after it, they actually go together. If you take out that paragraph, it flows better. The paragraph before it talks about a bad thing that Pilate did, about how he went out and unalived a whole bunch of Jewish people. And then the paragraph after the Jesus paragraph, it says another sad calamity that happened to the Jews. So in other words, take out the Jesus paragraph and it makes sense. It goes together. It's very clearly added in there in a place that doesn't make a lot of sense, because in other books from Josephus, like in Wars of the Jews, another book from him, he discusses the bad things that Pilate did, but he never talks about the Jesus passage. That's not in there. So it's pretty clear that it's been added into that particular book. It's called Antiquities of the Jews. It's been added into it. The phrases that are in there are not things that Josephus himself would have said or said in that way. We actually have evidence that it's been put in there by a guy named Eusebius. It was written by a guy named Eusebius. He's a Christian historian in the early 4th century, and he actually explains that he does not see it as a problem to lie for the advancement of the church.
Really quick, do you have that one source that is very important?
For what?
That where he puts the where he added you say he added the scriptures? Or?
Yeah, it's in Demonstratio Evangelica. That's the name of the book there from Eusebius. He says, "Let us now make use of Josephus the Jew," and then he gives us that paragraph. Prior to him, no one mentions that paragraph. No one. There are multiple people who quote from Josephus, some of them even quoting from the same book. No one mentions the paragraph at all until Eusebius comes around and just gives us the paragraph. Now, some Christians today, the easiest way to have a conversation with somebody today, if they bring up the paragraph or bring up Josephus, they go, oh, okay, you're talking about like the paragraph that talks about Jesus being crucified? And they'll probably say yes. And at that point, you just say, okay, was Josephus a Christian? And they'll say, no, he wasn't. He was Jewish. Okay, great. Let's read that paragraph. And in that paragraph, it says he was the Christ. Very clearly, Josephus did not write that. Like, very clearly. So, a lot of scholars today say, oh, well, it didn't have that line, but Josephus wrote the rest of it. Like, they go through it and pick out these multiple lines or multiple phrases or words from the text that they know Josephus would not have read, and they say, oh, Josephus wrote the rest of it, though. But there's no evidence that he did. They just kind of go through and treat it like a buffet. They're able to just go, I'll just say he didn't write this, and he didn't write this, he didn't write this, but he wrote the rest of it, even though there's no evidence for it. So, quite frankly, there's no evidence that he wrote that. It flows much better without it. It's pretty clear that he didn't write that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, not a problem. That was G Baby, everybody. Now, G Baby, do you go live or do you? Oh man, she left. But G Baby, if you go live, hopefully people will give you a follow there. If you just hop onto panels and debate with Christians, well, best of luck to you. All right. Joey said something. Probably Joey's asking about like what religion. Oh, okay. Joey, if you want, you can come up. We can have a conversation. It's not a problem. And then resting op face told him, "Hey, don't be going around telling them my religion." Man, I can't have people knowing my religion. Resting op face out here telling everybody that I'm an odontologist. Oh shit, I just said it. You can't do that. You can't be telling people about my religion. Anyways. We belong to the same religion, sir. I like how you put sir at the end, just so like matter of fact. Like, listen here, sir. We serve food here, sir. Okay. I'm gonna eat this turkey sandwich and kick your ass in a debate, sir. Anyways, poppy seed muffin. No, actually, my wife's famous here at home blueberry muffins. I don't know if she's ever made blueberry muffins before. I don't know. These are the best ones that I've had. Okay, so let's see. Believe what you want, you mean nothing to me. All right, right back at you. Especially since you're a Mets fan. You mean nothing to the MLB. All right. I do love a good muffin. Nice. I too am a donatologist. 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 That's funny. What about the other Josephus passage mentioned? Yeah, it tells you who that Jesus is. It says Jesus, son of Damnius. He becomes high priest in the early 60s. So, I mean, yeah, it's just probably a scribal note that gets put into there, probably based off of Origen, who tried to talk about it and say that, oh, that was Jesus. It's me, Gen X, for $1.99 there on YouTube. Thank you very much. It says, if whales can giggle, might they also queef? All right. I thought, I don't know why I did, but I thought that if we restarted, we would have people coming up and bringing up evidence for Jesus or Paul, and potentially even get past this whole whale thing, the whole Q thing. Nope. Aaron presented the whale document earlier, and it's me, Gen X, just presented the Q document. All right. Emily Neptune says, does CBJ know what a muff is? Yeah. Of course. Like, ladies use them. Ladies have one lots of times. Like where you put your hands in, keeps them warm. I think I've seen Aaron Rodgers actually use one quite a bit. Use them like up in the north. Up in the north, they have them. Aaron Rodgers uses his butt. No, he actually uses the Chicago Bears. I hate the fact that he's... I hate the fact that he's my favorite quarterback. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. He's like so low on the list of people, but like so high on my list of football players. All right. You like AR? No, like as a player, yes, of course I do. Why wouldn't you? As a person, no. Why did Martyr not mention Paul? Probably because at his time, like super early, Paul was seen as somebody who was basically Marcionite. Martyr didn't mention him because he was a Marcionite construction there in 144. So by his time, they didn't have all this kind of stuff. Martyr wouldn't have utilized it. So once Acts gets swirling around and stuff and tries to like reclaim Paul, and once there's other versions of Paul's letters, then you actually start to see Paul being mentioned. Paul doesn't get mentioned by the Proto-Catholic group until they've done extensive work on the character. Very good question, though. Big Schmello. What you got?
First, you have a nice head. And second, while I was reading a little bit.
Oh, like that. I've talked to you. Yeah, I've talked to you. We're going to limit it to one question because sometimes these conversations can get a little long-winded, but we're going to go ahead and limit it to one question.
I was reading about Marcus Vincent.
Okay. Yeah, Vincent.
And in his theory, he is a Marcionite priority believer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
yeah.
he says that Marcion, how should I say it? He was in a Christian community while he was in Sinope, right? And he got a really big chunk of sesterces. Like a big chunk of money, like 20,000 sesterces to like the local community.
Oh, like he gives a donation to the Roman community? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, the idea from the Proto-Catholics is that he went over to Rome, gave a sizable donation to the church in Rome, and then clashed with theology and stuff like that, was deemed a heretic, excommunicated, kicked out of the church, and then they gave him their donation back. The donation back. That's what is said later on.
Yeah, what Marcus Vincent is basically saying also is that while he was like on the travel, he went like through a lot of cities, and he found like more information about the Jesus theology, and that's the reason why he wrote the Bible. But I'm not really sure if that means like he just like found every story like that he can heard of about like this Christ figure.
I don't know how he'd be able to piece that together. I don't know why he thinks that, but I don't see any evidence of the idea that Marcion like just came up with it or found information about Jesus on his travels or something. We don't have any information on that stuff. It's kind of a weird claim.
Yeah, that's my reason, because I'm so confused about this one character that is how is he called? The martyr, John Martyr? No, not John Martyr.
Justin Martyr.
Justin Martyr. I don't think he was a proto-Catholic.
Well, I mean, he's from like Rome, or involved with Rome.
Yeah, but
So like
But
he would
didn't
eventually,
he
he's
like
part
grow
of
up
that,
like
like
in
the early sect that would become that. Yeah. He's like a proto Catholic, if you will.
Oh.
Like he's
Okay,
like the
thanks.
early
That's
stages,
all I
the
wanted to
early
know.
stages of it though. But why? Why'd you
Oh.
bring up martyr?
Like his theology is like so weird. Like I read about like what he's talking about, and
Mhm.
I for some reason he doesn't like seem like a Catholic. Like yeah,
Well,
he
I
has like
mean,
the
Catholic is a tough term. That's why we call them proto-Catholics, because eventually they would go on to form the Catholic Church. Justin Martyr is like one of the earliest iterations of that line or those people. He's like
the weird
early
thing. Like
onto the timeline.
everybody goes like to Rome. Like at some point, everybody goes to Rome for some reason.
Well,
Probably because it's the biggest city.
It's a hub there. It's there in the Roman Empire. If you can make it in Rome, you can make it anywhere. Kind of like New York City or something like that. Like that's the idea. Like it's where all things hideous and shameful find their center and become popular. Like New York City, or Mos Eisley.
Okay, thank you. Then good luck with finding someone.
All right, thanks. All right, Gotham. Yeah, there we go. AZ Mike says, I'll be in New York City in 3 weeks. Nice. And oh wow, Josephus, author. I like the author there. Satoshi, why do y'all mute me before? Because you weren't coming up on the panel. That was the problem. It's called mute or rebuke, and you're muted, so you came up here to try to rebuke, and that's what we're doing. Now, if you'd like to get muted again, you can, if you want. Or, if you wanted to have a conversation, you could. As long as you're being respectful in the comments, I think that, generally speaking, people won't probably mute you too terribly much. But, degenerous? Is
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is, based upon your disbelief in Jesus and Paul existing, is it because there's obviously no historical evidence proving that, or
I mean, that's part of it. Obviously, if someone didn't exist, there's not going to be any evidence for them, but that's not like how you know they don't exist.
so what would your understanding, like, how did you come to that conclusion?
By studying the New Testament.
Okay, cool. So my question would be is, if you're sure that they didn't exist, then my question would be to you is, who made these two historical figures up? Like, who made up this
Marcion.
story? Huh?
Marcion.
Marcion? What's the
Yeah.
evidence? What's the evidence behind that?
He's the first one to publish any gospel or any text from Paul or anything like that there in 144. Even by Christian scholar standards, only 6 or 7 of the Pauline epistles as we have them today are even authentic to Paul, according to them. And what that means is that it comes from one particular author, and that's because they're taking a look at the book level and applying stilometry. If we actually apply it at the chapter or duo chapter level or split it into pieces, we see that there's multiple authors even in these authentic texts, but whatever. The point is, whenever the first Pauline letters are published by Marcion in 144, he publishes 9 or 10 of them, which means up to 4 of them, even from Christian scholar standards today, they would say up to 4 of them are fake the first time that they show up. So it's already really, really bad. Prior to that, Christianity exists, but we don't have any evidence of Jesus or anything like that being associated with him. It's Marcion who shows up with this information. And we can tell that later Christians try to talk shit about him, which is how, in fact, they talk so much shit about him and quote from his text so much that we're able to like reconstruct what he wrote. And we're able to know exactly what he put in, or not exactly, but have the gist of what he put into his text and reconstruct them. And they try to claim that he stole from them, but we're able to find out that it's actually the opposite way around.
So my question would be, Marcion, when he created the this notion about Jesus, when did that happen? When did he?
Like late 130s, early 140s. He publishes in roughly 144.
Okay, So you're saying before him there was no even idea of a Jesus of Nazareth.
Yeah,
back
definitely
in
not. Mm-mm.
Okay, so that means that if Jesus and Paul never existed, that means you would say that the whole New Testament is
It's like a
full of
mythology.
lies,
Well, it's a mythology. I mean,
mythology.
yeah. I mean, there's going to be some kind of things that are worked in there that are real, like real leaders or something like that to help the reader trying to find out when it's being written. But even when it tries to put in leaders, sometimes it just completely messes up. Like in the Gospel of Luke, it tries to say that John the Baptist started his ministry or started his kind of, well, yeah, I guess his ministry. I'll pull this up here for you. So
You think he's a made up person as well, John the Baptist?
So I would hear arguments either way. The evidence that we have for him is not great at all. It's realistically just like one mention from Josephus. It's a decent size mention of him, but you can tell that at least parts of it seem to have been edited. It's really weird, but I could go either way for John the Baptist. That's not really too big of an issue. But it says that John the Baptist, and by the way that Josephus talks about him is actually different from Jesus. So even if John the Baptist did exist from the time that Josephus is talking about, then John the Baptist would have died after Jesus, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like he's talked about like after Pilate. So it's weird. Pilate's dismissed in 36. And according to the Bible, John the Baptist usually dies like sometimes within the first few chapters of a book or of a gospel, and Jesus continues his ministry. So it seems really weird. It's about the same time, which is, they're going to put their mythological character, their fictional character around that time. If you're trying to put it in there, you'll surround them by people who were from that time, generally speaking, but you're not going to get it correct, like 100% correct, because it's a fiction story. It's kind of like if I wanted to tell a story about the Old West, I might put in people riding like cowboys riding like horses and stuff like that. I might even put like some saloons or something like that, like some things that are generic around that trope or that genre of like Western Old West kind of style. But I might mention every once in a while some things that don't line up. Like I might mention a type of pew or a type of rifle or something like that they use. But unfortunately, someone who's an actual historian could take a look at this and be like, they didn't have that at that time. So that's how they're able to tell, hey, this is not a real story. Some of the things don't line up perfect. That's how we're able to tell it's a fictional story, but you're trying to set it in something that's close.
My question is it the divinity of Jesus? Is which like why you would say is why you believe that that the story is a fairy tale or it's mythology, or you're saying
well, mythology would include that, yeah. But like I would also say that he didn't exist. I mean,
you would
it's not
say that there was no Jesus in Nazareth ever existed ever in history of time, or you're saying only according to the scriptures of what we have today in the Bible is that the Christian Jesus.
No.
That's mythology. Or you're saying
no, we don't even have evidence that Nazareth itself existed at the beginning of the first century. I'm not even kidding. Like
I've never heard that. That's the first time I heard that.
Yeah, we don't have any. The closest that we can get to that time period for Nazareth is something maybe post 70, which is after the first Jewish-Roman War. We don't have any potential evidence of Nazareth existing at the beginning of the first century. It's not in any maps. It's not in any lists. It's not mentioned in the Old Testament, Jewish Apocrypha. It's not mentioned in either Talmud. It's not mentioned in the Mishnah. It's not mentioned from Philo of Alexandria. Josephus himself is a Jewish historian who was born in Galilee in 37. That's where Nazareth is supposed to be. He mentions the town next to Nazareth like a dozen times in multiple books. Never mentions anything close to Nazareth. I'm not even kidding. The idea that Nazareth was this place as presented by the New Testament, especially like a place that has a synagogue and all kinds of shit, is in the beginning of the first century is just bullshit.
So my question would be, okay, so like you would, if you're saying that Jesus and Paul never existed, then I'm pretty sure you don't believe in the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible as well.
Well, I mean, I like to try to, have evidence behind historical claims. It's pretty nice.
Like so the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Isaiah Scroll, you don't believe those to be true? Like you believe that
Why
those were
would they be?
so you don't
I
believe
mean,
that those
The Dead Sea Scrolls show up in as early as like 250 to 300 or so BCE, talking about some elements that go back 3,000 years or something like that. Why would any of that
no,
be?
like you believe that like that touches no basis upon the scriptures that we have today, like speaking about like the Isaiah Scroll, like how it's word for word.
It's not.
It's not.
No, there are differences. There are absolutely differences. There's a guy who goes around saying that it was word for word. That guy was Wes Huff, and he got called out by other scholars, and he actually had to like semi quasi apologize for misspeaking.
But you think okay, so but do you think that still doesn't
But I mean, that doesn't really
clear
mean
it up or
anything.
no?
Like, what does that matter? Like, just because they have a story that they kept
So how do you prove? How do you
similar?
prove?
I mean, the
How do
Quran
how do you
is
prove?
similar to what they had pretty
Oh,
early.
so you that was my question. It's like okay, that actually okay. You burned the Quran, so that means so you're saying Jesus in the Quran also didn't exist as well.
Well, yeah, Jesus didn't exist, and the Quran's wrong too. I mean, so is the Book of Mormon, by the way. If you're gonna ask that.
But would you debate though? Like, would you not Mormonism because they believe that's also a line within Christianity. But I'm saying like,
Well,
would you?
Islam is a line of Christianity. All it is just
No, it's
hard
not.
nosed.
It's
Yes,
every
it
religion.
is. Yes,
No, it's not. You're
yes, it is.
monotheistic.
It's hard nosed monotheistic Christianity. The earliest Muslims.
No, it's not.
Yes, the earliest Muslims are explicitly Christian. They prayed towards Jerusalem, and the headstones or the headstones above their graves literally had crosses on them. In fact, the majority of the surahs or the majority of the information that's in the Quran, which comes from about maybe 33% of the
So
surahs, some of the biggest surahs are pulling from Christian material like
scriptures in
what?
New Testament scripture, you're saying that Muslims
What?
you're saying the Quran and Islam is a part of Christianity based on
No,
Quran.
I'm saying that the Quran, which was written almost 300 years after Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire, pulls from Christianity. That's what it is. Like,
Where do you get that from? You get that from scripture? Or
the
where do you
literal.
get that from?
What do you mean scripture? Like, it's from the fucking book. The book itself, the Quran pulls from like the parable of the seven sleepers. It pulls from the infancy gospel of Thomas. Like, what are you talking about? Those are explicitly Christian texts.
Yeah, I know something about, but they get that from the Arabic Gospel of Thomas.
The what?
Well, parts, not the whole entire Quran, but so you're saying
Yeah, I'm saying that what they did was they took information.
Quran, you're saying Muslims is a part of Christianity.
No, I'm saying that
You're saying
Islam is an offshoot of Christianity. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's information that came from Christianity, and almost 300 years after Christianity became the official religion of the entire empire, then someone's like, "Hey, I'm going to take some of that information that you have, and I'm going to give my take on it." Unfortunately, it doesn't matter. The way that it works out though is Islam is something that comes from Saudi Arabia as opposed to the empire, the Roman Empire. So it's like right next to it, so it gets information from them, but it changes it and it's able to be isolated enough to where it becomes its own religion. Like, for instance, the Mormons, they come from Christianity, you know that, but very clearly they have their own text that like takes the Jesus character in a different direction. It's literally called Another Testament of Jesus Christ, and just like the Quran, and on top of that, they separate themselves by traveling out west. And if they hadn't become part of the United States, or if the United States didn't move out westward and everything like that, they would have been just like the Muslims over in Saudi Arabia. They would have been isolated to the point to where the religion is able to kind of evolve to its own thing. Otherwise, they wouldn't do that. Say what?
Muhammad was a true person?
An actual person? I mean, there's contemporaries of him who talk about him.
Do you believe he was or no?
Yeah, because there's contemporaries of him who talk about him. Like, we have things from his like family members.
Okay.
But like we don't have that for Jesus. Now, I wouldn't say that Muhammad is directly responsible for the Quran. Maybe, but maybe. But I think he's probably just more of a figurehead that he just gets attached to it because he's like a militaristic leader of them. And they're just like, oh, hey, it's just his thing. Kind of like Trump's big, beautiful bill is assigned to Trump. It's attributed to Trump, but Trump didn't write it.
Okay. So you're saying Christianity came from I forgot who you said what the guy's name was.
Well, Christianity did not come from Marcion. The stories of Jesus come from Marcion.
So where did Christianity come from?
Christianity is something that we see tracing its roots back to like the early first century or like the late first century BCE. At earliest, I guess if you really, really, really want to try to pinpoint where it possibly sort of kind of starts, we have a statue of Serapis that was brought down from Sinope in Asia Minor down to Alexandria, Egypt, by Ptolemy I Soter in roughly 300 BCE. So it's this particular belief that just kind of has offshoots, and there's mystery cults. Christianity is another mystery cult that comes from this. It's like an offshoot of this. And then eventually they have their own mythology that they develop in the 2nd century to kind of unite themselves. That's really all that it is. It's just an evolution of thought. It's not like it's not some weird conspiracy or something. It's not people creating it to control people. It's just, hey, this is a belief. It's a syncretic belief. It's going to pull from different things. Serapis himself was a syncretic god that brought Greek gods together with Egyptian gods. That's the idea. And he's seen as a healer god. His temples were called Serapions, which would be these places where people would get together and they believed that they would be healed by Serapis. The oracles of Serapis were also able to heal people with their spit, which we end up seeing there with Jesus, where he spit onto the ground, made some mud, and put it on somebody's eyes to heal his blindness.
Okay. So you're saying there's absolutely no proof of it. Jesus never 2000 years
Oh, Jesus?
ago.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
Okay. You said based on the evidence we have.
Yeah, based on the evidence that we have, with the evidence that we have to take a look at, and the tools that we have to analyze said evidence, Jesus did not exist. If we have any other evidence that pops up, then sure, I'll take a look at it, and that could change some things. I understand that, but currently, right now, as it stands, no, they didn't exist.
Okay. Yeah. Like I disagree, but like.
I mean, do you have any evidence for him? I mean, you can disagree. I get that, but like we're talking about history. Do you have any evidence to believe that he did exist?
You're gonna rebuttal. There's nothing I can say that I'm pretty sure you don't know about. In terms.
Then
of
why would you disagree? Like I say 2 + 2 = 4. You can disagree with that. I get that. Like it's within your right as a human being to disagree that 2 + 2 = 4. I've got a bunch of things that I could point to, and you could point to maybe something else that you pull out of your ass that says 2 + 2 = something else. But I would just show you. I would dismiss that, and I would show you evidence for 2 + 2 = 4. You can disagree, but it either happened or it didn't. History either happened or it didn't. 2 + 2 equals 4 or it doesn't. So what is your evidence that suggests that disagreeing is a good idea?
Yeah, like I said, the historical evidence we have of Jesus that we both have. Like I said, you believe it not to be true, and I believe it to be true.
Like what?
So,
Like name something. Be specific.
or if I say you're gonna just click on you're gonna write on the board behind you. It's the people. You know what I want to say. So it's like there's no point because.
I mean, do you feel like what I'm going to put on the board behind me? Do you think I have a bad argument or something? Do you feel like your argument is better or something? Do you feel like anybody's argument is better than what I'm about to explain if you end up mentioning something on the board behind me?
Yeah, you have a rebuttal to what I would say. But,
yeah. So it's almost like if you're able to dismiss something and I'm able to if you're able to admit something or put something out there and I'm able to dismiss it that easy, it's almost like it wasn't good evidence to begin with.
It's not you dismissing it that easy. I truly do believe that. I believe that we have historical evidence of.
Okay,
Jesus.
like what? Like what?
Like, if I say Tacitus, if I say Josephus,
Okay.
Pliny, then you're gonna have a rebuttal.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly. So does
But
that mean?
go ahead.
So
What was
so
your rebuttal?
we're trying to figure out if Josephus or Tacitus or Pliny actually did have good evidence for it. So
Right.
what do you think is good evidence, and how would you overcome my attempts to dismiss it?
You get okay. So okay, you told me that I forgot his name. You said it was a Marciano. What was his name? The guy who
Marcion?
said Marcion. Okay, there we go. I'm sorry, I
Okay.
forgot his name. So you said the Bible. Well, you said the Bible, right? Not Christianity. You said the scripture that we have today about of the
Yeah,
New
the New
Testament.
Testament. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, cool. And so that is your evidence for what we have today of why we believe that Jesus is God and why we believe that Paul had an encounter with Jesus, right? Like,
Sure. Yeah.
okay,
It's why you
so
know of who Paul and Jesus are. Yeah.
okay, and I've never just, like now this is true. Just because I've never heard of that does not mean that for that to not be true, which I don't believe that is because I'm not really I don't know too much about him or how that came to be.
That's fine. That's fine. But you had
Yeah.
mentioned like Josephus, Tacitus, Pliny, all right? And you said
Right.
that you said that I was going to have a way to dismiss that. How were you going to overcome that? Because if I dismiss it and you don't have a way to overcome that my argument here, then we can't really use Josephus or Tacitus or Pliny for anything.
So Tacitus um he talks about followers of Jesus who worship him after
And
he
what did they
was
call them?
Christus, I believe.
No, Christians.
Christians.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Christians.
So
Yeah.
how do you overcome the fact that the word Christians is used in an inscription over in Rome that dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE?
Okay.
So the
Say
term
that again.
the term that he used was Christians. The term that Justin Martyr uses for Christians is Christians. The term that Marcion uses is Christians. The term that the oldest codex for the New Testament, Codex Sinaiticus, uses is Christians. So how do we end up with the word Christians on an inscription that dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE?
It's a good question. I don't necessarily believe that this proves that his
Well,
his
what it
epistles
means
is
is that
true.
it is not coming from a Jesus, because if Jesus dies in like sometime in 30 or something like that,
Right.
well, I'm not sure exactly why suddenly over in Rome there's this stuff, especially if there's a possibility that this thing dates to before he's even born.
So when does when does he write
Tacitus
this?
writes in 116, like CE, like early
So
second century.
and you say and Jesus dies in 30, right?
Jesus supposedly dies around 30. Yeah.
Okay. So you saying how do we get Christus?
No. How is Tacitus mentioning the Christians who were
Yeah,
blamed
come
for
on,
the fire in
Christians.
Rome in 64 if the word Christians appears potentially even before Jesus was born? It's almost as if this group was a group, but they don't have Jesus as their leader, which is what I told you earlier. That the group is around, they just don't have the stories of Jesus. Because he's just a mythological character that they make up later.
Wait. So are you saying that the Tacitus his writing is
When
it
he
was
mentions the Christians,
tampered?
yeah, that's
No,
legit.
is it tampered with, or you're saying that
No,
it's not?
well,
It's
the
not.
text itself, book 15, section 44, is tampered with, but not the section that says Christians. That seems fine. It's the section that says that they got their name from
So they were a
Christ.
group. You're
Yeah,
saying they were a
Christians are a group.
during
Yeah,
that time.
yeah.
So did he make that up, or no? That's my question.
I mean, I don't think so. I mean, it's possible he made it up, but I mean, he mentions a group.
Why would he mention that if that were to not be true? That would be my
I don't
question.
know. I'm not saying it's not true. That's not what I said. I'm saying that Nero in 64, which is what Tacitus is talking about in 116 in his book, Nero in 64 blamed a group called the Christians. Yeah,
Yes.
not a problem.
So I'm saying, so what does that mean? So I'm saying,
What it means is that he blamed a group called the Christians.
and they were worshiping who? I'm asking you, who were they worshiping?
Crestus, Serapis. What do you want me to say?
But you're saying they were
because
not
if they,
worshiping Jesus.
it wouldn't make any sense for the Christians to be mentioned in an inscription that dates as far back as 16 BCE if they were worshiping a Jesus whose ministry was around 30 CE. So 46 years later.
So he's talking about the group. So what group is he talking about?
The Christians.
Yeah, I'm saying, who were they worshiping though?
A god or called Crestus, Serapis,
Do you have
whatever
any
you want to
evidence
do.
on that? Or are you saying you're giving your opinion on
Crestus
who you
is
think
just
they
a
were?
term. It means the good one. That's all that it means.
But we do not. So you're saying me and you right now, we do
Mhm.
not know who they were worshiping specifically, right?
Explicitly, no, not necessarily. It just kind of depends. You'd have to put it together through other things, but not
So how do we
explicitly
not-
stated there.
But you gave your reason for it, like you said that.
Yeah. Again,
you said-
I'm fine with saying I don't know, but it's not Jesus because that doesn't make any sense. It can't be Jesus if the group is around before Jesus.
Dang, then we really don't know who he's talking about then.
He's talking about a group. That's all that it is.
Yeah, a group, yeah. But
Yep.
we don't know who he's worshiping then. You're
But
right.
the
So-
argument here is whether or not Jesus was the person who actually started it, and whether or not they have a story of Jesus, and they don't. That's the problem.
Oh, so that Tacitus, his writing, it can't be about Jesus then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's about the group, but the group doesn't know anything about a Jesus. They don't end up with Marcion publishes his book in 144. That's 3 decades after Tacitus's writing. There's no Jesus attached to it.
But here's what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying. So you're saying you know for a fact that they were not worshiping the Jesus,
They can't worship Jesus if if the group is around before Jesus.
Okay, and I'm asking you, who are they worshiping?
Well, we don't really know. I don't have to come up with an alternative. We just have to see whether or not it's even possible that Jesus is that. In fact, in the late 1st century BCE, we have a cup down in Alexandria that says through Chrestos the magician. Uh-oh. It seems like Chrestos is just a title. Chrestos, in fact, Chrestos is a name/title. It means the good one. It was generally a name given to a good slave, a favorite slave, which is... It just means the good one. That's all that it means. But we have the word Christos. It was also applied for certain deities and whatnot. Christos means anointed. It was applied towards deities. Christos was applied towards deities. That's all that it is. That's why it's so easy for Christos or Christos to be something that merges together and it gets kind of swapped back and forth. There's some writers, like even Justin Martyr says that, or Tertullian, that writes about how sometimes the group is called Christians, sometimes we're called Christians. But we're actually Christians, but Christians will accept that too. And in the earliest codex for the New Testament, they use the word Christians. So they call themselves different things, but it's very close. It's because both of these terms are used for gods.
Okay, so like I said, like you said, so you have evidence, like I said, pointing towards that they were not worshiping Jesus.
Yeah, they weren't worshiping Jesus because they didn't have the story yet.
And then I want to question what you have. You do not know the answer to who they were worshiping because, like you said, you don't know. Okay, so
yeah, and that's fine, but like
yeah, that's fine. So okay, so what about Josephus, Pliny? What about those
Pliny doesn't say Jesus at all. So okay, and he doesn't even allude to the idea that who they're worshiping is a man, and he doesn't say anything about crucifixion or anything from the New Testament, so that's out. He just says that he runs into them Christians. Doesn't seem to know much about them, by the way. But yeah, that being said,
who are they worshiping now? If they're Christian. Who are they worshiping?
It just says Christ. That's all it is.
So who's the Christ? Who is this guy?
Probably it could be Serapis, because Serapis Christus, it could be. It's fine. In fact, if we're connecting them to like the earliest Christians and whatnot, if we're trying to go off of what Christian historians said, like Epiphanius and Eusebius, they're connected to people who worshipped Serapis or had connections to Serapis. So it's tough. Like if it's not Serapis, it's something pretty damn close. Because, I mean, the first gospel published by Marcion in 144, Jesus is the son of a god known as the unknown God, or God the Father. A previously unknown God is what he says. He calls him unknown. And when Ptolemy brings down that statue right here, he brings it down from Sinope, which is where Marcion is eventually going to be from. He's from Sinope. So he brings down, Ptolemy brings down this statue, or a statue of Serapis, from Sinope in Asia Minor down to Alexandria. And he says it's because he had a dream from the unknown God.
So you're saying Jesus and Paul, like I said, we the reason why I know who Jesus and Paul is because Marcion, he's the reason because of
Yeah,
Marcion.
he comes up with the IP, he comes up with the story. He comes up with
And-
like the comic book, if you will. And then later on, people really like that comic book character and come up with different backstories and like they come up with a different backstory or more lore and stuff like that.
But you're saying there are Christians or people called Christians in the 1st and 2nd century. Is what you're saying.
Yeah.
And we just don't know who they're worshiping.
Right, because they don't. Or they're probably just an offshoot of Serapis or offshoot of some mystery cult, but they don't have a Jesus story. Is my point. I'm not telling you who to worship. I'm not telling you exactly who the Christians worship. I'm telling you that they don't have a Jesus story. That's the point of the live. The Jesus story shows up in the 2nd century.
Yeah, bro. Like I said, that just confusing to me. For them to be for them to be Christians, but we don't know what they're worshiping. And then
Christ is just a term. It's a title. Hell, the word
But you know where the title comes from.
it means anointed. And in fact, the Septuagint, which shows up well before Christianity, uses the word Christ like 30 times to mean a high priest. It calls Cyrus the Great a Christ. In the Jewish Apocrypha, it calls Alexander the Great a Christ because that's all it means. It's just anointed. I mean, it's just a term, man. It's a title. It's not a name. Like eventually, once people are united around one particular concept, like if you go out today and you say Christ, people think you mean Jesus because there's only one. We don't use the term for anything else. But back then, they used the term. It was just a term. Like it was a word. It's a title.
Nice. Okay. But
that's like saying like I mean hell very clearly there are multiple kings. There's kings in the world right now, right? Right? It's like the title king. Like there are multiple kings in the world, right?
Yeah.
Like currently, yeah. So, but if you go into a church and you say, "I worship the king," do you? Someone in that church, like here in America, would say, "Yes, I worship the king as well," because you know colloquially who that is. You know what king means and what they mean by king and stuff like that. That's you're just thinking of one king.
That's true,
but king can be a bunch of different things. If you go into England and you say, "Hey, I like the king," they're not going to think that you mean Jesus. They're going to think you mean fucking whatever the guy is.
It's like the same thing for God. You can say God is many things, but when you
because God is a title. Yeah. But eventually you get to the point. Eventually you get to the point to where a particular group has used that title for their God, and they eventually grow to a size to where if you use that title, you're probably talking about their particular God. That's what happens. It's just how words work. They just have a particular word, and it just goes over there. That's why we have to, like in the English language, we have to either do a capital G or a lowercase g for the word God, because like if someone says God like just singular, we know that they're probably talking about like Yahweh or like the Abrahamic God. But if they say like a God or something, or like gods, they're probably not talking about it. So like we live in a bit of a transitional phase here. But back then, the word Christ could be for a whole bunch of different things.
Okay, so I have one more question for you, and it'll probably be since you believe. Okay, so Marcion is the reason why we know who Jesus and Paul is, and I'm pretty sure you don't believe in the New Testament. I'm gonna ask you. So when do we get the scriptures from the Hebrew Bible, and how do we know those to not be true? Which I assume
what are you talking
don't
about? The Hebrew Bible, like 300 BCE or later?
Yeah, how do you determine that? Like, do you believe that to be true, or you don't believe?
What do you mean?
Those stories about prophets. um, Isaiah, kings of Israel. You don't believe these things to be true at all, or no?
Most of that stuff is just bullshit as well. We have very little evidence of these things. Like very, very little evidence. In fact, some of the stories that like we do have some evidence for, like the places, like say Jericho. Jericho,
Right.
they say that they marched around Jericho and everything, and then shouted on the seventh day or whatever, and then the walls fell down. But according to the text, if that was the case, they would have reached Jericho like a good 1,000 years or 500 to 1,000 years after Jericho was already destroyed. Jericho was already destroyed whenever it says that the Israelites actually made it out to that area. So that's probably why they came up with a story later on that said, "Oh, hey, we were involved with the destruction of Jericho." It was just a story. They came across a destroyed city, and stories you just kind of make up a story about what happened, and eventually after generation after generation, eventually the story is just like, "Oh yeah, some people." Like we went over there and we destroyed that place a long, long
Now,
time
what
ago.
about the text? When do we get the text?
We get the
Like,
text of
when
the
we-
Old Testament from the 300 BCE or later, depending on the
Okay,
book.
and who made that up?
The Jewish people.
When?
I just told you 300 BCE or later.
No, but who? Okay,
The
who?
Jewish people. What the fuck are you talking about, man? What
You got to put a name on it because you said Marcion
name one?
created Jesus.
No,
Yeah,
it's multiple people. It's a whole bunch of people that get together. We don't have names for these people.
They're just making this stuff up.
It's not that they're making it up; they're putting it together. Like they're compiling it based
So
off
it's
of
not.
stories that they have.
It's not true or not? I mean, because
Well, it's not true, but like they're not making it up on the spot right there. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like if you wrote a whole bunch of stories of Santa Claus based off of what you were told, you're not making it up, but it's still not true. You're just pulling it from someone else.
Okay.
Like it's not a real story, but you're pulling it from somebody else. Like very clearly there are different people who are involved with different takes on this stuff. And we
How
can
do we know
see
how
like
do we know the
maybe
Jewish people wrote
slight
that?
elements prior. Go ahead.
How do we know the Jewish people wrote it?
As opposed to who?
No, you said the Jewish people wrote majority of the Old Testament. I'm asking how do
Well,
we know
yes,
they
because
wrote
it was in what? What was it? How do I know that Jewish people wrote the Hebrew text?
Yeah.
Because it's in Hebrew.
So that means Jewish people wrote it?
Yeah.
Who were the Jewish people?
A Semitic group of people who have a common ethnicity and they just call themselves the Jews?
How do you know we get it 300 years?
What?
How do we know we get it 300 years before Jesus? 300 years BC. That's what you say they wrote it, right? I'm asking you, how do we know when we get it at that time?
Oh, because of what it's mentioned in the text and what, like, when we first start getting not just manuscripts, but other people talking about it.
What other people?
Other people, like Greek people,
Can you name one? Who are you talking
like
about?
Philostratus. Like, we have Greek people who talk about what the Jews believe at that time, after like post 300. It's how we figure shit out, dude.
So how do we know him to be true, though?
What?
How do we know what he's saying or what he put out there? How do we know for that to be true? That he truly speaks about something that happened at that time.
I don't know what the fuck you're asking, and I don't think you do either.
No, you said we get it from him. Who did you name again?
Like Philostratus, like later people, like later Greek people who were talking about what the Hebrews believe.
Yeah, what year? What year did he
Like post 300. What the fuck are you asking?
I mean, how do you know anything to be true? That's what I'm trying to explain.
What do you mean
to you.
true? Like what are you asking is true?
Okay, you said that we know from him that the Jews wrote the Hebrew Bible, right?
No, it's in Hebrew. That's why we know it's from them. And then other people say this is what the Jews believe.
That doesn't prove that Jewish people wrote it because
Who else wrote in Hebrew? Exactly.
So you know
yeah.
that.
So look. I'm going to be very honest with you, degenerates, and you got to listen. Look, life is hard. It's even harder when you're fucking stupid. So if you're going to keep asking these stupid questions, you're going to really find out that life is tough, and you're going to get some stupid answers, and you're going to get some looks that say, "Are you stupid?" Because we don't understand what you're asking these things for, and I don't think you do either.
Yeah, bro.
Like I don't even really know what you're asking at a certain point. Like when we get manuscripts, the Dead Sea Scrolls date to about 250 BCE. They are in Hebrew and Aramaic. There are some pieces in Greek, but those date a little later, I would say. But the point is that we start getting things, actual manuscripts that date as late as, as early as 250 BCE. All right. So we know that they have it at that point. It is written in Hebrew and Aramaic, which is the language of the Jewish Semitic people. And on top of that, we get mentions from people outside of those cultures saying this is what those people believe, starting in the 3rd century BCE, so around that same time.
Right.
So that's how we know that that's when they're putting this information out there. Prior to this, we don't have anything from Jewish people or in Hebrew or in Aramaic that is about the Torah and stuff like that. We have no knowledge from outside sources of them having these stories. We even have knowledge of Jewish people.
They're just making stuff up.
What?
Are they just making stuff up or no?
What are you asking? Be specific in your question. Give me an
Okay, so
example
you
of what
said-
you're talking about.
Okay, the Jewish people who are
Uh-huh.
writing the Hebrew Bible.
Yes.
I'm asking you, the stories inside the Tanakh, the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah.
Are they just making stuff up?
Sure. Sure. Because I tried to explain this to you earlier, and it sounds like you got the IQ of like a 6-year-old or something. So what we're going to do is we're going to just say, sure, they are making things up. Because I think that's maybe how you are trying to ask, are they real stories? And I'm saying they're not real stories. So I'm going to say they made things up. Yeah. Because I don't think that's going to come around to bite me in the ass, because I don't think you could logically put that back together. Yes. They are making shit up.
Mm.
It's mythology. They're making shit up.
All right, man. Yeah, like I said, well, we just, I guess we agree to disagree.
No, history is history. It either happened or it didn't. Do you have any evidence against what I have said?
Yeah, I told you. Like I said, I believe.
What evidence do you have?
We talk about, like I said. Now you brought up a point when you said that Christ could be meaning towards anybody.
Yep, because even in the Dead Sea Scrolls, we get the word Christ, and it's not explicitly the Messiah or Jesus.
Yeah.
So the word Christ means something else. Do you have any other evidence against what I have said?
Me, nah, I don't. But,
okay. So it sounds like you just disagree because you feel like it, not because you actually disagree.
No, you did too, though.
No, I actually supplied evidence, and I've been supplying evidence for the last 40 minutes that we've been talking.
The Christians in the first, like you said, the Christians who tasked this and planning is talking about. Remember, we don't know that it's Jesus. Now, you did say that.
Sweet.
That Tacitus, you said he's talking about. I mean, I forgot what you said. Can you say it again? What you said about Tacitus, about what he said about Christians during his writing? You said that it was before. No, it was before that Jesus existed or something like that. I forgot what you said.
The term that he uses is Christians, and the Christians we see existing prior to Jesus' ministry, or potentially even prior to his birth.
Yep. And then you said that for Pliny. Okay, what did you say for Pliny again? I forgot.
Doesn't say anything about Jesus. Doesn't even mention the name Jesus.
But
we end up with people actually starting to, formalize the religion and codify these different rules and start to follow these rules. So yeah, that's pretty much exactly why we are able to kind of pinpoint when this stuff starts to happen. Around that time, we start getting archaeological evidence of the Torah. We start getting mentions from Greek people saying this is what the Jewish people believe. We start getting writings from Jewish people saying what they believe. We start getting archaeological evidence of them practicing the Torah. This all happens in the 3rd century BCE, not prior. It's kind of like a lot of it is kind of like what we talk about with Christians. And with Christians, we have people talking about Jesus. We have gospels for Jesus. We have we have potential references to Jesus from other people outside of Christianity saying what the Christians believe. All of this happens in the 2nd century. Where there's smoke, there's a fire. And it shows that the stories of Jesus show up in the 2nd century CE. The stories of the Torah start showing up in the 3rd century BCE. It's still, pretty close to where a lot of people would put it. Most people tend to say that it happens around the Babylonian exile. There's a couple different issues. Like the issue or the concept of that stems from the idea that, like, hey, while they're in exile, they're wanting to write down things that would help them be remembered, or different stories that they have, so that they can, because they were afraid that they would lose their heritage or lose their kind of culture and stuff. And I get that concept, but it would be easier for them to actually write things down once they actually get back from Babylonian exile, many of these Jewish people, reunited, and then reach a point of sustainability. Once you reach a point to where your city is able to kind of sustain itself, and you're able to not have to forage or scrounge for food or survive, you're actually able to enjoy like leisure time and stuff. That is when it is possible to commission people, or even assign people the task of writing down a history, which would take work, it would take money, you would need to feed these people, that kind of thing. It would take time, and you need to have said time. So it would make more sense later on, whenever things kind of cool down, not like in a time of war or, like I said, survival mode. But that's not the reason why we dated the 3rd century. It's just further evidence that would make a little bit more sense. Let's see. Clip says, so Marcion understood that publishing a text would allow him to gain followers. I think it's more just having some kind of a text, that helps unite people. And so he's the first one to do it, and then people are like, damn, that's a really good idea. We need to jump on that train. Darth Fisher says, let's talk about history after it happened, not when it's happening. Then it wouldn't be history. Tom says, false teachers. I'm not even really sure where that's going at. I don't know what they're talking about there. Tanner is saying something in the chat. I don't know what. I just sent him an invite. Tanner, if you want to come up, you can. But I'm gonna. But yeah, hard work. I would definitely say that sounds like it's a pretty good book. I don't know. I thought that we mentioned them, but maybe we don't in our next book. I'm not sure. But that definitely sounds pretty close to what we're saying in our next book. Did Tanner ever want to come up or something? I don't know if he did or not. Here, I'll send one more thing there. Yeah, it looks like you're muted in the chat, so you can't comment, but you can come up if you want. So you can send a request, or you can accept the invite that I sent over. Jeffro, you might end up being the last guest, but what you got?
I was trying to find out where you stand. Like, I see the subtitle "Jesus and Paul never existed," but are you religious? Do you believe in Judaism? I mean, do you believe in the Old Testament? Where do you stand?
What does that have to do with whether or not two people existed in history?
Well, I'm trying to say, are you justifying the Old Testament but not New Testament? Is it because the title of your thing is Jesus and Paul?
Why is
never
it
existed?
binary?
Well,
like if two people didn't
and Paul-
exist, does that automatically mean one particular religious text is true or something?
No, that's why I'm asking.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah, it's just an irrelevant question. So I mean, we either have evidence for them or we don't. They either existed or they didn't. I mean,
Do you think the Old Testament existed?
That's irrelevant. Paul isn't in the Old Testament.
Well, I'm asking because I don't know you. I don't know your brain.
I mean, I get that, but you're asking a question that's off topic. The topic is whether or not Jesus or Paul existed. Do you have any evidence for them? Did you want to ask my evidence against
I
it? Like what?
I don't. Everything I can present you is just tradition. I mean, it was a Jewish occupied Rome at the time, and the Christians were just this little sect of people. So no, I don't.
What is your
anything
evidence that
but
the Christians were in Judea in the first century?
I don't, other than tradition.
Okay.
I don't. But so let me ask you something. Do you think that
I don't know
Luke
why you believe something
predated
just based on tradition. That's kind of weird.
Well, I have my own set of beliefs. I'm just trying to find out a little
Well,
bit
yeah,
about
I'm trying to
you.
figure out whether or not it's, grounded in evidence and specifically about this particular topic.
Well, nothing we're talking about is grounded in evidence. If you want to put tradition out of the,
Well, I would
out
say,
of the,
yeah, Jesus and Paul are not grounded in evidence. In fact, there's evidence against them.
well, like what?
Like the fact that Paul can't go to synagogues in Jerusalem before the temple's destruction because there's no synagogues in Jerusalem. So Acts is right out when it talks about that. So the way that the New Testament presents Paul is definitely not good. Not to mention the first time that we get any of Paul's supposed writings is in the middle of the 2nd century, and the New Testament says he wrote them in the middle of the 1st. So that's out.
Yeah.
As far as Jesus goes, you can't be born 10 years before you're born, and the 2 birth stories that we do get are separated by a minimum of 10 years. So, I mean, whoa.
Do you think that Luke predates Marcion?
No.
No.
No. It's pretty obvious that Marcion is being used for the composition of Luke. Marcion's Evangelion or Evangelion makes up about roughly chapters 4 through 22 of the Gospel of Luke. We can see this in the text itself.
Well, I mean, yeah, we could see it, but it's just tradition, right?
No. What I'm saying is we can literally see the error in the text. Like, we can see where it started to use Marcion.
How come you disagree with everybody else, though, that Luke died in 84 CE and Marcion was in the 2nd century?
Because the people who are saying that it's in roughly 80 are pulling that out of their ass. There's no evidence whatsoever that Luke is in 1st century. The Gospels themselves are not even alluded to until the 150s. So that's really weird.
Yeah, it's tradition. I forgot. Never mind. I'll see.
All right. All right. We time? Yeah, I have no idea what that is. All right. I think that should be it. Oh, there's somebody chirping in the chat. I don't know how to read his name. Is it Mario? Is that what it says? Mario?
Yeah, it's Mario.
Mario.
I'm
yeah,
not
so
tripping.
no, I didn't say tripping. I said chirping. like making noise. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So you got Judaism. Okay, your comments really fast. Let me read them. Judaism don't accept Jesus as the Messiah. All right. Not grammatically correct, but moving on. Scholars agree they did exist, though. Okay. Even atheists accept Jesus existed. They do. If I could post a screenshot, I would. I wasn't taught. I researched using AI Chat GPT, and most scholars do. So, all right. If you've got evidence for Jesus or Paul, I'd like to hear it.
So just because I don't have that much knowledge over this, I just researched earlier because I come by I see your streams every once in a while. But
nice.
They were mentioning in the AI that there's some writings that Paul did, and I know you say he doesn't exist, but they say it says that most scholars, even atheists, non-Christian, just different types of scholars, that they might dispute that Jesus. What can I say? That Jesus probably didn't do miracles and all that, but they accept that he was probably a real historical figure. Same thing with Paul, and that there's writings that, the whole Bible may not be true, but there's a lot of stuff that scholars get from the Bible.
Like what?
Let me find my other phone. I don't have my other phone on me because I had it pulled up on my other phone. Should have been ready. Oh, I don't have it. I don't know where my phone is. But that's just what I read. I'm probably not going to debate you for very long. I know you're going to stand your ground, and I'm just going to stand. Oh, here's my phone. But my main question is, do you believe yourself? I know it's not exactly the question, but do you yourself believe in God? Maybe
what
not
does
Jesus
that have to
and
do
Paul,
with
but do
whether
you
or
believe
not
in
two
the other
people
stuff?
existed in history?
Because it directly correlates God and Jesus and Paul together. If
That
it's
doesn't
all
have
part of
anything
the
to
same
do with
story,
whether or not
same
they
Bible, same
existed.
tradition.
It doesn't have anything to do with whether or
In
not
your
they existed.
opinion.
No, it's Not an opinion, it's
Like,
objective.
that's your
If
opinion, and I
Jesus
have my own
if
opinion.
Jesus didn't exist, then it doesn't matter.
Or objective.
Sweet. So let me ask you a question. If I change my religion to your religion, does that suddenly change the past?
No.
Okay, so it sounds like the past or history, like my historical claim up there, Jesus and Paul never existed in history, doesn't depend on anything. Whether or not I believe in a God or you believe in a God or what God it is, doesn't matter. It really has no bearing over whether or not two people existed in the past. You admitted it. Because our beliefs do not change the past. Either Jesus and Paul existed or they didn't. Either you have evidence or you don't. Doesn't have anything to do with our
What
religion.
evidence do you have that they didn't exist?
There's contradictions in the text of the Gospels. There's contradictions in Acts itself. There's contradictions in the Pauline epistles. The Gospels are written in third-person omniscient, where you're able to hear behind walls. This is indicative of fiction. The first Gospel was published 114 years after the supposed death of the main character. That's Jesus. Published by a man who didn't think that he was a human being. That's Marcion. Prior to that, Christians are mentioned by people like Tacitus, people... like Pliny.
Exactly.
Yeah, but there's no Jesus connected to it because the Jesus story doesn't show up for another 3 decades. Like I said, the first gospel is published in roughly about 144, which is 114 years after the supposed death of Jesus. There are supernatural, natural stories and teachings that are lifted from prior sources, most notably the Septuagint, the Bacchae, the Odyssey, and the works of Jesus ben Sirach from the early 2nd century BCE. It's like a Proverbs type book. Let's see here. Yeah. Also, there's anachronisms, things that don't line up with place and time. There's geographical problems, archaeological problems. I mean, it's
But
riddled
what
with
evidence
problems.
a lot of things are riddled with problems because we weren't actually there to see and document and actually hear from the horse's mouth.
Right, and
from
neither were the
eyewitness
authors themselves. None of these authors,
Exactly.
even their grandparents, were alive to potentially see Jesus.
Right. So what I'm trying to say is,
So you trust this?
From what I'm reading, yes, I do. From what
Okay.
I'm reading, there is Paul's authentic letters that were written
Okay.
around 50 to 60 AD.
Sweet. How do
which
we
is
date them to
after,
50 or
right?
60?
It says it mentions Jesus' crucifixion.
Sweet.
The
How did you date them
disciples,
to
and
50 or
Jesus-
60?
Because they're in the earliest surviving Christian writings.
Okay, well,
four
the earliest
Gospels-
surviving Christian writings, like actual pieces of paper for Paul, date to the 3rd century. So that's not how we date it to 50.
Well, that's what I got from the historians that wrote about.
Historians
pointing
do
to-
not say that we can date it to 50 because of the pieces of paper. That's not at
Well,
all.
that's what I'm reading. That's what I'm reading right now.
You're not reading that. It sounds like you're reading it either from some AI that's just like hallucinating, or you're reading it from some apologetics person who is an idiot, or you're just reading it wrong. That doesn't make any sense.
I am reading it from AI.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't make any sense that we have the oldest, like literally the oldest piece of the New Testament is dated to 200. So there's no way to look at that and say, oh, hey, because the earliest piece of the New Testament, like the earliest fragment is dated to 200, it must have been written in 50. That doesn't make any sense.
I didn't say it must have been, but that's what.
No,
it was.
well, I asked you how you got to 50 and 60, and you said the earliest, like, documents. We don't have any documents from the 1st century, much less 50 or 60 for Paul.
Well, what I'm reading, like I said, this is what I'm reading. It says virtually all New Testament scholars, which Christians, Jewish, agnostics, atheists, they agree that at least 7 letters, such as Romans, Galatians, and Corinthians, were genuinely written by Paul. Those letters reveal a real person traveling, corresponding with churches, naming co-workers, discussing specific events, and interacting with other leaders.
Cool.
So if Paul never existed,
Yeah.
who wrote those letters? That
The
nearly
Marcionites?
most scholars do agree that they come from the same century author, the same author person who wrote that, which is Paul.
Awesome. So yeah, that's still the Marcionites there. In fact, the first time that Paul's letters are published, there's 9 or 10 of them. So from that number alone, there's at least like 2 or 3 that are fake the first time they're published, even if we go off of the 7 that you just said, which
Who
is
are
really
they?
weird.
Who are the Marcionites? I'm not even
The
sure who that
Marcionites are
is.
the followers of Marcion, who was a Christian theologian there in the 130s to 150s. Justin Martyr is a contemporary of him. Irenaeus is a contemporary of him, and they write about him. In fact, Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen, they talk so much shit about him because they do view him as a heretic that we're able to reconstruct his works. And he's the first person to publish any letters of Paul or anything like that. And his Marcionite students are the ones that we actually get the letters from. In fact, if you actually dive in to those authentic letters and chop them into pieces, most notably like chapters and whatnot, we can see that there's different authors even within them. So at best, and I'm going to actually quote a much more recent scholar who is using data science and much more up-to-date data science, kind of like myself as a data scientist, me and my data science co-partner. This scholar is Dr. Benjamin White. His book that came out last year, which uses the exact same software that me and my co-author we use in our book that came out in 2024, says that there is no way that you could actually say that 7 letters of Paul are actually authentic and come from Paul, because we see multiple authors within them. The reason that people think that there are 7 authentic letters is because they treat the whole book as one author and then compare it to other things. But if there's more than one author in each book and they don't separate them out, then they're going to end up corrupting their data and therefore corrupting their results. If you and I wrote a book, like it's 10 chapters and I wrote 5 and you wrote 5, if we try to figure out who wrote that book by comparing it to other books I've written and other books you've written, it's all going to get jumbled up. And it's going to try to say that like we wrote a bunch of like I wrote a bunch of stuff or you wrote a bunch of stuff that's just not accurate. But if we separate our book out into the chapters, you'll see that all my chapters will go with my books and your chapters will go with your books based on the style. So if you corrupt your data or use flawed data, you're going to get corrupted results. That's the problem. And so whenever they run things at the book level, it's bullshit. So they see things like, oh, hey, we've got 7 authentic letters. At best, you have one author who may have wrote bits and pieces of 4 of them, but only bits and pieces. And they still come out in 2nd century style Greek. Then there's nothing in the Pauline epistles that dates them to the 1st century.
You've done a lot of research.
Well, I'm a data scientist. That's my job.
That's wild. I mean, you're really interested in the subject. I see you go live all the time. What's your end game? Why do you want to prove to everybody that they didn't exist?
My end game is to try to get people. I don't know about my end game per se. I'm just going to keep doing this as long as I fucking live, because I want people to believe as many true things as possible and stop believing as many false things as possible, and at least be willing to admit, hey, look, I might not know where this is coming from. I might not have evidence for something, so let me just set it over to the side. We need to be able to ask ourselves, hey, is what I'm believing actually backed up by solid evidence? Or is it just a house of cards built on wishful thinking and tradition? And if that's the case, you can at least set it to the side. Maybe you don't want to say Jesus never existed. That's fine. You could at least say, I don't know, until there's evidence either way. Now, I would say that there's evidence he didn't exist, at least the one in the New Testament. But if you don't have any evidence for the guy, set it to the side. Don't be making a stance like, oh yeah, he did exist. Usually what we do when we take a look at crazy stories like Spider-Man or something like that, or Harry Potter, is we assume that the person didn't exist unless there's proof that they did. The starting point, though, the null hypothesis, as they call it in statistics, is that they didn't exist. And then we take a look at the evidence to see if maybe they did. We don't do that for Jesus. He gets some special pass, even though his stories are just as crazy as the rest of those. And they're filled with all these kind of problems. The starting point should be Jesus didn't exist unless proven otherwise. But for so many people, it's he existed unless you can prove that he didn't. And that's an insane way to look at history.
You're right about that. I mean, I've had my times where I don't know if I believe, but like a lot of people, we were taught to go off of faith. And I know y'all hate hearing that, but you're right. You're right, though. We should look at that stance where maybe he didn't exist and then work our way backwards, almost like backwards engineering.
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea. I mean, if... And I think that's a very astute observation there from you. I mean, that's a very smart observation. That's a W there for you, because I mean, ultimately, realizing that where you're coming from has been your entire life just a faith-based stance, That's an important step towards realizing that, wait, is there a good reason to believe in this? Like, do I have a good reason to believe this? And asking that kind of question. That's an important step, is realizing that it was faith before. And then the next step is realizing that other religions who disagree with you have just as much faith as you do. And
Oh,
that's
something I
the
used to
real
think about
mind
as a
fuck. And then
younger
you go,
person.
whoa, okay, so how do I know my belief is true and theirs isn't? And then you start
That's what
looking
I've
into
always
evidence.
questioned myself when I was younger. I've always used to look at Buddhists. I used to look at, other people with other gods. And I used to just be like, well, how do they know that my God ain't right? Or how do I know their God ain't right? So like you said, there is a start point to all this stuff, and we're all just looking for the truth at the end of the day.
Right. Well, what I would do if I were you is I would look into whether or not this Jesus actually existed. And when you dive in, make sure to ask, okay, where are these coming from? Is there any reason to doubt these particular claims or anything? Because you got to realize Christianity is the victor of the Western world. It became the official religion of the Roman Empire by the end of the 4th century. And then the Roman Empire fell, and then the countries that remained, like England and France and Portugal and Spain and Netherlands and Greece or Italy, I guess, they went all over the world and they colonized the rest of the world. So they have had a firm grip on reality, or not reality, but a firm grip on society for a really long time. So what my point is that whenever we have these claims that, oh yeah, Jesus definitely existed, try to figure out, okay, how do we know that this hasn't been tampered with in any particular way from this group that very clearly was in charge and didn't even let their actual members read the Bible for hundreds of years? Like, how do we know that this isn't something that's been tampered with and stuff like that? So dive into that kind of stuff. That's literally what I do as a data scientist, is I dive into the text to try to figure out, is this authentic to who's been claimed to be the author of this?
All right, I'll look into that stuff, and you go live pretty often, so
I go live every weekday. Every weekday. And by the way, there's 2 things I'd like to point out here. There's an ebook. Me and my data science co-partner, we've got a book. The ebook is just $3. The link's in my bio or on the YouTube profile. You can check it out if you want. We've got a print version and an audiobook version if you drive a lot. Or if you don't want to spend any money or anything like that, there is a website. And if people can, put it in the chat, there is mythicism.web.app. And you can check it out. It's got, here, I'm going to pull it up real fast. It's got a ton of resources. Like, this is over Josephus. You can alphabetize it there. You can do it by date. Like, if you want to say, oh, like, did they talk about him in the 2nd century? And here's all these different things that people say, oh, this is like something that talks about Jesus, or it's something that's related to it. So if you go to like Tacitus, you can go through and it brings receipts, and it shows you exactly why all these claims from Christians that say, oh, Tacitus talked about Jesus, they're not to be believed. And it's a ton of great resources that go over what I talk about and much more. So like it's a rabbit hole worth jumping into if you do care about whether or not you believe the truth.
Yeah, and I think we should all do that, is just kind of look for the truth.
Just to check. But yeah, I thank you for coming up here. That is Mario, is it Cesar? Cesar? There we go. Mario Cesar. There we go. Thank you very much, Mario. Let me get some W's from Mario there in the chat. And I think that you're pretty much my last guest for the day. So thank you very much for coming up, man.
All right, for sure. Y'all have a good rest of y'all's day. Y'all get something good to eat.
Oh yeah, there we go. All right, yeah, that was Mario. W for Mario there. Oh, I got some Mario sounds right here. I think I got one more. Oh, I got a couple. That's game over, though. I like that. Oh, wait, do I have the Yoshi sound? Give me 1 second here. Yeah, that's close enough. Okay, oh, wait. There it is. All right. Okay, so thank you very much to anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. Also, yeah, that's about it. Oh, super chat really fast before. Oh, Elope Nope finally gets in the game today. What's going on, Elope Nope? $1.99 there from Elope Nope says the anti-queef has risen. I don't even know really what that's supposed to mean. Okay, so we are just as a quick heads up, we are now at 14 over that. Okay, wow, damn. Did we pass it? We're at 14. Yeah. We are now at 502. We are now at 502 keywords. 502. That's insane. That is insane. We are nearing to that 666 number as we speak. As we speak. Who do we hate today? Are we going to do that? Are we going to do that? Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. All right. So I love each and every one of you. I'm going to go ahead and tell you this right now. Peace out, Girl Scout. We'll be down for some Thin Mints. But I love each and every one of you except for... Oh, man. I've never done it on this particular monitor here. Okay. Every one of you except for... I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. It might just be somebody who just stopped by live just for the hell of it. So I apologize. I pick a random person, and this is who we're going to hate for the day. Just for today, though. Just for the day. Until midnight tonight. So we're hating on Keith. Just Keith. You know. Look out for Keith. Anyways, yeah, Keith. Boo. Boo, Keith. I don't know, Keith, if you're in the chat, why don't you comment so we can boo you to your face? I don't know if Keith is even there. I have no idea. Yeah, we're going to play the sound again. Yeah, boo. Tomatoes in the chat for Keith. Tomatoes in the chat for Keith. All right. Yeah, even the people over there on YouTube are getting in on it. Alopno says, God damn, Keith. I don't know if Keith is even still here. Let me refresh this and see if Keith is still here. If he still is, that'd be hilarious. Just like chilling out. No, I don't even think he's still here anymore. I think we scared off Keith, guys. I think Keith just decided to just peace out of here. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't know if I see Keith anymore. Yeah, I don't think I think he left. He's like, oh shit. Anyways, yeah, peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. See you later, TikTok. Over there on YouTube, thank you very, very much for hanging out today. Thank you for the super chats. And also, again, a big shout out over to, let's see, where was, oh, yeah, I gotta switch the thing here. A big shout out over to, it was, yeah, Alan 0465. I just couldn't remember the numbers at the end. But Alan 0465 for sending 5 Christ Before Jesus gift memberships. Hopefully you guys enjoy them. Hopefully you use them wisely. We're going to try to get even more different content and everything out. If you guys have any comments or anything like that, feel free to reach out and say, hey, this is what I'd like to see from content. Maybe like a deeper dive into stellometry, maybe a deeper dive into this, maybe something completely random. I know that here before too terribly long, Matthew and I are going to be just taking a look at some weird news stories over the last week or over the last month, and we're going to try to just respond to them. We're just going to pick a few and just kind of talk about them. So it's going to be so different, but it's at least just, you know, some content that isn't the same kind of thing over and over. But if you want deeper dives, let me know. But thank you very, very much for hanging out, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the show. And yeah, you've been Tube, and I have just been CBJ. Thank you very much for stopping by. See you later.